Our hero's previous existence didn't finish on a high note. He rested perishing on the ground, as his partner shared a bed with another man. He existed in a reality where the cataclysm had arrived, and supplies outweighed the very being of other individuals. Yet this is not where his story was meant to cease. Subsequent to his passing, he is born anew, with a prospect to redraft his terrible past and seek vengeance against the individuals who previously slighted him. The planet is already tumbling into disarray as a fiery peak explodes directly in a vast urban core. A commuter coach dashes through town holding some tens of passengers. Several dawns passed. Mount Fuji's undersea blast provoked a mighty ground shake that delivered countless individuals to their final end. Now even a lesser municipality must be empty, owing to the heightened force of the catastrophes. Via the thoroughfares of this urban sprawl, a vehicle careers towards the refuge point. Aboard the vehicle, a female comprehends her great hurry to board the coach, that she transported no emergency necessities. Therefore, she needs to acquire new goods in Zhongnan City. The fellow alongside her queries if she's caught the updates. The stock in the Walmart and Ollie's storage facilities in Zhongnan City have all been shifted truly. That's dated reports since presently. Shanxing's Dongming Lake has evaporated, and the Darendong storage is also voided. The female surmises the entire value of all this stock could amount to vast billions. However, it is indeed. Reaching trillions, another chap behind her validates. The absence of resources and sundry acts of nature are only the facade of everything occurring now. The verity is that civilization faces its demise. The folks aboard are terrified by the swift realization, but they don't appear to trust the odd individual. One individual even remarks that he is genuinely awaiting the planet's termination. In that event, all life forms will attain sameness. Yet that claim is false. The odd individual grasps that even at the planet's finish, there is never a moment all life forms find sameness. This is since he himself endured the planet's conclusion. Personally, in a past incarnation, edifices were demolished and all mankind constructed was wiped out. Moreover, besides this, massive creatures traversed the terrain and existence was entirely forlorn. In his past incarnation, he was simply a typical delivery person who was as astounded about the doomsday unfolding as any other soul. When the globe began to unravel, there was an unusual discharge of solar power, and it altered numerous things. The ambient air heat climbed steeply. Terrestrial shifts happen often, and behemoths concealed beneath also emerged to the surface. Owing to that, the entire planet transformed. In a changed world, there is a fresh system. The profound shortage of provisions, even if it is just for a container of quick noodles, processed meat, or a slab of ice, compelled individuals to forfeit all they possessed. This fellow is unlike everyone else, because he has witnessed everything firsthand. His designation is Su-chun, and he was reincarnated one cycle prior to the apocalypse's onset, after perishing in his former existence. Thanks to that, he holds all the know-how, and now he can strategize beforehand to craft the finest life possible. While he is contemplating the woman from before approaches him to converse, what he uttered alarmed her somewhat, and she is presently seeking a companion to be with her. Throughout this whole affair, regrettably for her, that individual isn't going to be him, because he has more vital matters to address. He abandons her alone and disembarks the coach once it reaches his stop. He doesn't require people impeding him when he understands that what's most crucial in the doomsday is a profusion of supplies. In his past existence, he squandered considerable time hunting for provisions, so this instance he must be ready ahead. He has his sights fixed on the depot he serves in as a courier. He snatches his work garment from a rack by the entryway and proceeds into the storeroom. A colleague by the portal advises him that being 21 ticks late signifies that he will have half a day's wage subtracted from his pay. The fellow expresses remorse and enters the warehouse to commandeer it for himself. In his former life, when the cataclysm struck, the proprietor of this depot fled in anticipation, and his yearly earnings went down the tubes. So these provisions are to be his recompense, to seize them all for himself. he unleashes a faculty of his named space. This dimensional aptitude permits him to place everything surrounding him into an exceedingly vast cubical expanse with measurements of countless thousands of meters lengthwise, breadth and altitude according to his desire. The dimension materializes in the depot, and he is capable of acquiring copious supplies, encompassing rice, cooking fats, meats, and other comestibles. Everything, including the shelving itself, gets deposited in his dimension. Courtesy of this, he succeeds in procuring a vast quantity of provisions for nothing. And due to this aptitude, he was capable of draining 2 whole lakes and pillaging multiple urban centers fated for annihilation. Owing to the doomsday back in his previous existence, even a package of instant ramen was a treat. But thanks to his dimensional faculty, he is able to cache several metric tons of fresh victuals in suspended time, implying that the nourishment stays pristine, regardless how long it is stowed in there. He ultimately won't be forced to ingest soil in the end times to persist. Like in his former life, after amassing all the items, he can at last exhale a breath of content, knowing that he isn't going to endure hardship in this new existence. While he is inspecting all the provisions had managed to accumulate, 3 fellows enter into the storage vicinity to begin clearing out all the goods. They are all astonished to find the area has been totally stripped and converted into nothing but an enormous chamber. There's no one else present but the peculiar guy positioned in the middle, so they inquire of him what befell all the supplies that were in the storage zone. He promptly informs them that he has appropriated everything for himself. The men are taken aback by his casual confession, and they hasten to apprehend him. But he effortlessly employs his abilities to evade out of the structure, and comments that he won't be tardy evermore, since he's resigning. Then he just narrowly teleports off before one of the fellows can seize him. The 3 men are left frantically scouring the vicinity for him, but he has utterly vanished. Beyond the warehouse, a gateway materializes near to the earth, and the man somersaults out from it and touches down securely in a passage between the edifices. This secondary power is termed Space Leap, and it enables him to shift within a 3-meter area whenever he desires. In the Cataclysm, this capability allowed him to access deserted structures, to locate provisions, and securely flee from perilous circumstances, even when facing mutated beasts. His Space Leap power preserved his life in pivotal moments. With that task completed, his zero-expense procurement mission is now finished. He tosses his work garment into the atmosphere and commences strolling away from the depot. Abruptly, his handset buzzes, and he retrieves it from his pocket to view an urgent alert communication. It notifies him that the planet is presently undergoing severe agitation, prompting regional elemental calamities to manifest throughout the vicinity. The dispatch cautions him to be vigilant, but states that the catastrophes will not disrupt his everyday existence. The authorized declaration from the administration is to not show alarm, in expectation that the wider populace will stay composed. Do they even realize that the world is drawing to a close? While he is observing his handset, it chimes with a summons from someone that contorts his face in revulsion. It is a female called Jiang Shaoqian, and merely the glimpse of her name on his phone causes his hands to quiver. In fury, Su Chun inhales deeply, then accepts the call the instant he places the phone to his ear. Her tone emanates from the other side, berating him with rage. He has not conversed with her for a considerable duration, and she is incensed that he vanished without apprising her. He even listed his dwelling for sale with his property broker. She questions our champion if he genuinely imagines that he will discover a woman inclined to be with him. After divesting his dwelling, the lady on the call is his intended, Xiao Qian, and she isn't someone he's particularly keen on speaking to. On her end of the connection, she's dabbing lipstick, after just finishing betraying him with a different fella, while another man named Xiaoyu reclines on the bed behind her. She persists in disparaging Su Chun via the phone, inquiring if he recalls his obligation as a male. He might not value the house, but she remains a female, and she desires him to bestow her the dwelling as a present, so she can experience more reassurance with him. After she concludes speaking, he asks if she's finished her tirade, and if there is anything further she wishes to express. His demeanor towards her makes her even more vexed, and she resolves to offer him one additional opportunity to return and convey the proprietorship of the house to her. If he fails to do that, then she will decline to wed him. She informs him that she's en route back to Xanadu and that she anticipates they will converse more when she arrives there. But he terminates the call without responding to her. Xiao Qian passed 5 years with him in the Doomsday. In his past existence, he scoured everywhere for provisions to sustain her and escorted her to his sanctuary, where he persisted in looking after her. If it were not for him, she would have perished from hunger and expired amidst the planet's conclusion. Yet even with that, she deceived him numerous times, with a brutal man that assaulted Su Chun on multiple instances, anytime he returned devoid of goods. Xiao Yu also charged him with concealing all the fine things from it and hoarding it for himself. One day, Xiao Yu dispatched Su Chun in the very sanctuary, where he cared for Xiao Qian, directly before her eyes, then dallied with her immediately before his deceased remains, all while branding him worthless. She didn't seem to mind and told Xiao Yu that Su Qian perished because he was inept, all while he gradually expired in the nook, and observed it transpire with his final exhalation. He was aggrieved by her in his former life, and he made the blunder of consigning her with his existence once prior. But this instance, both Zhang Zioqian and the man she betrayed him with, Xiao Yu are going to remit the penalty for every wrong they committed to him. Our champion will ensure that they won't expire swiftly, and that they'll endure the agony they inflicted upon him 100-fold again. His hand trembles in wrath at the recollection of what they did to him, but he draws a profound breath and composes himself. For the present, he must persist his endeavor of acquiring sufficient provisions to endure through the cataclysm. The remainder of the items he requires can only be procured with currency, and on account of that, he initially has to ascertain how to obtain the funds at the outset. He contacts his property broker, designated manager Lu, and opts to present his dwelling for half the going rate. His sole stipulation is that he desires the funds in paper money, and he desires it immediately. With the arrangement established, he proceeds to Dream Real Estate to conclude the transaction on his house. But when he arrives there, he observes Xiao Qian awaiting him with Xiao Yu, who wields a wooden club. Su Chun isn't perturbed whatsoever and strolls past them into the real estate edifice. But he is obstructed by Xiao Yu, who furiously questions him why he presumes to sell their dwelling. On account of that, he'll guarantee that Su Chun won't behold the daylight tomorrow. While the ruffian is speaking, Su Chun extends and seizes him by the throat. Then he elevates the irate man off the earth before forcefully returning him to the floor. Xiao Qian leaps to attempt and shield her paramour from her betrothed. While she tugs on his garment, she commences shouting for someone to rescue them from a slayer. Su Chun squanders no moment before striking her across the visage, launching her sprawling onto the ground. She gazes at him in disbelief, utterly astounded that he would lay a hand on her at all. While that is occurring, he persists, constricting Xiao Yu on the ground as he implores for assistance. Su Chun reassures him that he won't perish too swiftly, then releases him, causing the shamed ruffian to recoil in terror. Frantically gasping, Xiao Qian goes to inspect her wounded paramour, while Su Chun strides past both of them and proceeds into the bureau. Xiao Qian still hasn't absorbed her instruction and commands Su Chun to genuflect and apologize promptly, while she is not yet irate. If he fails to do so, she menaces not to wed him once more. Nevertheless, her hollow ultimatums are halted once he pivots and scowls at them. They congeal in apprehension before both of them abscond, leaving him unaccompanied to manage his affairs. Now that they are at last departed, he steps within to encounter the property broker, who proffers him a tumbler of water. The elder gentleman appears incredibly thrilled to be conversing with Su Chun regarding selling his dwelling at such a minimal price. But internally, he deems Su Chun a simpleton for divesting a house valued over $1 million for merely half the valuation. With that sort of bargain, he can realize a substantial gain from a swift resale. Owing to that, he consents to make the entire remittance instantly and presents Su Chun the agreement to endorse. With that finalized, Su Chun exits from the bureau with nearly $1 million appended to his financial account. Although diverse elemental calamities are transpiring, Xanadu, where he resides, is a landlocked metropolis distant from the ground shakes. Ocean surges and volcanic outbursts occurring throughout the remainder of Asia. Compounding that, The administration is formally endeavoring to maintain public composure, so there is still a semblance of ordinariness in the vicinity, and the community is still operating adequately. As he contemplates his subsequent move, he passes a handbill promoting swift and high-rate advances. That sparks a notion, and he makes it his following step to acquire even greater funds by leveraging his estate with a title document that directs him to Great Sea advances, where he encounters a burly man puffing a cigarette. This man is Wang Dahai, Xiao Yu's elder sibling. In his past existence, this fellow perished in the maws of mutated creatures, rather early into the cataclysm. Dahai perceives that his dwelling isn't valued very highly. Su-chun solely desires to learn what sum he can secure, even with his modest valued dwelling. The substantial fellow proposes $500,000 for the estate, provided he also entrusts the ownership document with him as a token of assurance. Su-chun insists an additional 100,000 be remitted to him forthwith, and they shall possess an accord. He forcefully places the ownership document upon the surface and gazes directly at the gentleman before him, while also vowing to amass the funds within a 7 span. That manner he can garner a gain from their transaction and remit everything entirely at one time. Dai is intrigued by this proposition, and it appears that Su-chun is likewise a risk-taker, provided he's engaged in the commerce, and there might be a benefit. Dai opines he might even divest his own progenitors. The elder gentleman deems Su-chun foolish for supposing he can reverse his fortunes in one sole day. He has no inkling just how extensive this scheme of Su-chun's reaches. The Dai grins and draws a lengthy inhale of his smoke as he mulls over the proposition. He informs Su-chun that he'll consent to the conditions, provided he pledges the ownership document with their enterprise. If he performs, that all else will be discussable. Following a protracted dialogue, Su-chun departs from the bureau with above $500,000 shifted to his financial repository for the duplicate instance that day. Presently, he possesses all the currency he requires to persist acquiring provisions and readiness for the planet's termination. Concurrently, Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu totter through a green space. After they have concluded fleeing from Su-chun, the different fellow is still disoriented, following being constricted in the thoroughfare and almost perishing as they alight from a cab. Xiao Qian persists in grumbling about Su-chun. All she desires is the dwelling that they jointly possess, and there is nothing improper with that, as per her assertion yet. Notwithstanding her uncomplicated entreaty, Su-chun placed his palms upon her, and she can still sense the ache of the blow he dealt her not very long past for that cause. She desires to guarantee that he settles the score regardless of all. Xiao Yu concurs also, still clutching his throat in agony from what Su-chun subjected him to. He'll ensure Su-chun remits the penalty. He already intends to request his elder sibling to eliminate it. As they are conversing, they perceive Su-chun once more nonchalantly strolling down the pathway, proceeding to his subsequent stopping point. Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu are astonished to observe him unconcernedly ambling down the thoroughfare, before them following all that he had perpetrated. They resolve to trail him and discern what he has been engaged in that has rendered him so arrogant. Su-chun, nevertheless, is hunting for the subsequent significant acquisition of assets ere civilization crumbles in his recollection. Numerous mercantile structures disintegrated under the force of ocean water, reflux and swift congealing in extreme frigidity. How nonetheless, the verdant city endured all the elemental calamities, down to the ultimate conclusion on account of that. He proceeds there subsequently to ascertain how he can capitalize on that. From what he recalls, the executive apartment within is amply furnished, and there is even a bathing basin that ought to assist him in handling severe thermal conditions. For the present, it could be a sound notion to utilize the location as a headquarters. And furthermore, residing there for an extended period wouldn't be an unfavorable concept. Though numerous depots were depleted previously, there is no dearth of warm sustenance and components. In the inn's depot, as he strides into Verdant City Inn, a female perceives him. She presents herself as Lu Xinrue, the inn's eatery supervisor, and she inquires how she may aid him this day. Su-chun informs her that he desires to request 1,000 settings of victuals for a feast, and ponders if they can accomplish that for him. The quantity of settings astounds the supervisor, and she falters to reply for an instant, but then she readily consents. that they can assuredly perform something of that nature. Nevertheless, the costs vary from 5,000 to 10,000, even extending to 100,000 per setting. Suchun opts to select the settings valued at 10,000, which signifies the aggregate cost will approximate 10 million for the entire feast. For that reason, he's amenable to place a 50,000 earnest payment, provided they transport to the location that he will furnish. The supervisor is awed that such a youthful fellow possesses a stately bear, and surmises that he might be a concealed origin of succeeding generation. Affluence, she has no inkling that all this stems from enormous advances and a swift divestment of his dwelling. She consents to his conditions of a 50,000 earnest payment and guides him towards her bureau so he can remit the funds. Merely the expense of the components for the feast solely is projected to be 50,000, but being capable of liaising with affluent individuals signifies that she must be adept with bargaining. As they proceed to her bureau, she queries Suchun if he's wedding in the near future, as he possesses no alternative justification for why he would require a vast feast. He resolves to concur with the narrative that he's wedded, and that is the reason he requires everything. In the interim, he also requests her to reserve an executive apartment for him to lodge in. With discussions concluded, Suchun departs from the inn, contented that he succeeded in obtaining 10 million value of cuisines, arranged for a 50,000 earnest payment. Regarding the concluding remittance, by the instance the searing post-cataclysmic reality arrives, even one lone slab of ice will possess value in billions. The female within is likewise pleased with the accord, and the reality that he reserved the executive apartment. She opines that he's undertaking all of this for his nuptial trip, and that whosoever weds him must be genuinely blessed. While she reposes and muses to herself, Xiao Qian enters the inn and queries the supervisor about Suchun. Supervisor Lu doesn't promptly respond to her, and initially inquires who precisely this arrival is. Xiao Qian replies that she's Suchun's partner, and desires to learn what he was engaged in there. Presently, that the supervisor has authenticated her identification, she notifies Xiao Qian that her companion requested a feast of 1,000 settings from the inn. She even expresses to her that possessing a companion like him must be splendid. Concurrently, in her thoughts, Supervisor Lu opines this young lady is merely a 7 maximal, and it appears like her disposition is excessively elevated. Affluent individuals constantly seem to favor these kind of young ladies. The pair are astounded that Suchun could request a 10 million allowance feast, and they don't trust him initially. But then Supervisor Lu clarifies that affluent individuals adore to engage in the charade of concealing their persona. They apprehend their companions might be pursuing their currency, so they solely unveil their affluence on the day of the nuptials. They still don't suppose that someone like Suchun could be affluent, and Xiao Qian recalls that for the preceding few days, he has performed nothing but attempt to vanish from their existences, and even utilized frigid aggression. But Supervisor Lu substantiates her assertion by demonstrating that Suchun shifted 50,000 won as an earnest payment for the feast. The pair depart the inn to contemplate the fresh intelligence they discover. For what reason would Suchun request so many settings from an elegant 5-star inn? Whom is he intending to summon? Xiao Qian supposes he desires to present her to his affluent sphere, and then usher her into his existence of opulence. Xiao Yu inquires what they ought to perform now that they comprehend this, while he extends for her bosom with his palm. She smacks his palm aside, and comprehends that she must engineer prospects for Suchun to reunite with her as swiftly as feasible. In her psyche, she commences envisioning an existence of affluence and splendor, wherein she is attired in elegant garments, residing in a sumptuous dwelling, encompassed by servants and valets attending to her requirements. Merely the notion of that solely causes her to salivate, and she cannot fathom that she would behold this sort of prospect. With an individual like Suchun, Suchun revisits his former abode to persist strategizing his no-expense acquisition, which at this juncture was essentially just pilfer, as he didn't intend to restore anything that he had appropriated thus far, or to remit for any of it likewise. Amidst his foray, numerous vital articles hadn't been procured yet, and the residual currency was simply insufficient to meet the expenses. So he employs another cunning tactic to obtain currency. He can utilize internet advance applications to amass a wealth of currency rapidly and employ it to finance the remainder of his foray. So for the entire midday, Su-chun acquired over 80 applications simultaneously and expended a considerable duration capturing self-portraits and securing advance sums that varied from 30,000 won and upward. By the instance he was finished, he had amassed approximately 970,000 won in advances, and he was prepared to commence his purchasing binge once more. He crumples onto the mattress, sensing the impulse to lose consciousness. But there was no instant to squander whatsoever, and there remained numerous articles to procure. He needed to obtain hearths, ice fabricators, ice slabs, non-smoking fuel, and sundry provisions that weren't obtainable in grocery stores. Auspiciously, all these articles can be acquired via internet, and the conveyance is exceedingly swift. He's going to require all these items to endure the severe warmth and the intense frigidity that will initiate the cataclysm. His navigating through the severe thermal fluctuations will entirely hinge on whether he possesses adequate substances to manage the climate, so he commences his efforts, reaching out to numerous enterprises to ready the substances that he would require. He begins by requesting 2,000 metric tons of non-smoking fuel and proposes to remit 500,000 won in earnest payments. Then he performs the identical action with the ice manufacturer, requesting numerous metric tons of ice from them also. Several of the enterprises solicit a direct meeting, so he departs his flat to proceed over and converse with the ice fabricators. The instant he ventures outdoors, he encounters a fresh visage succeeded by an uninvited familiar one. Her designation is Lena, and she is an intimate companion of Xiao Qian. Indeed, she was the individual that presented them to one another and ensnared him in that dreadful connection. She approaches him with a grin, while her companion trails near behind. She then informs him that his partner has been longing for him greatly. He queries them if she has been longing for him, or if she has been longing for his dwelling. Lena endeavors to conceal for her companion and informs Su-chan that his partner was merely assessing him. Ocean has been without his presence. The opportunistic girlfriend, a fortune hunter, seizes the moment to grasp Su Chen's arm and entreat him. She invited him to accompany her for a promenade and offers apologies for chastising him the prior day in hopes that he won't harbor resentment toward her. The performance fails to move him whatsoever, and he withdraws his limb, informing her that he's preoccupied and she should proceed and amble by herself. Xiaoqian is astonished that Su Chen is behaving so haughtily, but Lena rouses her from it and indicates that he's hailing a cab someplace. This might be her ultimate evaluation. So she urges Xiaoqian to pursue him in a separate taxi and ascertain where he ventures. Su Chen proceeds to the ice manufactory to confer with the director and submit his requisition. The elder statesman salutes him and appears amazed that Su Chen is so youthful, despite all the commodities that he's procuring. The two clasp hands then. The younger gentleman follows the dialogue by inquiring how long ITLL required to fabricate and transport the 2,000 tons of ice that he had commissioned. The director reassures Su Chen that their ice production facility is very streamlined and among the finest in the territory. He pledges to provide the consumable ice in 3 days, and the aggregate cost of it all would be 800,000 won. Su Chen concurs and tenders a 100,000 when security. Then he furnishes the man a location to deliver the ice to in 3 days. Now that the negotiation has been ratified, the man resolves to query him why he needs such vast ice. Was there some manner of large scale happening occurring someplace? If he is a frequent coordinator, then they could collaborate more in the time ahead. He was somewhat accurate, since there is unquestionably a large-scale event transpiring shortly. But Su Chen can't just informally inform him that. So instead, he fabricates that he intends to contribute all the ice to the Alishan for philanthropy. The director is astounded, but at the conclusion of the day, an 800,000 yuan arrangement has been finalized instantly at the doorway. That youthful gentleman must truly be remarkable. As he observes Su Chen's cab depart, another taxi arrives, and he ponders if this is someone additional here for commerce. Without a prior meeting, Xiaoqian and Lena alight from the taxi and stroll over to converse with the director. Xiaoqian informs the proprietor that Su Chen is her betrothed, and she desires to know what they were discussing. He questions her slightly and wonders if this is some kind of sleuthing charade, but he still discloses to her that Su Chen had requisitioned 800,000 yuan worth of ice from his enterprise. Xiaoqian and Lena nearly shriek at the reference of that, since this practically validates that Su Chen must be some type of second generation, ultra-affluent individual. No one in their sound senses would expend that much currency on merely ice. Lena frantically inquires what Su Chen wishes to do with so much ice, and he tells them that Su Chen intends to contribute it for benevolence. Of all the retorts they anticipated, they absolutely were not foreseeing that. Returning with our champion, Su Chen has now acquired all the articles he would necessitate to endure in the cataclysm, and now he resolves to savor the scant time he has remained before the globe plunges into pandemonium. In his former existence, he was excessively engaged, working to ever contemplate doing anything in opulence. Even visiting a modest cafe was beyond consideration for him, since he was so absorbed. So he opts to visit a posh restaurant to unwind and gratify himself. A server greets him and presents him a carte du jour to peruse. There's a plethora of delectable victuals like buttered chicken, naan, and charbroiled steak, with each selection on the register requiring him to disburse up to 4 figures. One carte du jour item in particular captures his gaze, and it appears to be an enigma item that costs 17,000 yuan. He inquires about it, and the server verifies that it's a repast personally concocted by the head culinarian of the establishment. The specifics completely hinge on the chef's muse. That sounds captivating, so Su Chen chooses to procure that for himself. In his former existence, at the onset of the cataclysm, an uncanny force prompted numerous creatures to transmute and transform into dreadful behemoths. There were many monstrosities like a colossal serpent that materialized amidst the deluges. In the initial phases of the cataclysm, he would need to ready himself to confront those entities when they commence to manifest. But for the present, his optics are attracted to a rose-haired stunner, approaching his table with his sustenance. She presents herself as the master culinarian of the establishment, and she conveyed the nourishment she specially customized for him. Based on his disposition, she doesn't need to identify herself, since Su-chan already perceived her. In his former existence, she was renowned as Hell's culinarian. Duan Yashi possessed the mystical gastronomic talent to convert decay, behemoth flesh into fare, and no one could withstand its allure. Nevertheless, those dishes were prepared utilizing alterations, procured from inside monstrous beasts, and ingesting them would culminate in certain demise. She observes his somber demeanor and ponders if he presumes that a ravishing woman like her will contaminate his nourishment. So she endeavors to pacify him by presenting the fare. The concoction is titled Dual-Faceted Existence, and it's a segment of steak where one facade is tuna, sautéed in brown butter, while the alternate facade is deep-fried in flaky pastry. It's a type of steak with two palates that leave a profound impression. Su-chan conceals his mien and samples a morsel of the steak. It is unequivocally worth the 17,000 yuan he expended on, and the flavor is truly exquisite. If only she could prepare meals for him in the cataclysm. But it's conceivable that she could adulterate his nourishment, and he would possess no inkling. Meantime, external to the establishment, Xiaoqian and Lina observe the locale with envy and speculate what precisely Su-chan is consuming there. They've gathered that each dish costs at minimum 10,000 yuan, and the reality that he's casually visiting there for a collation just additionally substantiates to them that he must be some variety of second-generation scion. Once Xiaoqian becomes an affluent spouse, she will undoubtedly be capable of supporting her sisters. Subsequently, in his expedition around the metropolis, Su-chan proceeds over to the Ariascan's lounge, in the gilded sales repository of Xanadu. In his antecedent life, he lamented not being able to relish these kinds of lavish venues. And once the cataclysm commences, then venues like these will cease to exist. So he's seizing the opportunity to survey this locale as extensively as he can. A coterie of damsels sit beside him. As soon as he gets ensconced, he consents to imbibe with them, but his optics discern that one of the damsels doesn't appear as zealous about being there. As her companions, the damsels inform him that her name is Yunya, and this is her inaugural visit to the club. Her beau just recently betrayed her, so they brought her to the club to have some amusement. The fellow didn't cohabit with her at all, and proceeded to be unfaithful to her with an elderly woman. She's so despondent that she quaffs an entire tumbler of spirits, then slams it upon the table. She then queries Su-chan if he's unattached, and if he desires to have some merriment with her. The damsels encourage him on while Xiaoqian and Lina penetrate the club, and observe the two of them getting cozy in the rear. He notices the pair of them. Then he takes the damsel by the shoulder and escorts her up the staircase. The two damsels pursue him as he ascends the stairs and into an arbitrary bedchamber. He secures the portal behind them and attempts to apologize for bringing her upstairs in a flurry. But the damsel seems more captivated in reclining with him. Our champion has no inclination in exploiting her when she's clearly melancholy. So he taps her on the brow and cautions her not to venture out and to endeavor to amass provisions in her abode while she still is able. Then he tries to counsel her not to frequent places like these, since she appears to be more romantically inclined than her companions. But then he perceived that there's no purpose, since there will be no time ahead for her to fret about. It's uncommon for him to have an occasion to come to a venue like this, but in this circumstance, he has no recourse but to elude them. He ambles into the rear of the concourse and beholds the two damsels, breaching down numerous portals in an effort to locate him. With these two present, there's no prospect for him to revel for the remainder of the eve. He contrives to evade their pursuit for him, and journeys homeward to repose and escape from the rampaging damsels. The subsequent day, all the articles he commissioned, including the fumeless charcoal and the ice, were dispatched to him. Several lorries materialized before a depot he had leased for the consignment, and he pilots them in to deliver the commodities. When the haulers is apprehensive that the depot lacks a refrigerated chamber, which signifies that there's a possibility that all the ice will liquefy, but he instructs them not to fret about that. He directs them to transfer the commodities into the depot and steers them to particular locations in the depot. While all of this is transpiring, Xiao Yu locates Xiaoqian to inform her that Su-chan has leased a vast depot in the outskirts, and he also procured a lot of sizable apparatuses that are being relocated into the depot. She's intrigued by what he's undertaking, so she proceeds over to the depot with Lena to observe what's occurring for herself. The initial spectacle they behold as soon as they arrive there is the colossal feast from the Verdant City Hotel being delivered and arranged. There was even a crimson carpet unfurled, and the entire arrangement resembled an after-party for a nuptial. Lena is persuaded that Su-chan would propose, and then invitees will arrive from all quarters to witness the wedding. Xiaoqian is still conceited enough to declare that even if he proposes, then she might not acquiesce to it. Then she requests Lena to escort her, to witness just how earnest Su-chan will be towards her. They proceed over, and Xiaoqian queries him why precisely he's procuring so many articles, and what he wishes to do with so many provisions. He doesn't respond to them. Then he instructs her to assist relocating the containers into the depot. If she assists, then he will divulge to her everything she needs to comprehend. Xiaoqian is repulsed by him, implying that she would perform servile labor. She's aspiring to become an affluent lady. So how can he anticipate her to do such arduous work? Lena reminds her that this is an evaluation for her, to ascertain if she's eligible to become an affluent lady. Despite still being horrified that she's being instructed to do menial work, she resolves to just perform it for the benefit of her future affluent girl existence. She contrives to hoist a weighty container onto her shoulder to demonstrate to him that she's not just a fragile woman. Lena also endeavors to assist out as well, since she comprehends that second-generation affluent individuals are typically libidinous, and there's a possibility that she could become an affluent lady as well, if she maneuvered her circumstances astutely. All the while, Su-chan just chuckled at the gratuitous labor he was obtaining from these two. There were so many provisions to relocate around, and even though the hotel had dispatched some personnel to assist, it would still necessitate a lengthy duration to get everything into the depot. They expend the entire day relocating items, and by twilight, they are concluded with all the labor done. Xiaoqian is depleted and irate. She toiled all through the day without even a repast. Assuredly, after all this, she will unequivocally become an affluent lady, just like she has constantly envisioned. Lena also reclines on the floor depleted. She can't fathom that Su-chan made them hoist weighty items all through the day. Just the ice slabs alone weighed over 100 pounds apiece. But now the evaluation is ultimately concluded, and he's going to make her his spouse. Then they'll have a grand nuptial, and all the opulent invitees will commence appearing. At minimum, that's what she surmised when she ambled over to accost Su-chan. The gentleman is occupied remunerating all the laborers substantial sums of currency as gratitude for their arduous labor. Then he pledges to finalize the outstanding invoice during the week, according to their agreement. The laborers all chant in gratitude before departing, while Xiaoqian reclines against the portal awaiting him to propose to her. Su-chan ambles past her and proceeds towards the depot. On his trajectory, he thanks her for assisting, but informs her that she isn't receiving any remuneration for her labor, then tells her to depart. Xiaoqian frantically implores him to cease jesting around with her. There had to be invitees arriving to witness them commence their fine and blissful wedded existence. That's what all these arrangements were for correct. Su-chan is bemused by her notions of a fine existence. He almost desires that their happily ever after would materialize. But now not only did he liquidate his abode, but he's in a mountain of liabilities from the numerous financings he has procured to acquire all this material. Lena exclaims in astonishment behind them. That had to be unfeasible. He acquired over 10 million yen worth of sustenance from an establishment, as well as tens of thousands of other provisions. How could he be insolvent after all of that? Su-chan resolves to prevaricate, that there's a magnate who desired to perform a virtuous act, so he resolved to contribute. The magnate wishes to unite individuals from philanthropy together and furnish them sustenance and provisions. Xiaoqian can't endure it anymore and pounces at him. She vociferates that he deceived her, and he has been deluding her this entire duration. But our champion effortlessly evades the assault and informs her that he never deceived her. This entire affair was merely her fantasy, and she was left imagining something that wasn't factual. She persists vociferating at him while she reclines on the terrain. She presumed he was a second-generation affluent gentleman, but now that she comprehends that he's insolvent, she informs him that he can dismiss marrying her. That's perfectly acceptable with him, since no one would ever heed a fortune hunter like her. That propels Xiao Qian over the brink, and she departs furiously, vowing that he will rue everything he has perpetrated to her. Lena follows behind, but not before admonishing Su Chun that he's doomed. Su Chun is not even remotely perturbed about the vacuous warnings. In the cataclysm, the sole individuals that will rue anything are they. Once the cataclysm commences, with the two vexations departed, he secures himself in the depot and surveys the mountain of assets that he has contrived to amass. At present, his sole task is to anticipate the cataclysm to arrive. He utilizes his boundless repository and secures them for future use. Presently, with every single task completed, he returns to the verdant city establishment to savor another tranquil repast, whilst anticipating for society to crumble. As he reposed in the establishment's foyer with a pleasant repast, a boisterous assembly of individuals streams in, and they are all individuals whom he identified. Dahai informs Xiao Qian that her sole requirement is to accompany Xiao Yu to discover the prosperous existence for which she has yearned. For within Xanadu his pronouncements still hold considerable sway, and he shall be capable to provide for her. The more youthful gentleman seizes the chance to assure her that he will guarantee to compensate for the poor conduct Su Chun inflicted upon her. He advises her that she ought to have abandoned the tormentor much earlier. To partner him, Xiao Qian is swayed by the entire charade instantly, and permits him to embrace her as they proceed into the establishment. Subsequently, Xiao Yu reassures her that his elder sibling will make every endeavor to ensure that they exact retribution against Su Chun on her behalf. To her mind, Xiao Yu seems tolerable, and his elder sibling is rather affluent additionally. Associating with him shall be superior to being with a sycophant. Akin to Su Chun, the clamor ultimately prompts Su Chun to interject, and pointedly remarks that Xiao Qian truly isn't discerning with whomever she opts to align with. His abrupt manifestation startles her greatly, and Xiao Yu seizes the chance to inform his sibling that this individual is the person who ventured to assault him. Dahai identifies him as the fellow to whom he extended substantial credit. Lately, the larger gentleman had intended to locate him for some duration. However, now that he is aware that his recipient is the identical individual who troubled his sibling, he presently possesses further intentions for the unwise junior male. Xiao Yu is astonished that his sibling is acquainted with Su Chun, and the imposing figure informs him that this fellow is the identical individual who pledged his residence and borrowed exceeding 500,000 yuan from his person. Furthermore, in addition to that, coincidentally, it occurs that the morrow is the settlement day. It appears they both possess grievances to resolve with him. Xiao Qian is repulsed by the reality that he even possessed the temerity to borrow funds from Dahai. Consequently for that, he surely will not manage to settle the obligation within his existence. Fortunately for her, she avoided association with him. Su Chun remains unperturbed by the clamorous visitors and placidly dabs his lips. Following his repast, Dahai stoops low and menaces Su Chun regarding his outstanding remittance. He should not be present reveling within an establishment, while the individual to whom he is greatly indebted is positioned directly and squarely before him. Xiao Yu exclaims that he will be incapable to remit the funds, irrespective of any circumstances. It is advisable they simply eliminate him while they possess the opportunity. The band of ruffians trailing him grin threateningly, and they too appear keen to pursue Su Chun. As all this is currently transpiring, Director Lewis intervenes to endeavor to placate the commotion. Dahai consents to discuss the matter. Should our hero prostrate himself and express remorse to him and his sibling? Should he comply, then they shall contemplate amicably resolving the issue. Director Lewis inquires of Su Chun precisely what has transpired, yet he disregards it, terming them merely insignificant irritants. That fails to appease the prominent one, and the larger gentleman forcefully strikes a substantial palm upon the surface. He had afforded our champion fundamental courtesy heretofore, yet this day his doom is certainly sealed. No action he performs this day can possibly rescue him from that which is to unfold, such as his conviction at minimum, until fresh arrivals enter the establishment's eatery, and the foremost individual insists on learning what is transpiring. Dahai and Su Chun alike identified this formidable appearing gentleman. He is known as Gao Chang, and within Su Chen's prior existence, he bore the moniker the Cranium Smasher. He, alongside Hell's Culinarian, constituted a dominant power in the cataclysm-ravaged realm of Shangdu. And he had also learned that subsequent to the cataclysm, the Verdant City establishment became the initial locus of the transmutations. Indeed, in reality, it is highly probable that Gao Chang's cranium-shattering powers developed within him, due to his presence at the establishment when the transmutations commenced. At present, however, Gao Chang is merely a prominent businessman in Xanadu, possessing an extensive web of contacts within the clandestine world, and numerous individuals beneath his direction. The gentleman observes that Su Chan exhibits a captivating gaze. Presently, as the turmoil has abated, and they were not creating disarray within his establishment, Gao Chang proceeds with the affairs he had at the establishment. He escorts Duanya to a private chamber in the establishment, wherein Mr. Sun awaits their arrival, decanting a goblet of vino upon their entrance. This gentleman is designated Mr. Sun, and the culinarian ponders what precisely he wishes to discuss with her. The gentleman informs Duanya that he has learned of her renowned loveliness, and this day he at last has the chance to encounter her directly. He presents her with a beverage, however, the culinarian can plainly perceive that some manner of substance has been mixed into it, while she gazes at the tumbler with utter incredulity. Concurrently then, Su Chan twirls his personal goblet of vino within his opulent sweet chamber. In his former existence, he concealed himself with Xiao Qian within their cellar, and they narrowly succeeded to endure the intense warmth of the cataclysm. He did not anticipate that at this very juncture he would abandon her, and she would ultimately end up pursuing him. Regardless, it presents a fine chance to resolve past grievances with her and exact his retribution. He observes Xiao Qian and her companions frolic outdoors in the swimming pool, and they appear not to perceive his presence. The pair of gentlemen are positioned outdoors clad in their bathing attire and anticipate the women to accompany them. Dahai perceives that the atmosphere has become significantly warmer lately, and it nearly appears as if it is warmer during nighttime than daytime. That is precisely the motive for which Xiao You propose that they visit the swimming area to refresh themselves. Observing the young women clad in bathing attire was merely intended as an extra advantage for their enjoyment. The pair of gentlemen are thrilled merely contemplating, and they embrace with elation because of the clever notion. The pair of young women proceed toward the pool clad in their bathing attire, and they perceive that the lunar orb appears more luminous than usual. Upon their arrival at the pool, Xiao Yu grasps Xiao Qian's palm and avows that his affection for her outshines the lunar radiance. She is indifferent to his futile overtures due to the excessive heat, and she merely desires to reach the cool water. Su Chun chuckles at them from his higher floor. The luminous crimson moon signifies that the cataclysm is imminent. He twirls his goblet of vino aloft and toasts to the commencement of the demise of the world. Abruptly, the lunar orb erupts with an intense, scorching warmth, and the quartet of individuals outdoors instantly perceive. They dash towards the establishment's main foyer. However, Dahai is insufficiently swift to match their pace. The lunar radiance abruptly seems intensely scorching, and their flesh commences to sear from the intense warmth. The individuals within the establishment perceive that the exterior has grown equally luminous, as though the solar orb was present and it was broad day. Dahai's associates question if he will remain unharmed. However, one among them remarks aloud that he is likely merely dallying with the young women, and they ought to permit him to his joyful pursuits. While they're conversing, Xiao Qian, Xiao Yu alongside Lena sprint back into the establishment's foyer, appearing as if they recently engaged in a fierce scuffle. For their very existence, they writhe upon the floor and scan their surroundings, frantically for an item to utilize and achieve coolness. Throughout this time, their flesh appears scorched and crimson. Xiao Yu spots an aquarium nearby, and the trio plunge within it, attempting to find respite. Whilst they are within its confines, they dispute amongst themselves regarding who may remain in the tank and who ought to exit it. Dahai's associates question their actions and why they appear so battered. Of greater consequence, indeed, They question Dahai's whereabouts and why they returned excluding him. Xiaoyu comprehends that they had forsaken his sibling outdoors. However, at that point, it is already excessively tardy. His flesh is scorched more severely than the others, and vesicles have formed covering his entire physique. Everybody hastens to attend to him ere he succumbs. Concurrently, Mr. Sun queries Duanya regarding her abstention from the wand. Ere she can respond, Gao Chang interjects swiftly and informs him that a grand feast has previously been arranged for him. Mr. Sun remains unconcerned nevertheless. He is solely troubled by the reality that Duanya did not imbibe that which was presented to her. No one within Xanadu ventures to refuse the vintage he serves. He instructs Gao Chang to withdraw, as this matter does not concern him. At that precise instant, Duanya comprehends that Gao Chang had entrapped her. He surely acted thus to attempt to ascend the hierarchy and secure Mr. Sun's esteemed approval. The imposing figure believes he is unconquerable within Xanadu, and that he is able to injure numerous females with impunity. And on this occasion, it appears as though he selected her. She is utterly convinced that there is something nefarious within the beverage, and she absolutely should not consume it nevertheless. There is no recourse available to her to evade this predicament. At that instant, the moon blazed with a searing scarlet glow. The luminescence dazzles both Gao Chang and Mr. Sun momentarily, ere the pair of them hasten to draw the drapes shut, owing to the intense heat. The pair of gentlemen are certain that some dreadful event is transpiring, and they resolve to descend to the lower level and gather further details, whilst Duanya exhales with profound reassurance that an interruption of that nature had rescued her from a dreadful fate. Downstairs in the lobby, all individuals in the establishment had congregated in the main foyer, attempting to flee. Director Lewis implores them to become composed and informs them that an aid party was en route to transport them to a much safer haven. The individuals, however, appear unconvinced, and pandemonium begins to erupt within the main foyer. Concurrently at this time, Gao Chang descends and inquires of someone what has transpired. He clarifies that there occurred an abrupt thermal increase, and the latest news reports had stated that scores of individuals had previously sustained harm. Mr. Sun attempts to contact one of his acquaintances to dispatch an individual to collect him from the establishment. However, they inform him that at present, they are laboring to ensure that no electrical disruptions occur, and consequently no one can be spared to arrive and retrieve him. Dahai continues to scorch painfully in a secluded spot due to his unshielded contact with the intense solar rays. His associates inform him that he requires transport to the hospital. Whilst he cries out in agony, each instant's contact is made. However, with the extreme heat externally, it is impossible that they will be able to reach the medical facility. He attempts to contact another of his associates, Xiao Dao, specifically to journey yonder and collect him. Xiao Dao is currently within the subterranean parking structure of their property firm's central office, and he commences his journey forth to retrieve them from the establishment. Being beneath the surface, he does not sense the warmth as intensely as others, until he steers onto the thoroughfare and perceives that all surroundings are luminous, as though it remained full daylight. Subsequently, his tires rupture and the vehicle ceases operation on the roadway. He is compelled to exit his vehicle and sprint back towards the structure. He contacts Dahai to inform him concerning the vehicle's tire failure. However, his focus is redirected to a more agonizing matter. He lurched, then he stumbled, plummeting to the earth. He then unseals his eyes and perceives there lies a wholly molten and dissolved corpse. Situated near him, he shrieks and endeavors to rise. Yet his flesh adheres to the surface as he attempts. The fervor had already liquefied much of his visage and adhered him firmly to the floor. Meanwhile, at the lodge, all Dayan and his entourage can discern are piercing shrieks emanating from the device, as the intense fervor scorches Xiao Dao upon the floor. While all this pandemonium transpires on the level below, Su Chan slumbers serenely in an agreeable, superbly climate-controlled chamber with nary a worldly concern. Nearly instantly urgent bulletins disseminated on the television, alerting individuals that the peculiar thermal deviation had already claimed almost 100 souls. It counseled citizens to remain sheltered inside, to avert dermal and airway searing. The fervor is so immense that shortly thereafter, the urban power infrastructure dramatically explodes, plunging all areas into utter blackness. Dahai persists in trying to reach the driver again, yet the connection invariably fails to establish. It appears that the driver has now perished. And to compound these matters, all remaining accommodations within the inn are entirely reserved. Dahai and his entourage were compelled to secure the final vacant chamber, which they must now jointly occupy with Xiao Qian and Lina. The pair of young women are quite displeased with this new arrangement, and they protest, asserting they require their own individual quarters. Amidst their bickering, the electricity suddenly fails them, which signifies the climate control also ceased functioning within the inn, prompting the structure's internal heat to escalate swiftly. Should they fail to vacate the sweltering room, they will asphyxiate from the oppressive heat, while the males endeavor frantically to shed their attire and desperately seek some means to alleviate the heat. Xiao Qian recollects Su Chun had secured the grand presidential suite. It even featured a private pool where they'd oust him. They could then seize the luxurious accommodations for themselves. Su Chun, in the meantime, relished the evening by immersing himself in his sweet private pool. In his prior existence, the urban power supply harbored latent perils from negligent upkeep. Regardless of the immense human effort that was invested, the urban power infrastructure inevitably detonated, despite all concerted efforts to prevent it. As a direct consequence, all consumers reliant upon the urban power grid suffered the impact. Thus, he purposefully selected an accommodation possessing a private pool, and he furthermore readied numerous upright climate control units with substantial emergency power sources to guarantee the chamber maintained a consistently tolerable ambient temperature. He employs his dimensional powers to conjure portions of his stockpiled ice, alongside a bountiful spread of provisions to savor at his leisure. It is merely the inaugural day of this cataclysmic event, so he plans to inaugurate it with a simple morning repast. As he readies himself to partake of his meal, a forceful rap abruptly sounds upon his door. He promptly unseals it, and the males and young women beyond instantly perceive that within. The chamber is remarkably chill the very instant he unseals the entry. They observe the impressive array of climate control units and the numerous ice slabs maintaining the chamber's refreshing ambient chill. The females berate him for his self-absorption and reveling in such opulence, while they continue to swelter outside. They endeavor to coerce him to vacate the chamber for their benefit, while Dahai asserts to him his substantial financial obligation to Dahai's enterprise, to merely settle the accrued financial charges of the recent days. He merely needs to relinquish this very chamber to the senior figure, or else he shall personally eject our hero out himself. Su Chan flatly refuses such terms and produces a firearm for self-preservation before discharging a round directly into Dahai's vulnerable midsection. He cautions them gravely that should they advance even a single pace, then he will not hesitate to fire again. The mere appearance of the firearm renders them all utterly motionless, while Dahai gazes down aghast at the fresh bullet injury in his midsection. As they have still not yet vacated his immediate threshold, he discharges his weapon anew, this instance targeting Dahai's lower limb. He then informs them starkly he will swiftly enumerate to 3, and if they are not entirely vanished from his direct sight, then he will unleash a volley of further projectiles at them. The terrified group requires no further convincing, and they flee with utmost haste. Meanwhile, within the inn's main reception hall, Gao Chong insistently questions the utter lack of any provisions throughout the. Innkeeper Lewis offers his regrets, explaining that merely days prior to this, an individual reserved 1,000 settings for an elaborate banquet, and as a direct result, they had nearly exhausted all culinary provisions. They were scheduled to receive a fresh resupply shipment this very day. However, the intense heat wave is patently preventing that particular delivery now, as there are now insufficient quantities remaining. Mr. Sun demands all remaining water and sustenance be delivered to him exclusively. The gathered individuals in the foyer vociferously objected an attempt to assault him, yet his menacing enforcers only narrowly manage to shield him from the throng. Throughout this entire commotion, he merely sits back, seemingly unperturbed by the vast assembly of irate individuals gathered before him, all endeavoring to assault his person then quite abruptly, a small contingent of individuals abruptly burst into the main foyer, vociferously proclaiming that Su Chun had attempted to murder an individual. Gao Qing discerns clearly that Dahai bears fresh bullet injuries now, yet he understands that there are exceedingly few people who can procure access to a firearm. It appears there is a formidable character residing on the upper floors. Xiao Qing proclaims to all present that Su Chen's chamber possesses electricity, climate control, and even a personal swimming pool. That revelation captures everyone's immediate attention, and she affirms that she witnessed it with her very own eyes. There was also abundant food and plentiful ice cubes, which rendered the room akin to a paradise. Compared to the sweltering inferno that was the hotel lobby, the crowd rapidly unites in purpose and surges its way upstairs to directly confront Su Chun, and Dahai commands his underlings to shadow them and ensure that Su Chun relinquishes his chamber. Regardless of the methods, the throng reaches the portal to the presidential room, and when Su Chun unseals the doorway, they receive a tantalizing breath of the cool air within the room. They all implore him to permit them to remain in his room, while a young child peeks his head into the chamber, searching for the savory fried chicken that Xiao Qian had described. Once he espies it, he sprints into the room in a wild frenzy, desperate for even a mere morsel of the food. But a swift kick to his stomach sends him hurtling back into the crowd. That single action incites the crowd into a furious frenzy. Since he physically struck a child, they conclude that someone like him does not merit occupancy in such an opulent chamber. They endeavor to surge at him, but he brandishes the firearm and discharges it blindly into the throng, eliminating one of the individuals positioned at the rear. As the man collapses lifelessly to the floor, he reminds them that he may stand alone, but they each possess only a single existence downstairs. Xiaoyu shrieks aloud once he perceives his sibling is outside, prostrate beneath the mercilessly scorching sun. The remainder of his brother's cohorts restrain Xiaoyu from rushing outside, as his sibling is already long since deceased. His injury was already septic and rapidly decaying, and due to the extreme ambient temperature, and there was no available medicine to treat the injury. The man succumbed. Xiaoyu knows precisely who to hold accountable for this, and it is the individual who shot his brother in the initial confrontation. That very man himself is currently being enticed by Xiao Qian and Lina, who are endeavoring to remind him how profoundly she adores him. They assert to him that he could not possibly shoot them, and he was merely attempting to intimidate Dahai and his companions. They implore him to grant them entry, and if he consents, they will fulfill his every desire. He perceives how utterly desperate they are to be with him, and at long last resolves to permit them entry. Before they can act, Xiao Yu charges forcefully through them, intent on slaying Su Chun and avenging his fallen brother. That provokes Su Chun to declare that any who breach his doorway will perish before he produces a baseball bat and sends Xiao Yu soaring. With a single powerful impact, he flies backward, colliding into the two women positioned behind him and sending them all sprawling to the ground. Now that they have witnessed his brutality for themselves, the two young women desire no proximity to him whatsoever, so he commands them to vanish from his presence. They drag the unconscious form of Xiao Yu away, and he glances upward at the armed surveillance apparatus that he had installed strategically beside the doorway. Had they not departed, they would have surely perished, irrespective of whether they managed to eliminate him in the ensuing chaos. Elsewhere, a convoy of armored military vehicles navigates the blazing thoroughfares. Proceeding towards the end, the tires have been altered into robust treads, and the windows have been heavily insulated to guarantee that the rescue contingent can endure the perilous journey. To the hotel and back, one of the transports halts before the inn, and several armed personnel in insulated gear step out and proceed into the hotel's main lobby. They inquire if Lu Zhonghua from the esteemed academy is within the structure, and he emerges from the assembled crowd, moving towards them. The rescue unit is present for him and exclusively for him, and they provide him with the insulated protective suits to don, so he can depart safely with them. Professor Liu is a distinguished geological authority, and he will be capable of playing a crucial role in mitigating the disaster. The remainder of the individuals in the lobby erupt in vocal protest because they are attempting to extricate only a single individual instead of the entire multitude of people who are also ensnared in the end. One of the armed men proclaims that The governing authorities have already initiated a distinct rescue undertaking that will commence precisely at the stroke of midnight, which is the absolute coldest interval of the day. Once the cloak of night descends, they can all navigate their way to Silicon Valley Plaza, where they will locate the designated rescue point. The others within the lobby rejoice that they will shortly be extricated. However, not every individual is entirely satisfied. Mr. Sun lunges towards one of the insulated security personnel and insists that they furnish him with an insulated suit so he can depart along with them. But the guard is effortlessly able to subdue him with no alternative courses of action. He commands Gao Chong to forcibly acquire one of the insulated suits for him, but they cannot make a move with several firearms aimed at them. The soldiers pivot to take their leave, but Xiao Qian intercepts one of their number and informs them that there is a murderer residing upstairs. Lena also proclaims that the said murderer possesses a firearm, and he has already taken the lives of several people, and he came perilously close to killing them as well. One of the military personnel, Xiao Feng, elects to remain behind and scrutinize the developing situation. The other soldiers caution him not to be overly rash and to concentrate solely on successfully completing the assigned mission. But he declines their counsel and reassures them that he will contact them. After fully addressing the present circumstances, he ascends the stairway towards the upper floors, and Xiao Qian exults at the prospect that after Su Chun is fatally shot, then she will be permitted to stay in the room and await rescue. Xiao Feng stealthily approaches the presidential suite's entrance. But then, however, he discerns a surveillance camera observing him through a potted plant in the alcove. Before he can fully register it, the door swings open and two explosive devices are hurled out. The initial one is a brilliant flash device, which instantaneously deprives him of his sight. Then the subsequent one is noxious tear gas, which induces him to cough in an uncontrollable manner while he is struggling to recover his bearings. Su Chun deftly maneuvers behind the unsuspecting soldier and strikes him forcefully with the baseball bat. Rendering him completely unconscious, he regains awareness a short interval later, securely bound to a sturdy chair, and still experiencing the lingering effects of the gas and the blow to his cranium. And the very first thing he perceives is that the area is remarkably cool. Then he observes Su Chan scrutinizing his military identification while gripping his weapon. He also comprehends that he has been divested down to his undergarments, and all his protective armor has been confiscated as well. Now that he is fully conscious, they can commence conversation. But the soldier is significantly more intrigued by how a seemingly ordinary individual acquired so many ice cubes and functioning climate control units. He is also profoundly curious about how he obtained access to so many armaments and flashbang grenades. Suchin informs him that he is a recent university graduate, and he procured the firearms and everything else during an excursion to the Middle Eastern region. The narrative is utterly and completely implausible, but there is absolutely nothing our protagonist can do to alter that perception. So he instead transitions to posing more critically important inquiries. Suchin desires to ascertain if the governing body has established rescue points for citizens to proceed to. In the morning, the soldier is visibly astonished that he possesses that knowledge. But Suchin does not inquire further, and instead, he elaborates further that being subjected to the lunar illumination for more than 10 minutes can precipitate a loss of consciousness. And this will invariably cause many individuals to perish en route to the rescue. Xiao Feng is aware of this, but there is no alternative method to save people. They have successfully established designated safe havens and modified rescue conveyances within the immediate vicinity. And all they require is for the inhabitants to reach the rescue rendezvous point on their own volition. All they must do is to wear some manner of insulated cover, and they should then be able to survive the trek to the rescue location. Suchin places a reassuring hand upon his shoulder and moves behind him, with a firearm now aimed at the posterior of his head. The soldier pleads for a brief moment for our protagonist not to execute him, but Suchin severs the restraints and thus sets him at liberty. He respects the soldier's dedicated work and resolves to let him depart, but not before cautioning him about the strategically mounted guns on the ceiling. If any individual comes pursuing him again, those armaments will automatically activate and no one will survive except himself. He comprehends the situation and elects to depart in a peaceful manner, but not before all his personal firearms are duly confiscated. The individuals congregated in the lobby observed that the soldier departed, without divulging any information to them, except for advising them to wear some form of insulated blankets. While they proceed towards the designated rescue point, Mr. Sun forcefully strikes Gao Chang in a fit of anger and assigns blame to him for everything not unfolding according to his desires. The remaining people contemplate just how much longer they will be forced to endure the vexing man, but they possess no alternative options for the present moment. Once the official rescue contingent has taken them into their care, they will undoubtedly require Mr. Sun's influential connections to live with some comfort. Su Chen observes them intently from the concealing shadows and inquires if Gao Chang genuinely wishes to re-establish societal order, even in tumultuous circumstances such as these. The two men instantly become markedly hostile once they perceive his presence, but he manages to pacify them by informing them that he is merely present to propose a transaction. To further placate them, he reveals a container brimming with consumable ice cubes. The two men react with unrestrained excitement for the ice cubes, and one of them rashly suggests that they eliminate Su Chun and proceed to acquire more ice directly from his room. Su Chun courteously counters that particular notion with an assault rifle pressed firmly to the throat. Gao Yang appears to possess a greater degree of common sense and proposes that they negotiate a mutually beneficial deal with him instead. Owing to that sensible suggestion, Su Chun consents to provide them both some cubes of ice. While they are engaged in negotiation, the other man wonders just what exactly is contained within our protagonist's private room. When merely a single cube of ice feels this incredibly good, Gao Yang resolves that for the immediate future, they will tentatively agree to his stipulated demands. Then they will subsequently seek an opportune moment to eliminate him later. While they are savoring the refreshing ice, Mr. Sun observes them savoring the ice bits and assaults Gao Chang due to it. The larger fellow informs his underling that he must present superior items subsequently. Otherwise, he shall become deceased flesh. Then he seizes the pail of ice bits and relishes them personally. As he is consuming, he spots Duanya in the nook, yet completely attired in her formal wear, notwithstanding the reality that all others have disrobed, owing to the intense fervor. She scowls at him as he ridicules her for excessive decorum, yet that solely prompts him to seize her by the hand and attempt to drag her off because he is feeling inclined. She recoils and strikes him soundly on the visage for his contact, and he responds by tearing asunder her blazer in a fury. Then he menaces to impose his desires upon her, directly there within the enfoyer for all assembled to witness. With her blazer absent, he perceives that she is indeed drenched with perspiration, and he proposes to remove the remainder of her attire. That is the ultimate provocation for Gao Chang, and he at last confronts the imposing fellow. Mr. Sun is startled by the sound for an instant, yet he pivots about furiously and questions Gao Chang if he truly comprehends to whom he speaks. Nevertheless, Mr. Sun fails to grasp that he is addressing an individual who no longer cares at all. Gao Chang retrieves a blade from his rear and thrusts it forcefully into the bigger fellow's throat. The individuals in the foyer become frantic now that an additional individual has been slain. Gao Chang informs them that Su Chun is correct. The planet is ceasing and individuals like Mr. Sun must perish with him. Now, with that fellow deceased, the location came under Gao Chang's authority, and all others may either heed him and proceed to the salvation spot, or remain there and perish. Su Chun observes them from an upper level. It appears his statements are impactful, and because Gao Chang was the proprietor of the inn in his prior existence, he has fruitfully quickened the procedure of him assuming control of the location subsequently. The fresh commander of the Green City Lodge savored a substantial beverage from the pail of liquid that Su Chun had presented to him previously. Both Lina and Xiao Qian implored his appendages for him to grant them a small amount of liquid from in recompense for whatever he desires. He hurls the liquid at them and instructs them to trail him, so he may make them perform whatever he wishes. As the pair of females struggle for the liquid on the earth, one of Gao Chang's associates inquires if he does not intend to proceed to the salvation spot. The leader dissents and informs them that because it is apocalypse and they desire to endure. Then they must depend upon their own capabilities. The salvation spot is a kilometer distant, and if they do not arrive there living, then it is assured demise since they are lacking provisions. Then they ought not to be bringing parasites along. Gao Chang concurs with that reality, and he resolves to emulate a tactic from Su Chen's strategy by retaining them as expendable shields. When a midnight hour strikes, it is the moment for individuals to commence moving toward the salvation spot. Numerous individuals envelop themselves in coverings and depart the inn toward security ever since Gao Yang assumed command of the provisions. The remainder of the individuals in the inn have not received any sustenance or liquid. Remaining in the inn would be assured demise. Yet if they proceed to the salvation spot, then there could exist a slight possibility of endurance. The sizable assembly of individuals ambles along the desolate pathways, with planks secured to their footwear. Yet even with that, the fervor remains nearly overwhelming. One of the endurers stumbles on the planks and tumbles onto the exceedingly scorching pavement. She instantly liquefies upon the earth, as the remaining endurers proceed onward lacking her. At a moment such as this, nobody comprehends if they can manage to endure. Thus, there is no occasion to fret about others, even if they are kin or cherished individuals. Xiao Qian and Lina envelop themselves and prepare to depart the vicinity. Also within the inn, they possess merely sufficient provisions for approximately 2 days. Thus, they are particularly eager to arrive at the salvation spot and consume as greatly as they are able. Yet prior to their departure, one of the fellows tears the covering away from Xiao Qian. He informs her that Gao Chang provided them sustenance. Thus, they ought not to be so hasty to depart. He instructs them to engage in amusement with him rather than depart. As he tears Xiao Qian's garments, the pair of them implore him to convey them to a chamber initially, prior to them commencing their amusement. All the while, Su Chun observes all events from the uppermost level. In his prior existence, he proceeded to the salvation spot with the others. Yet nobody instructed him to fetch a cover. Thus, even though it was merely a brief kilometer, numerous individuals perished along the route there, at minimum with his counsel from previously. Additional individuals ought to be capable of enduring the journey and reaching security. Concurrently, the pair of young women persisted to implore the fellow to grant them some seclusion. Yet he chuckles at them and inquires what they are possibly frightened of. It is not as if there are phantoms in the vicinity. As he utters that, 2 undead creatures shatter through the pane into the foyer. Gao Chang and the rest in the foyer shriek as they advance deliberately toward them, and Xiao Yu ponders if they too shall become undead creatures. If they're mauled, Gao Chang seizes the other fellow by the throat and hurls him toward the undead as a diversion, and his flesh sears the instant they make contact. Upon witnessing all of this, Su Chun at last resolves to participate in the events. He descends the stairs with a Japanese sword on his rear and instructs the remaining individuals to step away. They are astonished that he desires to confront those entities alone. Yet Gao Chang instructs them to observe and permit him his actions, and when he slays them, they shall slay him. Concurrently, Su Chun observes the undead as they snarl toward it. In his prior existence, cadavers that are subjected to solar rays shall alter. However, they are not genuinely undead, which signifies that they will not disseminate the contagion. He names them aridity fiends, and they are akin to beasts of the identical designation in a well-known Chinese mythical being's tone. These aridity fiends genuinely preserve some recollections and affiliations from when they were living and in Mr. Sun's prior existence. He was slain by Gao Chang, which ought to cause him to cling to the yearning for vengeance, which consequently transformed him into an aridity fiend. Thus, due to that, the undead Mr. Sun utterly disregards Su Chun and sprints across to slay his assassin rather. Regarding Dahai, he perished from the projectile injuries that Su Chun inflicted. Thus, he charges toward our main character rather. The sizable aridity fiend thrusts a taloned appendage at the lesser fellow, and he is readily capable to evade. Then he sprints toward the other aridity fiend and brings his Japanese sword down directly through Mr. Sun's cranium, cleaving the aridity fiend entirely in twain. As he perishes a tiny violet gem emerges from his corpse and hovers before Su Chun. In the final cataclysm, wherein Gao Chang was the commander of the Green City Lodge. He surely acquired his abilities after slaying Mr. Sun in his prior existence. Also, that signifies that the gem shall invariably manifest within Mr. Sun. This is the crystalline core that can bestow ordinary individuals extraordinary might. Now it pertains to him, and he can utilize it to vastly enhance his capabilities. He scarcely even possesses an instant to seize it. Dahai charges toward him in sightless fury rather than engaging him. Su Chun vaults above the frenzied aridity fiend and alights securely upon the steps. Now that he possesses what he descended for, the remainder is reliant on Gao Chang and the others below. With no alternative option, the leader seizes Xiaoyu by the throat and hurls him toward Dahai. That succeeds in striking the fellow and his undead sibling into their reservoir of liquid. Then he bellows for the rest to locate armaments and assault. Concurrently, Su Chan decants himself a beverage and liquefies the gem within. In his prior existence, these crystalline cores sporadically manifest in the craniums of aridity, fiends, and additional altered creatures. They are exceedingly uncommon, and it solely manifests within every 1 in 100. To obtain the potency from them, one must cleanse the crystalline core meticulously, then ingest it immediately. Once the gem is entirely immersed in the beverage, he consumes the whole item in a single swallow. The results manifest instantly, and his physique erupted with such immense energy that his garments instantaneously detonate. He shrieks out in agony as his orbs become crimson, before ultimately crumpling unclothed upon the surface. Below it appears the undead Dahai is deceased. Gao Chang tramples on his cranium in fury and bellows for it to stir, yet it rests inert upon the surface. Slaying it additionally eliminated their final supply of liquid. Lacking any liquid, Lena resolves to attempt an escape to the salvation spot. Yet one of the fellows seizes her and states that he shall sever her limbs if she attempts to flee anew. She implores him to release her since lacking liquid. Everyone present will perish from dehydration regardless. Then she informs them that if they release her, she shall reveal to them a method to handle Su Chan that intrigues them, and they press her to articulate before they slay her. She informs them that Xiao Qian is Su Chen's betrothed, and if they assault her at Su Chen's threshold, then he shall certainly unseal the portal so they may ensnare him. The fellows concur with her, and Xiao Qian is astounded that her very sibling would propose employing her as a lure. They pivot to seize the former betrothed, and she informs them that she shall collaborate with their scheme. Yet initially, they must procure her some sustenance. She particularly desires some flesh. That is not feasible, because the flesh in the powered cooler has previously decayed. Yet Gao Chang possesses a notion. He presents her a blade as the other fellows assemble and restrain Lena. Then he informs her that if she desires flesh, then it is her decision. Xiao Qian comprehends swiftly and perceives that they intend her to consume her very siblings' meat. She contemplates it for an instant, then pivots to Lena threateningly whilst gripping the blade. Lena commences shrieking as Xiao Qian advances toward her. She endeavors to implore and recall to her that they are siblings, and that she ought not perform this. The other female questions her statements, and if they are truly siblings, because not very long past, her purported sibling had proposed that they employ her as a lure, without even contemplating it. She seizes Lena by the throat and plunges the blade into her abdomen numerous times, as she viciously slays her sibling. Even Gao Chun and his fellows observe in astonishment, as she informs her expiring sibling to fault herself for this occurrence. Then she cackles above the corpse as crimson fluid gathers at her feet. Now that the midday meal is obtained, she guffaws madly and vows that once she has completed consume, she will ascend to his chamber and imbibe his vital fluid. Gao Chang instructs them to permit Duanya to prepare the flesh, because they shall require all the might they can muster to confront Su. One of the fellows attempts to object, yet the leader recalls to him that lacking liquid, none of them shall endure a single day. Thus, if they do not wish to become a desiccated cadaver, then they ought to act as he directs. The fellow is hesitant. As Su Chun has awakened and resolves to test his abilities, he discerns that he has acquired corporeal capabilities, and his tolerance for warmth has also enhanced. Moreover, in addition to that, Even his brawn and his might have augmented as well. He assesses his newfound might by shattering a massive ice chunk with a single hand, as he remains and marvels at his fresh capabilities. A rapping sounds from his sweet entrance. It appears another individual has arrived at his threshold to disturb him. He peers via the surveillance monitor and observes that it's Hell's chef, Dwanya anticipating his arrival beyond his entrance. She nervously awaits for him to grant access and admit her entry. Everyone below has become unhinged, similar to Gao Chong, and the lower level is now perilous indeed. Her sole chance at this moment is to ally with Su Chun, and fortunately, she possesses some advantage to achieve her goal. When he eventually unlatches his entrance, he's still utterly bare. As he inquires of her if all is well and if she requires some assistance, she spots his unclothed form and shrieks aloud, while he hastily apologizes and recalls that he neglected to attire himself prior to emerging to greet her. He bids her enter his residence. And though he contemplated overpowering her, the ambience is somewhat uncomfortable now for the pair of them. But drawing from his former life, he understands that Duan Yang is an exceptionally resolute woman, and she shared a working partnership with Gao Chang. Thus, if he discovers a method to win her to his cause, then he shall gain significantly indeed. He commences by informing her that his supplies are scarce, and moreover, they had only just encountered each other. He cannot simply be anticipated to shelter her solely due to her attractiveness. Duanya discerns that. The chamber is amply supplied with cooling and power, and consequently therefore so, she will need to demonstrate her utility if she desires to abide there. She informs him she's not merely a cook. She's also an alumna from Southwest Medical University, indicating that she possesses a healthcare credential, licensure, and a trio of years' practice as a surgical practitioner. Her medical profession truly intrigues him quite a bit, but that fails to alter the reality that his provisions are scarce, and he's unsure if they can last until the morrow. She becomes frantic and pleads to him that, provided that he refrains from expelling her from the structure, then she will do anything he desires of her. He agrees to her proposal and instructs her to regard his chamber her sanctuary. Once she comprehends the full extent of her utterance, it's already far too late for her to rescind her words. He then cautions her that her sole option while in his company is to conduct herself well and to ensure that she harbors no hidden agendas or motives. Otherwise, he shall indeed eliminate her. She, however, truly harbors no intention of defying him and never once has. Questioned his approaches and his resolve. With all matters now firmly settled, he instructs her to remove all her attire, as it is now the moment to begin compensating him. She proceeds to bathe herself then. Since Su Chun has permitted her to reside in his quarters, there's running water power, and all necessities one might require to endure the cataclysm and remain untroubled by the external world. There's no requirement to consider the searing climate outside or becoming prey to the other survivors. For any individual located out there, this location would seem pure paradise. This does not imply Su Chun is some benevolent figure, however. His motives are quite apparent now, particularly so when he informed her that he would offer her an alternative sustenance to consume. But she possesses no real alternative now. It's either this or the searing and merciless cataclysmic world. Fortunately, she had previously anticipated that he would behave in this manner prior to her ascending to his private chamber, so there's no recourse available to her concerning it. Concurrently within the main common area, Su Chun observes her bathing ritual. He's not engaging in this for mere voyeurism. Naturally, he simply aims to avert her from any untoward actions or deeds. This is his own self-justification anyway. Following her ablutions, she emerges in a medical attendant-themed attire that he had particularly selected just for her. The garments are somewhat rather undersized and evidently insufficient to conceal all the vital areas. He informs her that she appears utterly flawless in that particular attire, which causes Duanya to flush and appear quite hesitant. Abruptly, there's a forceful hammering upon his main entrance. An individual is yelling for him to emerge and deliver them now. Concurrently, a different cry erupts that if he fails to appear forth, then he shall demolish the main entrance. Beyond the main threshold, an entity skulks threateningly with dagger-like fangs and talons. Whatever entity waits beyond no longer appears entirely hominid now. Su Chun is rather irritated that he must handle these buffoons once more again, then greatly fearful for his own existence. But Duanya cautions him strongly not to venture forth yet. These individuals have previously devoured poor Lena, and should they unseal the main entrance, then they could also become their prey. The detail of their cannibalism truly grabs Su Chen's immediate attention, and by his countenance, it signifies this is extremely dire tidings indeed. He departs his private quarters and emerges to confront the individuals anticipating him at his main door. He advises them to refrain from haste in demolishing the main entrance, as it would prove problematic should it sustain any harm. The figures before the portal appeared utterly unhinged and crazed, with blood vessels protruding across all their flesh, and also crimson frenzied orbs glaring from amidst their agitated group. Xiao Qian implores Su Chun to please rescue her now, while an individual from the group seizes her cranium. The very moment he finally emerges outside, they pivot towards him with their pointed fangs and cackle so wildly. It appears this situation will inevitably result in a violent conflict, regardless of how he chooses to manage it. Yet Su Chan appears entirely unperturbed by it all. He ventures forth into the main corridor, and instantly another of the assailants, who was concealed near the partition, attempts to waylay him brandishing a sharp knife. The surge of might our main character received previously from the unique demon crystal endows him with keen agility to thwart the assault and instantly shatter the assailant's upper limb, plunging the attacker's own blade back into his throat. That stuns the individuals, and they recoil, having witnessed his formidable prowess now. But Xiao Qian seizes the chance to separate from her vile captors, dashing towards Su Chan while yet imploring for him to deliver her. The feigned vulnerability charade fails to deceive him in the slightest, and he seizes her firmly by the neck instead, exposing her own personal set of pointed fangs and crimson orbs. After an individual consumes the flesh of mankind, their form shall transform, and then incisors will lengthen within their jaws. At this moment, Xiao Qian and the other men are not human anymore. He seizes the female firmly by her visage, making her hack violently and struggle to respire now. The individuals show no real worry by it, however. It is the apocalypse the world has concluded after all, and of what consequence is it if they consume human flesh, provided they endure this, regardless if they become truly sanguinary savage fiends. Ultimately, in the final reckoning, at least they shall yet exist. Xiao Qian proclaims that the human flesh was exquisite, and upon consuming it, her physique surged with immense new vigor. Now her sole requirement is to eliminate Su Chun and then seize his private quarters. She contorts her form and attempts to lash out at him using her talents. But a powerful blow from our hero propels her airborne down the long corridor, and smashing violently out through a window, she nearly plummets down onto the pavement far beneath. But she narrowly succeeds to arrest her fall in the very nick of time. She certainly will not absolve Su Chun this readily for this, however. External to the establishment remains searingly unimaginably torn, and she shrieks in agony while the solar rays incinerate her very form. Concurrently indoors now, the assailants resolve to charge upon him quite collectively, ere he gets an opportunity to brandish his personal firearm. Su Chan serenely ponders if he must truly expend precious ammunition on these ruffians, and an assailant cautions him to not misjudge their capabilities so excessively. He then leaps high skyward and readies to descend upon Su Chun to swiftly eliminate him then. Unluckily for him, Su Chun doesn't mind expending some, and he lifts his firearm, sending a projectile through the initial assailant's cranium. The remaining ones quickly disperse, wishing to evade the firearm completely and strike him when he was most vulnerable, owing to their newly altered physiques. Not merely are they more powerful currently, but also their reflex quickness has significantly enhanced as well. Simultaneously then, Su Chun persists in discharging rounds at them as they attempt to charge him, but they effortlessly evade all his shots. Under these circumstances, mere projectiles will prove insufficient to subdue them all. An assailant affixes himself onto the overhead surface before launching himself directly down upon Su Chun. But such a feeble assault is insufficient to startle our young hero now. He seizes the assailant by the cranium and smashes him onto the hard floor, dispatching him immediately right then. He intercepts the limb of a different assailant and wrests the blade from his grasp, before employing it to slash the throats of a pair of additional foes. Eliminating them, all the sole remaining individual is the augmented Gao Chang now, who charges towards him with his hand clenched ready for a concluding strike, yet akin to every one of his predecessors. Su-chan serenely seizes him just ere he can launch his assault and slams him against the partition hard by his throat. As he restrains, Gao Chang pressed firmly to the partition. An entity vaults through the window and alights at the far side of the passageway. It is Xiao Qian, and it appears as though solar radiation transformed her, bestowing upon her keen barbs along her spine and an extended caudal appendage, whilst also rendering her appearance even more increasingly unhinged. It appears she transformed rapidly into this most grotesque, fiendish form. Due to her incredibly intense fixation now for him, he breaks Gao Chang's cervical spine then, dispatching him immediately, then pivots to confront Xiao Qian for an ultimate confrontation, as she refuses to simply vanish from sight. His only recourse is to repeatedly dispatch her until she at last departs for good. Xiao Qian bellows in fury as the pair lock gazes in defiance. Concurrently, attendant Duan yet observes from within the secure confines of the chamber. She's astounded by the reality that Su-chan succeeded in this all solo. Vanquish Gao Chang's whole entire crew now. The recently emerged monstrous female that has now materialized, though, emits a distinctly altered and truly perilous, menacing aura. She attempts to devise a method to assist him in order to remain with him. She has no desire to become an encumbrance to him now, although his method of providing for her is somewhat rather dubious indeed now. While she ponders her next course of action, what steps to take, she spots a particular item within the chamber that could potentially allow her to fight directly alongside him now. The attendant returns to the chamber and emerges brandishing a long leather lash, prepared to battle against the grotesque, fiendish creature. She informs Su-chan to permit her to offer aid, but he is hardly moved by this. Lacking fear and declining to cower is a commendable quality indeed, but given her current revealing attire now, she will merely result in diverting his crucial attention now. The fiendish beast bellows once more, to alert the pair that they have more pressing matters at hand, before she lunges towards them with incredible blinding velocity. Su-chan narrowly evades a vicious lash aimed directly at his cranium, his garment instead bearing the full brunt of the impact. Then he unleashes a special personal skill, his extraordinary ability, Berserker Rage Mode, which amplifies his might and resilience to truly immense degrees. The beast darts to Su-chen's rear and attempts to sink its fangs into his throat. But despite her truly dagger-like incisive fangs, it fails to make a mark now that she has made her attempt. Now is his opportunity, and he commences by seizing both her upper limbs, then somersaulting backward directly behind her, alighting upon her spine while restraining her limbs high above her cranium. He then inquires of her if she is prepared now, but she lacks even an instant to offer any reply, before Su-chan tears both of her upper limbs completely off, smashing her forcefully onto the earth hard in the process. She shrieks out in pure agony as Su-chan alights to her rear, poised to eliminate her now, definitively and for the final time. He had intended to allow her further torment a bit more in this cataclysm, while methodically tormenting her slowly until her demise. But currently he must dispatch her somewhat sooner now, or so he presumes. This is his current assumption at least. She coils her caudal appendage around the corpse of a fallen male assailant and hoists him high aloft up into the atmosphere. Then she rends her entire maw impossibly wide, down to her midsection, and ingests him entirely in one gulp, granting her still greater might and additional strength. The moment she fully absorbs him so completely now, her limbs reform and her might resurges quite immensely tenfold. Evidently, she is capable of restoring her detached appendages now. This is excellent for Su-chan because her ability to restore means. This signifies she's not simple to dispatch after all is said. It further implies that he can rend her asunder repeatedly many instances and derive as much amusement tormenting her as he truly desires now. He charges at her and positions himself to her rear once more. Seizing her sinister limb, and then he subsequently tears it free, forcing her downwards onto the hard earth once more now. Ere she can rise, he tears away her dexter limb as well now, succeeded then by her caudal appendage and her 2 lower limbs. Nearly instantly her appendages completely restore themselves, precisely as he intended, rendering her immaculate and whole once more. This was merely the initial bout of it though. The subsequent bout commences immediately forthwith after, as Su-chan persists in tearing her asunder limb from limb time and again, permitting her form to restore prior to dismembering her completely anew. He isn't solely targeting her appendages alone or either. He proceeds then onto her lingual organ, then her viscera and all other parts, excluding only her cranium. It appears all other components are capable of full restoration, signifying that he can persist in tormenting her for as long as he desires. Upon the 21st iteration, her physique ceases to restore itself, and she lies vanquished and utterly shattered upon the cold earth. He had intended to extract her very own orbs, but he opted against proceeding to that particular extremity now. Ultimately, he has become a true fiend incarnate. She tremulously inquires the reason for his excessive cruelty in tormenting her so, and his motive for inflicting such agony upon her prior to her demise. He informs her that it's merely for pure retribution now, before stomping forcefully down hard upon her very cranium, dispatching her immediately now that the menace has been fully neutralized then. Duan Yao anxiously inquires of him if he is unharmed now, but rather than replying directly to her, he inquires of her if she is prepared. His valor has been so great that she ought to be prepared to recompense him. In another location at the main salvation nexus, it appears as though external ambient conditions are finally stabilized. It's a faint glimmer of optimism, but perhaps the cataclysm concludes already now, or so believe the military personnel there, deployed at the engineering university station, currently surmise. Xiao Feng, the trooper who previously clashed with Su-chan within the Grand Hotel, is among the individuals currently deployed at the said institution, and he discerns a strange movement far off on the horizon. He anxiously hails the current commander of their particular unit, an alabaster-locked lady, and he urgently reports to her that numerous individuals are rapidly advancing upon the main salvation nexus. Abruptly, she pivots to observe the subject of his urgent warning, but rather than any humans there, she beholds a colossal legion of the undead advancing upon them. They begin sprinting directly towards the surprised pair, and the commander acts without delay in issuing urgent new commands. She instructs Xiao Feng to usher out the non-combatants from the salvation nexus, while she attempts to delay them and repel them. Xiao Feng attempts to strongly protest this, but she compels him to retreat within as he lacks any alternative. Upon receiving such a direct command, he hesitantly dashes inward, imploring her to somehow survive this onslaught. Concurrently, Su-chan intends to demonstrate to Duanya the might of a frenzied warrior, conceivably for the third occurrence. At this juncture, she has recompensed him more instances than she can enumerate, and she shields herself, contemplating his intentions for another such engagement again. Su-chan informs her that since the severe thermal event has concluded, he must venture forth temporarily for a spell. Prior to undertaking that action, however, he must impart to her some truly indelible experiences. She inquires the reason she cannot simply accompany him. However, individuals in his company must adhere to several stringent prerequisites. They must possess utility, and they must unequivocally follow all his directives. Following their intimate encounter then, it appears Duanya has entirely yielded to his complete dominance. Subsequently, he must hasten to the urban center ere the ocean tide inundates. In his former existence, numerous of the undead creatures were impelled by a powerful fixation to attain the designated salvation nexus, and ultimately thereafter, they amassed an overwhelming legion and assailed their prior path to sure safety. Numerous non-combatants and troopers perished within that overwhelming, terrible onslaught. And this particular occurrence also resulted in a significant quantity of military armaments becoming widely dispersed because of it. Numerous imbeciles roaming freely now possess easy access to various deadly firearms, and common individuals engaged in mutual firefights simply to ensure their survival. And for mere amusement, thus diverse syndicates gradually emerged over the ensuing time, and numerous figures ascended to great prominence amidst all the widespread turmoil. Certain ones, though, were simply far too foolish to utilize their acquired influence in truly constructive manners, akin to the particular assembly of individuals who imagined they might impede his speeding automobile by positioning themselves directly before it armed with a mere single firearm. They bellowed, demanding he halt the speeding vehicle then. However, he merely plows directly through them all at maximum possible velocity, crushing them beneath his heavy wheels as he proceeds towards his intended final destination. While he navigates through the desolate, sprawling metropolis, he observes that quite akin to his past incarnation and prior experience. The structures fissure from the intense, blazing, unforgiving solar rays, and the concerted, unified assault of the relentless, growing undead legion ultimately resulted in the catastrophic structural failure of the deep metro terminal. Consequently, a vast multitude of unfortunate individuals perished deep beneath the dark surface, and the terrible tally presumably attained several thousand souls. He halted his automobile momentarily to peer down into a gaping chasm in the earth, and a vast multitude of ghoulish vacant orbs gazed intently back up at him. The subterranean undead are invariably drawn by the powerful, distinctive rumble of the automobile, and although a vast multitude of precious power crystals might be present down below there, in his experience, not every single undead harbors those precious power crystals within their craniums, and it would prove excessively laborious to painstakingly shatter each individual skull wide, completely open, sequentially rather than undertaking that truly arduous and time-consuming task. He resolves to proceed directly towards the old familiar engineering academy and personally assess the current prevailing dangerous circumstances there. This marks his initial return to the sprawling old engineering technological learning institution, following his prior actual commencement. Presently it now teems with far more dangerous miscreants and ghouls than he recalls. As he traverses through the imposing main entranceway, he is promptly met by an unsavory-looking band of figures who appear to be keeping various undead creatures as their pets by brutally tethering them fast up to the strong walls. They harshly inform him he is encroaching upon their private domain, and thus he must immediately surrender his entire valuable rucksack now, should he truly desire to proceed onward entirely unmolested by all of them. Su-chun feigns utter vulnerability for a fleeting brief short moment, and then extracts a savory roasted poultry limb from his full rucksack, which he intends to offer them as suitable barter for his unhindered safe passage through. The wretched band of individuals who presumably haven't encountered decent sustenance for many lengthy days instantly become quite savage at the tantalizing mere thought of consuming precious poultry limbs. Su-chan smirks, then casually tosses the enticing rich sustenance for them upon the grimy earth, and they all desperately leap over one another in sheer eagerness to snatch. However, as they viciously tussle for it, our cunning, sly protagonist then deftly yanks the tantalizing flesh back using a nearly invisible thin short string, and declares they are quite undeserving of consuming those savory, valuable poultry limbs now. This predictably enrages them greatly, and they swiftly draw their crude, makeshift, ugly weapons to exact harsh revenge upon him for cruelly toying with their desperation, so that compels Su-chan to immediately cease his cruel little amusing games now, and he swiftly brandishes a firearm, intending to dispatch them all quite rapidly then. He truly cannot recall this many utter pathetic fools from his prior former existence. Perhaps it was that his prior solemn admonitions resulted in a far greater number of individuals enduring than had previously actually survived, and that ultimately culminated in this most unfortunate current troubling set of circumstances. He swiftly ascends the main shadowy staircase, and soon arrives at the eerie herpetology and vast serpentarium division, and the substantial heavy rusted padlock still upon the main door, clearly indicates to him that no one has breached this particular laboratory in quite some time. Upon stepping into the dim, silent chamber, he discerns that numerous helpless serpents have since perished. As the very atmosphere is thoroughly permeated with the sickening foul odor of decomposition, he surveys the darkened, eerie, extensive chamber briefly for a short few while, until he ultimately discovers the precise, valuable object of his determined, long, arduous search, the magnificent and rare Aurit royal serpent, which shall soon transform into the formidable aquatic Crotaline, powerful legion commander. Evidently, it has managed to endure for this remarkably extended, difficult period now, by consuming every single one of its fellow unfortunate serpents. In his prior past grim incarnation, this particular fearsome serpent was among the very earliest creatures to experience genetic perilous transformation, and it consumed a considerable number of unfortunate, unsuspecting individuals too. Indeed, it very nearly ingested him entirely as well back then. Within approximately a sennight, when the great destructive deluge finally arrives now, it shall commence its horrifying transformation, and it could achieve such truly immense, terrible power that it shall prove exceedingly arduous for even his current might to truly vanquish. Presently, it truly seems as if the dangerous serpent has already commenced developing now, a distinct chilling glimmer of terrifying raw sentience. He must absolutely exercise extreme, utmost vigilance in its formidable, deadly presence from this point henceforth. While he is intently scrutinizing the fearsome, powerful serpent, he suddenly perceives an unwelcome, disturbing presence external to the secure laboratory. Evidently, some most unwelcome, brutish individuals have arrived specifically to accost him now. The crude, savage miscreants stationed beyond the portal bellow loudly for his immediate forced emergence. Concealment is entirely futile, as they are already keenly aware that he currently lurks within there. Suchin naturally refrains from any such cowardly, futile lurk, and boldly steps forth, one hand casually thrust deep within his trouser pocket, and seemingly utterly devoid of any single palpable care in the entire world. This is an extremely crucial, dire, pivotal juncture for him. Ultimately, he simply cannot permit any such unwelcome, ill-timed interruption from these particular ruffians. Thus, it would be far more preferable for him to dispatch them all exceedingly swiftly, ere he can even initiate his very first own decisive move. However, a live, mysterious female figure suddenly swoops in from the deep gloom, surprising the unprepared thugs. She powerfully locks her strong, agile thighs tightly around the initial unfortunate clumsy thug, while simultaneously trapping another securely under her strong arm and instantly snapping his frail neck. In a mere blinding, incredible flash, a pair of them are utterly, completely deceased, and she then promptly leaps upon the final remaining panicked one, gripping him hard by his face. Then she fractures his cervical fragile spine instantly too, with brutal, savage finality now, ere he possesses even a fleeting, tiny opportunity to properly, fully react. With all other immediate threats now dispatched, Su Chun coolly decides to engage in the current violent proceedings, and calmly levels his deadly, heavy firearm at the very vulnerable, soft rear of her head, coolly praising her impressive, lethal combat maneuvers, while simultaneously menacing her very own existence. She refrains from awaiting his imminent shot, and instead immediately launches a swift, retaliatory, desperate counter-assault, sharply striking his steady weapon hand with her hard elbow to deflect the deadly firearm away. Then she expertly vaults upon her strong hands and agilely springs directly onto his sturdy neck, attempting to brutally, powerfully contort it, but she discovers this fact way too belatedly now, that his powerful muscular neck is far too excessively resilient for her to easily actually crack. As with her previous unfortunate victims, instead then, she now finds herself perched quite awkwardly upon his broad shoulders, her pelvic region most uncomfortably and extremely embarrassingly pressing firmly against his stony visage. He allows himself a deliberate, calm moment to deeply, fully inhale then, prior to icily inquiring of her precisely what foolishness she believes she is now doing. Following a rather brief, yet very intense period of desperate physical struggle, he now has her firmly, tightly restrained in a most dubious, compromising posture using crimson cords, and his deadly firearm is once again coldly, precisely leveled directly to her exposed head. Lacking any further viable immediate alternatives, she at last reluctantly introduces herself formally as Baikong, the formidable current captain of the elite Azure Tiger Special Lethal Operations Combat Team. Despite her current humiliating, severe predicament, she advises him to conduct himself properly and release her immediately now. Su-chan coolly ignores her stern words and inquires if she recognizes an individual named Xiao Feng from a distinguished military special forces unit. She is quite astonished that he knows of Xiao Feng, and he informs her that he previously saved the young soldier's very life. Not an outright fabrication, but hardly the complete, entire truth either, really. With that crucial information now divulged in the open, she resolves to divulge to Su-chan all details that she currently possesses so far. A dangerous gang of fugitives seized control of the entire school and utilized innocent students as unwilling human hostages, while they illicitly stole numerous vital weapons. When a massive zombie legion assaulted the vital rescue point, Xiao Feng bravely led the terrified civilians to evacuate there first. But he failed to anticipate that several of the dangerous prisoners had already escaped and insidiously infiltrated amongst the regular, unsuspecting civilian populace. Considering the dire, prevailing adverse circumstances, Su-chan doesn't believe it is entirely her fault that the vile prisoners escaped. Baikong concurs and states that provided they possess the appropriate, effective weaponry, then the common people have absolutely nothing to truly fear. As she elaborates, Su-chan conjures a cooking apparatus and utilizes it to expertly prepare some savory meat that he consumes before her. That makes her visibly quite uncomfortable, sufficiently so to inquire how much longer Su-chan intends to keep her restrained thus. He consents to finally release her then, provided she solemnly vows not to clamp his cranium down with her powerful legs. As she had attempted to do previously, she agrees to that term, but only if he permits her to partake of some savory steak too. After he unfastens her bindings and she reclaims her personal firearms once again then, she informs him that she has her own pressing matters to address now, signifying that she cannot offer him substantial assistance or support, for now at least. All she can offer is some minor firepower assistance that won't be truly necessary, and he instructs her to hasten her departure quickly before she ultimately ends up becoming a nuisance to him. She reminds him that she actually intends to covertly then assault their fortified stronghold and reclaim all the plundered valuable provisions, so the innocent individuals trapped within the college can hopefully long survive. Consequently, this might very well be the sole occasion they ever truly meet. She pivots to depart him then, but the tantalizing promise of additional vital supplies compels him to recall her back. He fabricates that Xiao Feng is his own dear brother, and due to that familial bond, he intends to offer her his aid. But his genuine underlying motivation is undoubtedly the precious vital supplies she is pursuing. The crucial supplies are situated within a chamber in the main administrative edifice, and deep within there now, a brutal gang of thugs armed with firearms hold numerous students as terrified hostages, while jealously safeguarding the plundered valuable life-saving supplies. The ruthless chieftain of the gang inquires of his subordinate how matters are progressing, and a low-ranking ruffian promptly replies then that the majority of the men are currently waiting patiently just outside, and they are fully prepared to violently storm the students within the main dorm. The chieftain smirks cruelly as all his nefarious, elaborate plans begin to perfectly coalesce, and he declares that those who are uncooperative in the initial stages should be positioned at the vanguard while the less compliant individuals guard the rear. As they are conversing, an unknown individual demolishes the entrance to their secret hideout and abruptly interrupts their clandestine important meeting. It is Su-chan, and he serenely offers his apologies for disrupting their private gathering. The ruffians panic completely and demand who he is and how he breached their security, when over 20 armed individuals are vigilantly guarding the chamber from just outside now. He informs them he gained entry with remarkable surprising ease and provides them a chilling little live demonstration by merely elevating his index digit and aiming it directly at the ruffian who dared to ask him a question. Then he utters bang, and the man's cranium instantly explodes in a gory, horrifying instant, as he collapses to the grimy earth, quite lifelessly dead. As the other terrified ruffians shriek loudly in abject sheer horror, Su-chun icily warns them that if they dare to move, then they will surely perish meanwhile then too. Beichong peers intently through a powerful sniper optic from the distant rooftop of the structure, directly opposite the main heavily guarded administrative building complex. She is the individual who has been systematically eliminating the ruffians, as well as providing crucial, deadly sniper assistance to Su-chun this entire critical time. Even with that formidable expert, however, there remain numerous dangerous ruffians still within the chamber, which renders this an extremely perilous and quite volatile, dangerous situation. Su-chan's audacious plan to lure the hostile enemy in entirely alone is far too reckless, in her professional experienced opinion, but the arrogant man insisted that he accomplish it completely solo. He was the very one that provided her the powerful sniper rifle and instructed her to establish an outpost upon the high rooftop of the opposing structure. The audacious strategy is to fire precisely wherever he indicates and utilize that sudden action to greatly intimidate the remaining ruffians. It is a truly preposterous and quite risky plan, and she possesses no clear understanding why she consented to it in the very first place. Now abruptly the drapes descend, and she phones Su-chun in alarm, inquiring how affairs are progressing on his side, rather than his vocalization in reply. She perceives the other ruffians chortling. Now that they have ascertained he positioned a marksman outside, it appears that she has been detected, precisely as she foresaw she would be, and matters have grown perilous for our central figure. With no alternative course remaining, she bolts from the edifice and makes a frantic sprint toward the command center to deliver her temporary compatriot. It is hoped Su-chun can contrive a way to gain time, while she speeds to extricate him. As she races across the university grounds, she discerns someone on the other line commands Su-chun's termination. There is scant time, and Su-chun has likely already perished when she at last reaches the chamber, poised to retaliate for her vanquished associate. She's astounded to witness that everyone within the room has been neutralized, down, and Su-chun is positioned centrally, clutching the head brute by his throat. It seems she has arrived far too late. And furthermore, there are no more provisions remaining here. The chieftain implores for his existence as Su-chun elevates him by his throat, while also stealthily shifting the goods into his enchanted repository. He professes that Su-chun would not presume to eliminate him, since the figures backing him would never permit him to evade accountability. Our champion is unperturbed by the baseless intimidation and snaps the fellow's neck, vowing that the powers behind him will soon share his demise. Shortly enough, Bai Chong is astonished that Su-chun overcame everyone in the chamber so effortlessly without her assistance. He attempts to downplay it by stating that he has been performing exercises consistently, and that is the explanation why he possesses the vigor to accomplish these incredible feats. Besides, there are no further supplies in the location, and they were likely already famished and feeble. By the moment he arrived there, Beichong is unconvinced and ponders if some other party could have plundered them and seized all the provisions. And now that the resources are vanished, then what will befall the scholars? Su-chun will distribute some of the goods he acquired with them, if he must, but it entirely hinges on how they conduct themselves, while she is still posing inquiries. Su-chun strolls past her and proceeds to the girls' dormitory, since he questioned the ruffians previously, and they informed him that Xiao Fong and the remaining students had all congregated there. Now that they have departed the room, one of the forms dangling at the rear begins to stir. She flinches, then her optics open, disclosing that she is actually animate, and was overhearing the entire matter. Concurrently, one of the goons wanders through the campus, seeking someone who has absconded to instigate mischief. He locates her in the chamber that Su-chun and Bai Chong had just vacated, and it is the young woman that heeded the whole conversation. They hasten and lower her, and she drops to her limbs as soon as they liberate her. He asks her if she discovered what she has been pursuing by feigning to be a captive for multiple days. She then informs him that since she had a near brush with mortality, she requires the solace of the man whose moniker is Steel Fawn. He consents to console her, and withdraws a barbed lash that he employs on her spine. She exclaims in ecstasy as soon as the whip strikes her back, and the henchman queries how she is experiencing it. It appears the agonizing comfort succeeded in making her feel vastly improved, and she recounts to them precisely what she observed while she was suspended as a detainee. Steelfang questions her who confiscated all the provisions, and she tells him that it was a demon and his designation is Su-chun. In the meantime, Su-chun and Bai Tang journey back to Xiaofang. The serviceman is bandaged and seems injured, but he assures them that he is all right. He is more intrigued by the other fellow that entered with her. Su-chan requests to inspect his injury, and although it commenced as merely a graze, it has been deteriorating significantly lately for some cause. Su-chan informs him that the lesion was inflicted by the man-eaters, which are entities that devour humans. Their talons are teeming with microbes and pathogens, and lacking remedies to address the lesion. It could become fatally dangerous. Now medications are scarce commodities and they are unobtainable. But concurrently, it would be intolerable to succumb like this. After perceiving this, Su-chan resolves to provide some of his curatives to him. They are both astounded by the quantity of medicine Su-chan furnished them with, but he tells them that he did it because Xiaofeng is his comrade. In his preceding existence, there was a man in the armed forces whose fighting prowess was analogous to a humanoid atomic device, renowned as the deity of warfare if that individual proves to be Xiaofeng. Then investing in his camaraderie and preservation will unquestionably advantage him. Xiaofeng informs our champion that he is indebted a favor, but he also understands that Su-chun did not arrive at their sanctuary merely to deliver medication. He requests Su-chan to state what he truly desires, and he informs them that a massive deluge is imminent, and they will require to depart swiftly. The severe warmth is already causing the ice masses to thaw rapidly, and because of that, ocean water is inundating the continent swiftly. If they do not vacate as promptly as they are able, they as well as the whole territory will be engulfed in floodwaters. The individuals listen to him in astonishment, but one of the other survivors does not credit him. She indicts him of only attempting to expel them, so he can corner the institution's provisions. He recollects precisely who this vociferous young woman is. Her designation is Fong Qing, and she is his peer, a distinguished female pugilist at his academy, and a second-generation affluent girl who delights in forging gender schisms. She approaches him and queries if he possesses any victuals in his satchel. Before he can respond, she lunges for the satchel and endeavors to snatch it from him. But Su-chun thwarts that with a swift measure of gender fairness and a smack to the visage that is substantial enough to instantly leave her cheek distended and dislodge a molar while she tends the injury. The remainder of the people in the refuge commence to applaud the assault. She has been a bother around them for some duration, and she has also been monopolizing an entire dormitory by herself, merely because she has some wealth at her residence. Owing to that, everyone has been exasperated with her for a period, and they promptly clamor for her to be ejected from the dormitories. Straight away, it appears she is already quite notorious there, and the acclamations for her to be ousted cause her to lose her composure. In fury, she makes threats to depart and locate her progenitor and get them all slain. Then she flounces out of the vicinity. Vaikong enters to ascertain if our champion is unharmed, but he cautions her that the girl is heading off to find her father, and someone should likely intercept her. Though that fleeing to parent offers little aid in the cataclysm, she ambles out into the institution grounds, vociferating about how males in the nation are all inferior to her, particularly Su-chun. None of them can compare favorably to any of the cavaliers overseas. The appellation Su-chun draws unwelcome notice from one of the men that she asserts is beneath her. It is the ruffian from before, and he seizes her from the rear, then inquires where precisely Su-chun is located. The individual of the moment exits the dormitories and towards the egress. Captain Bei can manage the departure, while he proceeds to discover what truly brought him to the campus. In the initial instance, the most crucial matter is to await the Golden Monarch Serpent to transform so he can reap the gem from it. Perhaps he will even acquire its capacity to command water. As he traverses through the quadrangle, a young woman's voice hails him, imploring him to rescue her. He pivots and observes Fong Qing bound and suspended off the earth. Behind her, there is a man chuckling, while positioned on the vehicle that is holding her aloft. Su-chan facetiously asks her if she succeeded in finding her sire, while she still beseeches for his assistance. The man on the truck identifies himself as someone from the Federal Directorate of Advancement, and he is present to retaliate against Su-chan for confiscating his provisions. For their encounter this day, he has arranged a vehicle full of astonishments. He unlatches the rear of the truck, and it is teeming with a compact legion of desiccation fiends, who all pour out and encircle him. Within the soldiers and the non-combatants, hear the wail of all desiccation fiends that have just been liberated. They recognize that the sound emanates from the direction Su-chan departed in, and that signifies their new compatriot could be in jeopardy. Beichong instructs Xiaofeng to remain stationary and safeguard the civilians, while she proceeds and investigates the predicament. But he demurs this occasion. He will not permit her to venture off solo once more. In the meantime, back with Su-chan, the henchman inquires if the clamorous girl with the still tumid face is his classmate. If that is the situation, then this is his chance to be a champion and rescue the damsel. All he must perform is genuflect and plead, and the girl will be free. Su-chan takes a beat to contemplate the proposition, and the haughty girl vociferates at him to hasten and genuflect to deliver her. It is not unfeasible, but there is merely one impediment. Fangqing does not even pause for him to articulate what the issue is, and commences frantically inquiring why he will be unable to save her. He just stated he will rescue her after all, and it will not be unfeasible. How could he renege on his commitment when he is a gentleman? Su-chan assures her that he is unquestionably a gentleman, but he is not deserving of rescuing her. In place of him saving her, he can assist her. Reach those overseas cavaliers she continually extols, to ascertain if they are prepared to rescue her. That clarifies why he is so disinclined to aid her. It is because she labeled him substandard. So he is exacting retribution on her by doing this. Well, if he imagines that she will apologize and implore him to save her, then he is utterly mistaken. According to her, she does not even require him to rescue her. Su-chan chuckles and indicates the immense throng of undead surging towards her from beyond the vehicle. Hopefully she will not lament her own declarations in a moment. Fangqing anxiously glances at the ghouls that she overlooked in her indignation. In her final instance, as the undead clutched her limbs, she shrieked for assistance and beseeched for Su-chan to deliver her. It seems she was incorrect after all. As the ghouls dismember her, she bellows at the peak of her voice for him to rescue her. But it is already far too tardy. After the outcries diminish, the Directorate of Advancement operative guffaws at how ludicrous the circumstance was. It appears that Su-chan genuinely is a reprehensible individual who cannot even assist another in a critical plight. But that is satisfactory since he will be accompanying her shortly. Then he informs our champion that he will now exhibit the ingenuity of the Federal Directorate of Advancement. He produces a container of granules and applies it to his visage. All he needs to do is spread this substance on himself, and monstrosities will submissively heed anything he commands. That is because the granules are in fact the cinders of deceased desiccation fiends. Once any individual applies it to themselves, that makes the undead believe that that person is one of their kind. That causes the fellow to halt and examine the vessel in his grasp. In trepidation, it seems. He did not even realize that he had been smearing his face in creature cinders. The man scrambles to eject any granules that might have entered his mouth, and he is repulsed by the notion that he had been rubbing creature dust on his physique the entire duration. Now he is infuriated, and he commands the monstrosities to rip him to pieces. They snarl and lunge at him with their talons extended and their fangs exposed. Such an expends no moments, and conjures a duo of katanas from his private cache, then speeds through the horde of ghouls, dicing them all into fragments in under a heartbeat. He dispatches them so rapidly that he is standing directly before the vehicle. Before the fellow is even finished expectorating, the directorate functionary pivots and beholds his adversary casually gazing up at him, appearing entirely unruffled. There are still numerous ghouls swarming him from the rear, and his two soldier confederates arrived just in time to observe him, about to be enveloped. The directorate functionary commands the ghouls to assault anew, but none of the ghouls budge. Su-chan brushes the particles from his attire and tells the fellow not to trouble himself, shouting. It is futile since regardless of how much he bellows his lungs out, the ghouls will perform nothing. The man from the directorate inquires what he signifies by that, and his queries are addressed. as all the ghouls spontaneously disintegrate behind him. All simultaneously, the man has no notion how that was even achievable. Su-chun does not reply to him, and rather employs his ability to translocate behind the man and seizes him by the throat. He never desired any involvement with the Federal Directorate of Advancement, so he asks who precisely instructed the man to come and eliminate it. If he does not disclose his superior, then Su-chun has no justification to preserve his insignificant existence. Our champion tugs on the man's metallic face guard, while smirking condescendingly at him. The man commences to shriek, as the duress becomes excessive for him to endure. And in a flash, Su-chun wrenches his cranium clean from his shoulders, with the base still affixed to his vertebral column. Bi-kung is flabbergasted that he resolved the seemingly insurmountable predicament in a heart. It is analogous to previously, and this type of might is not something that can be attained through regimen alone. This individual must be some variety of monstrosity. Su-chun is more vexed by the reality that he had to exert so much vigor against these minor adversaries. Henceforth, he's going to have to exhibit greater moderation against individuals before circumstances become problematic for him. If only he possessed a proficient aide that he could collaborate with, then everything would be simpler. In the meantime, back at the inn, Duanya is jolted conscious by an unexpected reverie. Yet again, she had a reverie concerning Su-chun, and she cannot appear to banish him from her thoughts. Why has he not reappeared to her yet? A resonant voice emanates from outside the chamber, and she recoils in trepidation for an instant. Then she recollects Su-chun's pronouncements about whom he requires near him. Whomever he retains by his flank must be valuable to him, and if they are superfluous, then he will not provide for them. The remainder of Su-chun's declarations inspires Duanya to retrieve a firearm from the repository and confront her anxieties directly. She is resolved to become his chief lieutenant regardless of anything, and to achieve that she needs to be capable of fending for herself. The erstwhile culinarian forces her way into one of the dens, in the apartments equipped with 2 sidearms and a stern expression. Even with all that, however, there is no one in the space. Despite the certainty that she is positive the vocalizations originated from there. Another snarl sounds behind her, and she spins around just in time to see that one of the desiccation fiends had crept up behind her. The ghoul advances menacingly towards her and shoves her back against a furnishing in the room. She has no clue where it originated or how it even got behind her, but there was no place for her to retreat, now that she has been cornered against the table. Her sole recourse now is the firearm that she procured from the chamber before she ventured out to contend. Before she can employ it, the desiccation fiend smacks it from her grasp and propels it soaring beyond the table. Then it screeches at her, unveiling its maw wide to assail the former culinary artist. With no alternative means to protect herself, she seals her eyelids and braces for the direst outcome. But fortunately for her, the undead misjudges its assault entirely, and instead clamps down on a seat adjacent to her. She has no comprehension what's transpiring or what this entity is doing, but it appears she is unthreatened for the moment. He has been scenting about this whole duration, and it looks as if the optics on his visage are absent. Perhaps he genuinely cannot perceive anything, and he is depending on his olfactory sense to locate her. She somehow experienced good fortune this instance, but now he is excessively proximate. If she produces any utterance, he is going to strike her immediately. She pivots and observes that the firearm is still on the furnish, just at the periphery beyond her grasp. She turns and endeavors to surreptitiously seize the firearm, while the undead remains oblivious of where she is positioned. She extends her appendage just a fraction more, but the firearm still remains beyond her reach, and before she can procure it, it is already excessively late. Her spine collides with the undead's limb, notifying him of her whereabouts. It shrieks at her as it is poised to attack, and precisely then recollections of Su-chun's words inundate her consciousness. He informed her that his provisions are finite, so he cannot retain her presence merely because she is comely. She must discover a crystalline nucleus in a monstrosity's cranium that will bestow upon her faculties, akin to the ones he possesses. If she is incapable of that, then he will not permit unproductive individuals to remain near him. That notion incites a response from her, and she initiates an assault before the undead can eliminate her. With the stiletto of her footwear, She thrusts her limb directly into the undead's optic, so forcefully that the opposing side protrudes at the rear of its head. The undead ceases movement, and she endeavors to retract her limb, but it abruptly snatches her ankle, compelling her to impale its visage a few additional times, before it ultimately collapses to the floor. Then she retrieves a hatchet from another location in the room. It is a pity that Su-chan was not present to witness her, demonstrating that she is not valueless. But now she can ascertain if it possesses a crystalline nucleus in its cranium. Back at the Technological Institute, Bai Cheng and Liu Xiaofeng heeded Su Chen's counsel and commenced arranging the scholars to depart. Bai Cheng even contacted her sibling, Bai Ming, and requested him to bring his forces to unite with them and guarantee the students' security. With that matter addressed, Su-chan returns to the serpent in the institution's herpetology laboratory and persists in bestowing particular notice upon it. After a period has elapsed, the creature initiates its transformation and starts to augment in dimension. Su-chan observes it with fascination, pondering just how extensively it can transform, and the creature gazes directly back at him with disdain. To facilitate its development, Su-chan even prepared a sizable pail of liquid for it, so it could develop more rapidly. As soon as he places the water container on the floor, the serpent glides within. It appears it already comprehends that it must enter the water to finalize its transformation, which spares him the exertion of attempting to compel it in. As soon as its physique touches the liquid, it commences to grow into a colossal and fearsome monstrosity with a draconic head and a substantial, squamous physique. Su-chan observes as it ferociously thrashes against the pail's confines, until ultimately the container ruptures, dispersing the liquid all across the chamber, and unveiling the transmogrified form of the erstwhile serpent. It experienced such tremendous augmentation from just the initial transformation, and all of this originated from a mere pail of liquid. If he had opted to delay until the deluge arrived, then this would have constituted a much graver calamity. Now that the monstrosity has matured, Su-chan summons one of his blades and presents it an ultimatum. If it elects to capitulate to him, then he might contemplate retaining it as a companion animal. The creature is having none of that, and endeavors to abscond through the casement before Su-chan can apprehend. It appears it genuinely did acquire some sagacity, and recognizes that it will be unable to properly contend against Su-chan, especially in that confined space. It shatters through the casement out into the campus plaza, and Su-chan leaps out directly behind it. Then it attempts to slither away and preserve itself, but it is not nearly swift enough to evade. The blade of our champion, Su-chan, descends from the heavens and thrusts the blade onto the creature's squamous hide. But to his astonishment, the blade fractures in two. It appears the scales are much more resilient than he anticipated. The serpent turns and bellows at Su-chan, and he ascertains that if blades are ineffective on it, then he is just going to have to utilize his fist to pummel it to demise. He delivers the initial blow to the monstrosity's cranium, sending it plummeting to the earth. But it counters by coiling its physique around him, attempting to asphyxiate him by ensnaring him. But Su-chan discerns that the assault is actually merely a diversion, and the creature's genuine objective is entirely disparate. It unseals its capacious fang maw and readies to bite down on our champion. In the meantime, back with the survivors, Bai Cheng cannot help but gaze towards the campus. Her sibling observes her persistently looking back and jests with her about not wishing to separate from the striking man. Named Su-chan, she informs him that if he remains silent, no one will regard him as a voiceless person, and it is apparent that she desires him to cease speaking. That captures Bai Ming's notice, and he realizes that his sister must truly fancy this fellow. But that does not alter the reality that if he remains on campus, then he is fated by Kong, is certain that he will not perish. From the instant that she first beheld Su-chan, she sensed that he was exceedingly formidable. He possessed a profound gaze and an enigmatic presence about him, which made him appear like a behemoth. Owing to this, she is positive that he will endure and they will unquestionably encounter each other again. In the meantime, Su-chan effortlessly escapes from the serpent's constriction and clutches it by the gullet. There is no possibility such a simple maneuver would be able to ensnare him. When he has become so potent, He utilizes his foot to press down on the serpent's physique and liberates himself, while the serpent endeavors to extricate itself from his grasp. He has perceived that serpents possess highly advanced nerves, so even if he severs its cranium, it should still be capable of biting. So rather than detaching its head, he bisects the entire serpent in half along the median, ensuring that it will never be able to bite anew. And in the remnants, he retrieves the crystal, and he is keen to discover what kind of faculty it will grant him. Ultimately, the torrential downpours commence, and just as Su-chan forewarned, the metropolis begins to inundate. If the severe heat manages to shatter people's resolve, then the deluge sweeping across the entire globe will utterly demolish human society. Even continental cities like Xanadu could not evade the colossal, catastrophic inundation, and everything ended up being submerged underwater. The technological institutes, low-lying topography, left only towering structures, like the administrative edifice above the surface. In the meantime, Su-chan is also not immune from the surging floodwaters, and becomes immersed in the water. Fortunately, after assimilating the golden monarch serpent's nucleus, it bestows upon him the capacity to maneuver and respire freely underwater. Because of that, his physique has undergone even further alterations and has become more robust. After coming into contact with the liquid, his body developed diminutive scales, and his vigor improved by tremendous degrees. Additionally, his optics have become more receptive to luminescence, and a shielding film has developed before them. Even though he is not utilizing his proboscis or maw to respire, he is not asphyxiating underwater, and it feels as if he is respiring through his integument. All of these are faculties that he acquired from the golden monarch serpent, although it is not a water manipulation faculty. Being capable of respiring underwater is still exceedingly advantageous for him. The flood water emanated from the Green City Hotel vicinity, so swimming against the flow towards the source is unfeasible. The current is vehement, and the detritus in the water is like concealed hazards. All of this is impeding him from journeying back to his dwelling, to the hotel apartments. Furthermore, it appears the volcanic discharge has attained its zenith. But because Xanadu is distant from the volcano, the firmament looks comparatively unclouded, when the immense quantity of volcanic particulate fills the atmosphere and obscures the solar orb. The apocalyptic winter will not be remote. In the presence of all these cataclysmic occurrences, human society might as well cease to exist. To prevent becoming quarry to the creatures evolving through the calamity, it is preferable to augment in strength and become more formidable, so that you can better safeguard yourself. In his preceding existence following the Great Deluge, Xanadu witnessed several potent factions develop over duration. The low-lying northern sector of the city was controlled by the golden monarch serpent and the female ghoul sovereign. The southern sector of the city became the congregation point for the anthropophagous tribe of the Devourer Syndicate. The western sector of the city was governed by the rodent sovereign and his legion of rodents, while the eastern sector was occupied by the cranium pulverizer, Gao Cheng, and Inferno's culinarian, Duan Yang, in his preceding existence. Su-chan nearly perished numerous times at their behest. Nevertheless, in this existence, he has already addressed Gao Cheng and the golden monarch serpent prematurely, in order for him to remain potent. The optimal strategy is to procure the remaining crystalline nuclei for himself. However, the Devourer Syndicate possesses a vast populace and multiple factions. Furthermore, the female ghoul sovereign is evasive, which renders it nearly unfeasible for him to locate her. Now, in his preceding existence, the Institute of Technology had undergone a rodent infestation. All he must accomplish is locate it beforehand, so he can procure its crystalline core with trifling exertion. A few utterances from beneath the surface disrupt him from his reflections. It appears he has been at ease for an excessive duration, and numerous aquatic entities have ultimately enveloped him. Concurrently, in another part of the inundated metropolis, two individuals cling on for precious existence against the turbulent floodwaters. They frantically ponder how a deluge materialized from an unexpected location. As they are adhering onto the structure, they observe someone swiftly propelling towards them. Anyone in the liquid should be as good as departed, but it seems whoever that is possesses a great deal of vitality in them to be swimming that rapidly. It is not merely that either They also identify the man speeding towards them. Is Su-chan the individual that the directorate had dispatched them to observe? If it were not for him, then they would not be marooned here in the deluge. If he presumes to join them up in the structure, they will propel him right back into the liquid. One of the men perceives that Su-chan is maneuvering really swiftly for someone that is barely enduring in the floodwaters. And furthermore, it appears someone is trailing him behind the man, swimming like he commands the ocean. There are multiple aquatic ghouls sprinting through the liquid behind it, despite that Su-chan is swimming more rapidly than them. Against the ascending current of the water, he continues approaching closer to the men, and they exclaim admonitions at him not to come any nearer. Our champion identifies them as individuals from the Federal Directorate of Advancement, and he is astounded that his sway has already extended that extensively. That is ideal for him, since he can extract intelligence from it. In this predicament, our man vaults out of the liquid onto the structure and utilizes one of the men as a platform to reach the summit. The man forfeits his hold and plummets off the structure towards the ghoul-infested waters beneath. Just before he can encounter his aqueous demise, his compatriot just narrowly manages to seize him by his limb and rescue him from mortality, but now with the additional burden on one individual. The duo do not possess a lot of time remaining to endure, and at this velocity, they will both ultimately fall into the water. The foremost man reassures his companion that he will undoubtedly elevate it, but it is futile, and if he does not release his grip, then they will both unquestionably perish. Su-chan seizes the occasion to request them to reveal everything they comprehend about the Federal Directorate of Advancement. The men decline to articulate and caution Su-chan that even if they expire, there will be others to retaliate for them. If that is the destiny they have selected, then they cannot hold him accountable for what transpires subsequently. One of the ghouls manages to affix itself onto the larger man's foot and drag him into the liquid. His compatriot shrieks and plunges in, after preparing to perish with his companion. That proves to be the erroneous maneuver, and they are both abandoned to the clemency of the hundreds of entities. In the water, when all expectation seems extinguished, Su-chan plunges into the liquid and employs a blade to slice through all the ghouls that were about to assail them. In an instant they are delivered, and all the ghouls are lifeless. The man ponders if Su-chan truly is a human being, since he appears to be excessively potent. Irrespective of the circumstances, however, they are indebted to him, one, for rescuing them. They resolve to divulge what they comprehend. They inform him that they were dispatched by the Federal Directorate of Advancement to scrutinize him. The directorate is situated in the Science and Technology Institute, and it is helmed by Chief Liu and a contingent of investigators. They were merely performing what they were instructed and adhering to directives that originated from their superiors. In Su-chan's previous existence, the rodent calamity transpired at the Science and Technology Institute, and it appears there is a linkage between the rodent calamity and the Federal Directorate of Advancement. He inquires of them if they conduct research on rodents in the Institute's laboratories, but solely investigators are permitted entry into the laboratories, so they do not possess much knowledge about what occurs within. Su-chan realizes that irrespective of anything, he must proceed and examine the predicament before the rodent calamity commences. Concurrently, Dwanya, who is still within the Green City Hotel, had auspiciously acquired a crystalline core from the ghoul's cranium. After ingesting it, she commences to experience the identical scorching sensation that Su-chan experienced. When he initially transformed, she ponders if she has triumphed, and what faculties this will reveal for her. But simultaneously, she perceives that the liquid has inundated all the way to the uppermost level. Within that liquid, several diminutive appendages encircle her feet, poised to strike by the moment she observes the swarming appendages. The monstrosity has already enveloped itself around her physique, elevating her off the floor and coiling itself around her. It is viscous and repugnant, and with the manner it binds around her, there is almost no possibility she can escape. Abruptly, the appendage monstrosity elevates its maw to her visage and bellows at her, revealing a gullet filled with hundreds of razor-keen denticles. It lunges at her, and she barely manages to seize it in her hands and prevent it from biting into her. But the creature coils itself around her hands additionally, halting her from maneuvering. More of them erupt from the liquid, and before she can contemplate, she's entirely ensnared and enveloped by dozens of them. They all assailed so swiftly that she did not even possess sufficient duration to acclimate to her newfound faculties. Her consciousness drifts back to Su-chan, and she recollects when he first demonstrated his spatial manipulation abilities. He informed her that as long as she discovers and ingests a crystalline nucleus, then she can acquire its faculty. But because many monstrosities appear unremarkable, she will not consistently be able to discern what ability a monstrosity possesses, merely by their outward appearance. The optimal method for her to ascertain her faculty, when she does not comprehend what it is, would be to perceive it in her physique and in the surroundings. Once she obtains new faculties, she will be capable of perceiving every alteration, and then endeavor to master and regulate it. She concentrates on the surroundings, and ultimately she is able to perceive the change in her physique. She can observe the diminutive cerebra of the monstrosities that are assailing her, and she employs her new ability to exclaim a directive, compelling them to cease movement. The appendages heed her directive, and all of them go limp simultaneously, as if they had all just perished. That leaves her unhindered, but still coated in adhesive slime. Now that they are all incapacitated, she retrieves her hatchet and severs through all of them in an instant, transforming them into pulverized flesh. By the time she is finished, she is covered in creature viscera and ooze. So she resolves to take a lavation. A voice behind her inquires if he can participate, and she pivots ready to repel another interloper. However, it is merely Su-chan, and it appeared he had witnessed her neutralize all those creature anguilliformes by herself. He is impressed by the fact that she managed to even secure a weapon for. Safeguarding Duanya rushes towards him and clasps him in an embrace, simply elated to see him once more. He has been absent for so long that she has started to become apprehensive that he will never return. The reunion is transient, however, when she realizes that he is unclad again. For some rationale, she disengages herself from him and inquires why they persistently encounter each other while he is disrobed. And he informs her that the liquid was soiled. So he removed all his garments. The two of them proceed to take that lavation collectively, and for the initial occasion in several days. Su-chan gets to unwind after being absent for so long. He realizes that only when you venture out do you comprehend that domicile truly is the paramount location to be. Duanya arises from the lavation and positions herself behind him to administer a massage, while they both luxuriate, with the ambience considerably more tranquil than when he had first arrived. He questioned her whether she succeeded in awakening a faculty. He did not observe her employ her faculty directly, but he could perceive that something had altered in her, owing to the temperature of her maw. She queries him how he even comprehends what kind of temperature could be in her maw. But he disregards her and again inquires if she succeeded in awakening a faculty. She informs him that it appears to be some variety of cognitive manipulation faculty, and Su-chan already possesses an inkling of what her faculty might be. He asks her if her cognitive manipulation faculty can be utilized on sustenance, and she tells him that she does not know, since she has not had sufficient duration to practice initially. She resolves to practice by assessing her faculty on it, and employs it to make him perceive that she is attired in a revealing garment. But she promptly observes that Su-chan possesses immense cognitive might. If it were not for Su-chan's acquiescence, then she might have succumbed as soon as she attempted to sway him. Irrespective of his faculties, he is still impressed by her faculty. It is a commendable one, and as a recompense, he will make her practice further until her limbs become enfeebled. She chortles as the two engage in amusement all through the nocturnal hours. By the subsequent morning, Su-chan instructs her how to hold and employ a firearm, and they both utilize it to eliminate the remaining appendage monstrosities. He tells her to concentrate her mind and regulate it with her cognitions. Then all she must accomplish is establish her aim and discharge. Duanya esteems the instruction, but she also recollects that they intend to journey to the Institute of Technology. So she is perplexed as to why he is abruptly teaching her how to shoot. He informs her that he is granting her half a day to acquaint herself with her faculties and her marksmanship proficiencies, since she is from the medical institute. Then for this subsequent expedition, she will accompany him and demonstrate her utility. The couple navigates through the floodwaters in a motorboat. For some rationale, Suchun has requested Duanya to don a leporine costume while they journey. She inquires if it is truly acceptable for her to wear something like that outdoors, but he tells her that it is fine since in the cataclysm, even if she wears nothing, no one could do anything regarding it. She queries him if he has ever visited the Science and Technology Institute previously, and he has once he arrived to see a companion and now ponders if he endured. Duanya reassures him that benevolent individuals usually possess good fortune, and because of that, he should not fret about it. After a little additional navigating, they arrive at the Institute. It has been entirely altered to endure the cataclysm. Abruptly, he observes something peculiar and seizes Duanya to safeguard her. Right as someone unleashes projectiles on their vessel, the man ceases firing for an instant to inquire what they are doing there and why they arrived. This is the Science and Technology Institute where the mutated sovereign ascended previously. He cannot inform them that he is here to investigate that. So instead, he fabricates that he came to join the Federal Directorate of Advancement. The man shows no concern, and he is more captivated by the leporine girl with him. He proposes to unbar the portal for her if she spends the nocturnal hours with him, and Suchun departs. So they present their stratagem and offer some stewed swan in recompense for him unbarring the portal for them. The spectacle of the sustenance alters his demeanor instantly, and he commands the others to unbar the portal as swiftly as they are able. Since he has not beheld flesh in eons, they moor the vessel by the perimeter, and the sentry commands that they give him the swine. As soon as they disembark, he directs his confederate to escort them inside, while he appropriates the sustenance for himself. While they dispute, he does not observe the cunning smirk on both Suchun and Duanya's countenances. He avariciously takes the swine for himself, not comprehending that he is ingesting an entire monstrosity's appendage that has been enchanted by Duanya's ability. Owing to the ersatz swine that they provide him, he consents to permit them entry and dispatch Suchun to the laboratory subsequently. The other sentry possesses a much more amiable demeanor and guides them to the primary encampment, where other individuals recline, appearing fatigued and famished. The nether levels are for the elderly, the juveniles, and some undesirables. So he proposes to escort them upstairs to locate an immaculate chamber. As they are conversing, a juvenile approaches them, and she appears unable to ambulate properly. She tenders an apology and informs them that she is merely experiencing a slight vertigo. Duanya observes that. She appears enfeebled from starvation and inquires where her progenitors are. She tells the leporine girl that they went to procure sustenance and have not returned since. So Duanya offers her a morsel of bread to sustain her for the interim. The juvenile initially does not receive because she is apprehensive that her leporine sibling will experience hunger if she accepts part of her sustenance. Duanya attempts to reassure her that she will not be famished if she receives merely a solitary morsel of bread, but the juvenile still does not credit her. So Suchun exhibits one of the banquet tables laden with food and vows that as long as she is his companion, then she will never experience starvation. The juvenile is impressed and proposes to be his companion as well, but Dwayne thrusts a slice of bread in her maw to silence her and prevent her from uttering superfluous remarks. The aroma of sustenance attracts some ruffians towards them, and they propel the undesirables aside to reach the banquet of food. Accumulating sustenance is contrary to the regulations in this provisional society, and all provisions must be surrendered initially in recompense for contribution merits. The incensed men intimidate the young girl, and she clings to Duanya for solace. She tells the girl not to be trepidatious and informs her that she will endeavor to converse with them. Then she glances to Suchun for affirmation before rising to summon another banquet table of food for the men to ingest. Her optics radiate with malevolent purpose as she tells them to consume the repast to their heart's satisfaction. Evidently something is amiss with the sustenance, but it appears so delectable that the men cannot withstand. They all jostle each other to be the foremost to sample the flesh, and the sustenance is so exquisite that they almost shed tears of elation. Owing to this, they inform Duanya that they will recompense her subsequently for bringing them all this exceptional sustenance. But they will not permit Suchun to evade so effortlessly. He is a newcomer who transgressed the regulations, so they must discipline him. and they resolve to do so by presenting two individuals who appear untamed. The castigation is a life or death contest, where he must eliminate the two individuals or be eliminated by them. Su-chan identifies them as the two siblings he encountered on the structure while navigating through the metropolis. The girl also identifies them as her siblings, who ventured out seeking sustenance and never returned. She commences weeping and irately exclaims for the men to release her. But Dwanya restrains her from charging at them impetuously. Owing to Su-chen's intercession, the men bungled their last assignment and could not amass sufficient contribution merits to assist their society, so because of that, they have been condemned to mortality. Nevertheless, dispatching them so plainly would be a squander. Thus they sedated them and retained them for amusement. As Su-chan and the maiden both recognized the siblings, the ruffians proceeded to devise a novel rule. Should our champion be defeated then, subsequently, they shall hurl the pair of siblings into the waterway, together with their younger sister too. The pair of siblings appeared to be in a kind of manic condition, perhaps triggered by a certain kind of potion. They were restrained with weighty fetters and yokes about their throats, and it appears as if they do not even recall him. The ruffians shout for them to commence battle, and they unchain the siblings from their bonds, propelling them rushing directly towards Su-chan. Poised to strike, the battle concludes the moment it begins, as Su-chan renders them both unconscious with a strike to the initial fellow's countenance and a blow to the second individual's neck. They collapse to the ground instantly, and the young maiden attempts to hurry toward them, believing they are lifeless. Yet Dwanya restrains her and comforts her that they are all right. The ruffians, nonetheless, are less than thrilled that the clash concluded so rapidly. They desired a grander display, particularly since they had squandered a pair of portions of their unique concoction. He resolves to dismiss it and proceeds to menace Su-chan, informing our champion that as they are feeling generous, if he relinquishes all his provisions, then they shall act as if this event never transpired. Su-chan inquires precisely why he ought to surrender his provisions, and they inform him that he is surely fresh to this place. Any individual accessing the Institute of Science and Technology must adhere to the chief's regulations to uphold decorum and cast off any parasites. They do not sustain parasites within their settlement, and should he desire to remain there, then he needs to obtain merit points by providing valuable resources or procuring provisions within this encampment. These credits are likely akin to how currency once functioned, and much like in the former world, it solely advantages the ones establishing the regulations. Su-chan consents to their conditions and informs them their final morsel of sustenance has previously been consumed by their group, thus they possess nothing remaining to offer. Subsequently, a hulking individual emerges and presents Su-chan several merit tokens in return for laboring for him. The hulking figure's arrival instantly makes the ruffians, who are acting quite arrogant and imperious, to tremble with dread. They address him as Captain Gua, and it appears he is the chief of the settlement. He arrives upon a massive throne borne by numerous thralls, while a fearful woman reclines between his thighs. He proposes to them complimentary sustenance and lodging, together with lucrative paying roles, and their sole task is to ensure they are devoted to him and toil diligently. While he is speaking, one of the thralls stumbles and collapses to the earth. Captain Gua acts swiftly and plunges his sharp bladed lance through the collapsed thrall's chest. Dispatching him instantly, he informs Su-chan they lack adequate personnel, and he has arrived opportunely to substitute the thrall, who is now expendable. The rabbit maiden particularly can receive endless sustenance and fine dwelling quarters, should she choose to serve him then. While he speaks, he seizes the female reclining upon his lap and fondles her figure. He notifies them that this is the cataclysm currently, and factory output has halted. By extending to them this proposition, he is performing a grand concession on their behalf. Furthermore, he has grown weary of the individuals he has employed thus far, and they are slated for substitution. The remaining ruffians shout to Su-chan to take the proposition at once. When their mighty chief requires a fresh female companion, he will permit the rest to amuse themselves with the discarded ones. Their chief, nonetheless, possesses different worries aside from the fresh laborers he requires. He detects an odor amidst the ruffians and inquires of them what they have consumed. In their haste to obtain the sustenance Duanya had previously provided, they overlooked that consuming flesh lacking the chief's consent is a capital offense. They instantly fall prostrate and implore their chief for clemency. Henceforth, they shall surely offer him whatever sustenance they discover. Initially, he commands them to cease their fawning and be silent. He has no desire for whatever victuals they have consumed, and merely its aroma is nauseating him. Did they consume excrement or some such filth? Whatever on earth did they discover that reeks so foully, that startles Su-chun and Duanya unawares? Had he perchance penetrated Duanya's psychic influence? It appears he remained utterly untouched by it whatsoever. The ruffians inform him they consumed merely the provisions Su-chun provided, yet with the psychic influence dispelled. They instantly grasp what they had been consuming all this while. Their bellies revolt against the dreadful sustenance, and they dash to the latrine, frantic to expel all that they've been consuming. Captain Gua exhales in frustration and ponders how he wound up encircled by such fools. Someday he'll eliminate every one of them and enlist individuals who are genuinely dependable. Su-chun perceives that in spite of his resistance to Duanya's psychic influence, he cannot detect any capabilities from the sizable chief. Nonetheless, he radiates a very potent emanation that's discernible even by him. Additionally, his impact was sufficient to rouse everyone from Duanya's psychic grip. He contemplates what manner of fellow Captain Gua is, and based solely on his henchmen, he is surely not virtuous. Our main character is amply strong enough to annihilate the whole encampment. Instantly, however, eliminating them presently would just obstruct his future schemes. Primarily, he has to discover the mutated vermin first. Subsequently, he can handle the remainder. Captain Gua jolts him from his musings and inquires of our hero his view of the servitude proposition. Su-chun indifferently informs the other fellow that he's no interest, and Captain Gua chuckles. He professes that someday Su-chun will come imploring him. Then he summons another of the individuals in the settlement and directs him to occupy the forward post, allowing him to go upon departing. Captain Gua directs one of the remaining people to monitor Duanya, considering beautiful ladies such as she are scarce to come by. After the other individual left Duanya, expresses regret for lacking the power to sustain her mental influence operational. His mind power was quite formidable, and it was ineffective on him whatsoever in any way. Su-chun reassures her that it's not her doing. If those fellows weren't killed after ingesting the sea fiend's body, then there's surely an oddity occurring in this encampment. They must be wary henceforth and shun things causing undue focus on them. A survivor draws close to them. During their talk, he states to them that they have incensed the watchman, and as a result, they are advised to go with him to ensure their security. It looks as though this remaining person knows Su-chun, and he identifies himself as Miao Pu Yuan, the cohabitant of one of Su-chun's past acquaintances called Tien Yue. They saw each other the prior occasion he attended the school, preceding the cataclysm beginning. He guides them to an alternate edifice inside the academic grounds, which remains undestroyed by the violent torrents. Their Duanya is able to utilize the meager provisions to tend to the two siblings, who were incapacitated by Su-chun. Although their medical stores weren't plentiful, it will be adequate currently. Because of this, the two siblings are out of pressing peril, and Duanya was able to make stable their well-being. The small female child shows appreciation for her assistance and keeps close to her siblings to look after them. Su-chun questions Xiao Miao if all the learners dwell here presently, and he verifies that all students who lived, irrespective of their sex, are finding sanctuary inside the edifice, as Tianyu AI regularly aids all individuals at this location. It is deemed the field unit's domain. The field squad is a formidable contingent that can even confront the devourer kinsfolk, which intimidated Su-chun before. During their discussion, a different individual steps into the space and questions Su-chun if he wishes to become part of their team. It's Tianyu AI, and he fails to identify Su-chun at the beginning. However, Pu Yuan makes him known, and the unit commander is thrilled to meet his past comrade once more. The pair of individuals clasp, and Tianyu AI is close to tears while grasping Su-chun. He practically considered they would not encounter one another anymore, as it is infrequent for a pair like them to encounter once more, following a considerable duration. He recommends the two of them proceed and get a libation because he has newly arrived from an assignment a short while back. He is able to linger with Su-chan for no less than some days. During their chat, he perceives the stunning Duanya looking intently at them, continuing to sport her Lego morph outfit. Tianyue at once knows her as the renowned stunner of their institution. She was famous previously as the distant divinity Duanya. She continues to feel awkward regarding all of it and hesitantly states such matters are from before, and they hold no significance currently. The contingent head questions Xiaomei the specific way the renowned divinity reached their community, and whatever, for she is attired like a Lego morph cert. Now that attention is drawn to it, Xiaomia further observes the female present was senior Duanya from the Physician Training Institute. All their looks and observations prompted Duanya to grasp tightly Su-chan and solicit fresh garments. It is exceedingly awkward to be clad this way in the presence of her underclassmen. Su-chan beams and assents to permit her to get fresh attire. Meanwhile, the remaining pair of males boil with resentment that their comrade is clasping the divine beauty. Duanya following this, Tianyue presents her a personal space to switch clothes. It's slightly cluttered. However, she may rest where she pleases and switch attire calmly. Su-chan perceives it is an opulent chamber in Tian. You undoubtedly bought it using numerous service credits. The contingent head additionally perceives that the pair lacked any satchels with them, and he ponders the source of the attire. Yet Su-chan diverts the conversation at once and questions regarding his routine tasks. They undoubtedly are hazardous if it requires some days for his round trip. In reality, however, no location globally lacks danger, as both Su-chan and Duanya continue to seem tidy. He opines that they are unacquainted with the end times yet. Therefore, he gives them the option to become part of the unit. Thus, he may provide for them sustenance. She may simply apply her therapeutic skills and minister to the injured individuals. Nonetheless, prior to any of that, he needs to caution them regarding something. Initially, Su-chan must cease flaunting everywhere, and chiefly, he must quit forcing lovely young women to wear rabbit costumes. What precisely was he imagining with that maneuver? Su-chan endeavors to vindicate himself and states that he will shield her, and his comrade strikes him upon the head in reply. He reminds the currently formidable man of a period when he lacked as much capability as he possessed then, back during senior high, when he was often tormented and never ventured to retaliate. It was Tianyu who repelled the tormentors far. The watchman Captain Gua is not a kind fellow, and when he fixes his gaze upon a female, they ordinarily do not experience favorable conclusions. Gorgeous females like Duan are no different, and now that he has his attention on her, he will not release her readily. Simultaneously in the secluded chamber, the culinary artist attempts to shed her attire swiftly, yet a blade is held upon her neck by an unknown assailant. She anxiously inquires of this new visage who she is and her desires. The female does not provide an answer and informs Duanya that she is an individual dispatched by her superior to assist her in organizing her living quarters. She is a lady ultimately, and she ought not to slumber near those males. Duanya might not recognize who she is. However, we previously recognize her as the peculiar female she is. She's the woman that eavesdropped on Su-chan's complete confrontation previously in the school operation structure, and she witnessed directly the type of might he possesses. Presently, though, she's merely an emissary sent to apprehend the lovely senior Duanya. The culinary artist endeavors to tell her that there is already ample room in the community, and she requires no assistance. Yet the other female perseveres. The superior requested her pointedly to arrive, and nobody declined. The superior, Duanya nevertheless, is poised to become an innovator. She employs her psychic influence abilities and commands the woman, prompting her to halt, incapable of shifting her own physique. Then she instructs her to release, and the woman obeys, retreating and lowering her appendage. Utilizing her psychic might to coercively direct individuals is perpetually challenged, yet she can succeed in doing so for a brief interval. For the moment, however, she has fulfilled her portion, and Su-chan can manage the remainder. As she proceeds toward the entryway to notify the others, the woman compels her physique to shift and contrives to pierce her own hand. The jolt of the agony forces her faculties to come back to her and utilizes the short span of lucidity to assail Duanya. The pair collide against the partition, and the disturbance alerts the individuals beyond. They pound upon the entryway and inquire of Duanya what's transpired. There is no chance someone would create such a din while merely altering garments. The assailant attempts to mute her by covering her oral cavity. However, it is futile since they perceive no reply from within. They presume the gravest and breach into the chamber. The initial individual to enter is veiled in dimness, and the enigmatic assailant fails to identify him at first. So she charges at him with incredible velocity, set to assault and eliminate. Tianyue endeavors to position himself before him and safeguard his comrade. Yet that is unneeded, since the assailant identifies whom she is confronting right away. She observed his actions in the institution of science and engineering, and she comprehends his designation well by this juncture. The one known as Suchun battled numerous undead alone and triumphed with scarce to zero exertion. Although she has dispatched many individuals, her intuition informs her that if she executes a poor maneuver against him, she is not going to endure what follows after. With minimal chance to restrain herself or alter her path, she alternatively genuflects while still advancing towards him, inducing her to a screeching cessation directly at his feet. Subsequently, she anxiously requests him to discipline her and addresses him her superior. Suchun has no comprehension of her desires and her motivations, and she inquires of him if her earnestness is insufficient to content him. To demonstrate that she is genuinely surrendering herself to him, she disrobes, removing her garments, and questions him once more if that is satisfactory for him. Tian, you queries our hero if his preference in females has altered so drastically, while Xiao Miao nervously averts his gaze. Yet removing her attire was merely a diversionary tactic to divert their focus away from herself. With everyone suitably discomposed, she deploys a smoke device, enveloping the whole vicinity in a dense vapor, before darting off in an endeavor to flee. Prior to her getting very distant, Suchun seizes her by the scruff and elevates her from the surface, halting whatever getaway schemes that she possibly possessed. He questions her if she truly believed that she would manage to flee so effortlessly, and it is apparent that he is going to dispose of her. The hit woman implores for her existence and informs him that he cannot eliminate her. She tells him that the young lady he rescued, along with her 2 male siblings, have been transported to the community's combat ground. If he eliminates her, then there will be repercussions, particularly for those 3 individuals. Suchun could not be less concerned, and hurls her within the deluge beyond the structure. The remaining individuals, though, are more troubled regarding what she uttered. The female she referenced is Xiao Mei, and the watchmen must have apprehended her plus her 2 male siblings. While they were not giving attention, Xiao Mei inquires what they ought to perform now. If they fail to rescue them, they will be mauled to demise by the large mutated rodents. The subject of rodents captures Su Chen's focus, since that was the primary motive he journeyed to the community. Originally, he resolves to go and observe it for his own sake, and Tenua requests him to remain composed and sidestep altercations. Meanwhile, in the combat ground, Xiao Mei anxiously positions herself in the center of the expanse, ready to contend for her male siblings. Captain Gua is seated upon a platform before her, plainly managing the entire affair. He informs her that, because her 2 male siblings neglected to fulfill their assignments, then they have received the capital punishment. Nevertheless, since she is inclined to step into the combat ground and contend, he has resolved to grant them an additional opportunity at existence. The 2 male siblings dangle by their necks behind the fellow, mere moments distant from their demise. They unsteadily attempt to advise Xiao Mei not to trust and flee for her existence. Yet Captain Gua tells them that it is excessively delayed for that presently. Xiao Mei conversely declines to depart. If there exists even a minuscule possibility her male siblings will be liberated, then she will contend with all she possesses to extract them from there. She questions the sizable captain once again if he will genuinely release them, and he informs her that he will honor his pledge solely if she contrives to endure. In her rear, a confinement unlatches, and a large rodent advances toward her. She possesses only a moment to pivot towards it ere it clamps down upon her limb, prompting her to shriek in agony. Then it hoists her from the surface and flings her about, readying to devour her while she struggles for her existence. Recollections of her and her male siblings flood through her consciousness. She recalls a period when they were famished, and one of them contrived to discover a cluster of fungi for them to ingest. She informed them that fungi were perilous, and her other male sibling resolved to assess the fungus by ingesting it. Personally, after everything, he does not desire a young female like Xiao Mei to ingest something so dubious. After consuming 2 of them, he instantly loses consciousness from the toxin, and they scarcely contrived to rescue him. That episode was what compelled the 2 male siblings to venture into the metropolis to fulfill the assignment of locating Su Chun. If they are successful in return, then they will acquire contribution merits, and they shall cease to endure hunger and consume questionable nourishment. Those 2 individuals who jeopardized their existences for their female sibling now vociferated for her to flee and not fret about them. She must endure and live prosperously without them, and they cannot tolerate observing her being devoured conscious by a rodent. Captain Guo directs his watchmen to silence them, and they strike the timbers supporting the men aloft, causing them to descend and suffocate on the tethers. Xiao Mei shrieks for her male siblings and attempts to resist. Against the rodent, she takes the sizable staff she's been grasping and thrusts it directly into the rodent's optic, prompting the creature to shriek in agony and at last release her. Then she executes a frantic sprint to rescue her male siblings and urges them to persevere there. That is an ill-suited selection of terms, yet her sentiment is in it. The rodent behemoth recuperates and contrives to pursue the young lady before securing her down beneath its appendage. Captain Gu guffaws at the whole display of her, attempting to rescue her male siblings. As Xiao Mei laments for her male siblings, there is no method for her to flee, and all appears forfeited already, while the rodent looms threateningly above her. In one final endeavor, she shrieks for an individual to arrive and rescue them, and Su Chun promptly materializes, dispatching the rodent with one swift strike to the visage. The remaining individuals are directly in his wake, and Tianyu AI vociferates at Su Chun for being excessively rash. To Su Chun, however, that was too simple a dispatch, and these beings were merely excessively large rodents. Captain Guo gazes at him in astonishment, yet contrives to swiftly recuperate. He did not anticipate an individual to enter his combat ground voluntarily. However, as it is demise our hero desires, then he will gladly bestow it. As he converses, sizable portals unlatch, encircling them, and the rodents within scramble upon one another to flee. Su Chun confronts them steadily and readies to engage a legion of colossal rodents, with a single hand in his pouch, while Su Chun squares off against the rodents. Xiao Miao and Tianyu AI contrive to liberate the 2 male siblings from their lethal contraptions. They express gratitude to her for rescuing them. Yet the small female reminds them that it is in fact Su Chun that rescued them meanwhile. In the upper levels commanding a view of the combat ground, a drenched hit woman observes the contest with disdain, while positioned behind a man of science. The fellow in the lab attire inquires if Su Chun is the unique investigative substance that she previously mentioned. She attests that he is an individual with preeminent genetic makeup that shall absolutely resolve the precariousness of the apocalyptic genetic material. If they can accomplish that, then they will be capable of making the rodents that were engineered, employing the newest methodologies, larger and more savage than previously. Su Chun confronts those identical rodents directly, and it seems both of them are poised to assail in a flash. The man of science possesses elevated expectations for our hero, yet if he perishes here, then he is undeserving to be their trial specimen. Su Chun squanders no moments inadvertently validating himself by effortlessly dispatching multiple colossal rodents in under a moment. His associates exclaim in astonishment, and Tenuad questions if this person is the Su Chun he truly recognizes. Regrettably, despite all of his ostentation, there were no crystalline cores in any of the colossal rodents. That signified his sole prospect of acquiring one would be from the rodent monarch, precisely then as if prearranged. An individual makes a proclamation from the sound systems installed about the encampment. Is the man of science who has been observing the confrontation this whole duration, and he informs all present that Su-chan is the investigative substance he requires for his endeavors. He commands Captain Gua and Tianyue to deliver him upward, whether deceased or animate. It appears the pair of leaders from the encampment report to him, and Captain Gua is more than delighted to convey Su-chan over for investigative procedures. Xiaomia discreetly cautions Duanya to depart with him rapidly, because the circumstances have turned grave. If she fails to depart presently, then she will be unable to depart again subsequently. She informs him that she is not departing as long as Su-chan is present. Captain Gua derisively tells Tianyue that he understands the field unit commander and Su-chan are comrades. So now that he has gotten a specific directive from their superior, what is he planning to do? Will he remain with his comrade, or shall he align with the individual who aided his survival of the cataclysm? Su-chan disregards the portly deranged fellow and asks Tianyue what's occurring, and why affairs seem to be escalating into disarray. The contingent commander informs him that the individual above is Liu Heian. At the commencement of the cataclysm, the man of science formulated a concoction that renders individuals mightier, and owing to that, he was capable of managing the institution. Yet nothing is without cost in the cataclysm. The concoction necessitates a consumer to barter their vital essence. In return for might, once they discontinue ingesting the substance, they become more feeble than any other individual due to their reliance upon the substance. They are compelled to obey all directives from the man of science regardless. His sole prospect in this predicament would be Su-chan, who presents an escape from the substance reliance, but only if Tenua accompanies him. The contingent commander inclines his head and informs his comrade that, regrettably, he possesses no alternative in this circumstance. Captain Gua guffaws unrestrainedly at the seeming perfidy between comrades, observing them turn upon one another. Galvanizes him to eliminate our hero. Definitively, he lunges at Su-chan, prepared to strike the younger fellow down. Yet at the final moment, Yue springs into motion and propels Captain Guo away before he can assail. The sizable fellow plainly did not foresee the assault and gets dispatched airborne by the kick. He snarls ferociously at Tianyue, who removes his upper garment, prepared for a mortal combat skirmish amongst commanders, despite the probabilities against him. He resolves to champion what's equitable and what he values. Tianyue informs the sizable fellow that he's betraying the physician, because he solely desires to employ the substance to manage them. There is no requirement to stand alongside an individual who is using his existence as a negotiating piece. If he is not to forfeit, then it will not be significant if he perishes at the day's conclusion. Yet if any individual ventures to lay a hand on his comrade, then he will combat them to the demise. Su-chan beams at his comrade as he positions himself before the assembly. In that instant, the contingent commander appears precisely as our hero recalls from numerous eras past. Tianyue charges forth to collide with the formidable commander, and the larger fellow vows to pulverize them all collectively, since he's so fervent to perish. Tianyue contrives to deliver multiple potent blows, all across Captain Gua's physique. Yet the bigger superior unveils his ultimate advantage. Their superior knew that had defected from them, so he provided the commander a superior grade substance than he gave to Tianyue, owing to that the blubber is his stoutest bulwark, signifying that no one can injure him. The commander elevates his armaments above his cranium and directs them downward upon the unwary Tianyue. The contingent commander just barely contrives to intercept both cudgels before they pulverize him. Yet the impact causes him to expectorate crimson. Then Captain Gua actuates a mechanism on the armament, which prompts electricity to course through them. Tenwei scarcely contrives to maintain grip, yet precisely when it appears he's on the verge of fall, Su-chan steps in to aid his comrade. He charges in with a forceful boot to both metallic hammers and employs his kicks to dislodge them from Captain Gua's grasp, making them penetrate his physique and stumble backward. The empannement forms a club, and the rush of current prompt Captain Gua to instantly succumb lifeless. The exploits Su Chun executes simply become increasingly captivating with passing moments. To date, the researcher has utilized all his assets and workforce to discover methods to transform humans into ideal specimens, and his studies have resulted in important advancements in his trials nonetheless. Our hero's latest demonstration of might reveals that all those trials were futile. The ideal individual has been present all this duration. The researcher offers Su Chun an additional chance to align with him and be the initial, genuinely flawless individual. Naturally, Su Chun is aware there's greater depth to his scheme beyond only humans. When he discusses ideal individuals, what he's actually alluding to is a rodent. To the researcher, rodent genetics are most similar to human genetics, and employing the rat's genetic material, he can assemble a legion of rodent humanoids and then dominate the globe. Under those circumstances, the cataclysm would transform into a paradise for him and his rodent legion. Su Chun considers the scheme seems utterly foolish and openly rejects the proposal outright. Lu Heian solely believes this must signify that Su Chun has not grasped just how immense his development program can be. His sole task to persuade our hero is to demonstrate to him just how magnificent the notion is. The previous assailant aims a precision rifle shot from the casement, viewing the arena from a height, and discharges. Su Chun evades an object resembling a sedative projectile, and it travels directly into Captain Gua's torso. The sizable individual instantly begins to transform into a dreadful new monster, and the charged hammers also become assimilated into his physique. The large fellow was formerly a traditional grappler, and his corpulence rendered him resilient against most powerful assaults. Merging that with the Tier 3 substance recently administered to him, his might has been augmented. And furthermore, whatever injuries he receives are instantly repaired. Su Chun remained utterly indifferent and directs a fiery, obscene gesture upward at the unhinged physician. No aspect of this is commendable. From his perspective, this whole arrangement is merely a grand pretext to transform individuals into fiends. That affront is the ultimate offense for Lu Heian, and he commands the freshly altered Captain Gua to slay Su Chun so that he can retrieve the genetic material he requires from the remains. The creature bellows and instantly rushes towards Su Chun with a wrestler's pirouette. Our hero succeeds in intercepting the revolving figure barely in time. Then he thrusts his limb into the sizable fellow's cranium and extracts forcefully the power source from the charged hammers. Prior to cramming it into Captain Gua's altered visage, the power source instantly detonates, which ought to be sufficient harm to slay the sizable fellow. Nonetheless, due to his recently enhanced regenerative ability, his injuries mend instantly, resulting in him being terribly marred, yet potent enough to continue combat. Su Chun considers the entire situation irksome and charges back in to dispatch the fellow and halt the conflict. All in a moment, he delivers a crushing blow directly to its presumptive mandible, making the man tumble into a depression. Then he accelerates his velocity while assaulting, stirring up a dense cloud of particles while also battering the altered fellow. In the present era, scarce individuals are aware of extraordinary abilities. Thus, it is wisest to conceal from others how he employs them. Due to that, he employs the particles and soil for his benefit, which permits him to act as he desires while concealed. His primary problem is the fact that Captain Gua continually recuperates, regardless of the amount of harm he sustains, notwithstanding how much he is ridiculed about the entire affair. In the final analysis, Professor Lu Haiyun's studies are genuinely remarkable. Fortunately, Su Chen's dimension doesn't solely hold provisions. It additionally holds something sizable enough to obliterate the fellow and ensure that he will have nothing from which to recover. He activates his dimensional ability and calls forth his concealed armament, which consists of multiple tons of cement and metal. The loud sound alarms the spectators outdoors, yet the immense barrier of particles obstructs their view of anything. When it all dissipates, Su Chun is positioned centrally, atop the heaps of aggregate, with a portly figure interred beneath all the rubble. Lu Haiyun begins to become alarmed after witnessing all of that. At this juncture, he is indifferent to Su Chen's identity or the uniqueness of his genetics. His sole concern is the fact that our hero ventured to antagonize him and currently He will employ all means to ensure our excessively potent hero perishes lacking a suitable site for interment. Encircling him, the enclosures begin to ascend, as multitudes of rodents ready to engulf them and assault. Su-chun is entirely unconcerned, and he is actually thrilled because he intended to ensure none of them would endure either. The rest pivot and perceive they've been fully encircled. The rodent humanoids who begin emerging from the enclosures are all the individuals who were previously dispatched to the laboratory. It appears Liu Heian transformed them all into rodent humanoids, and currently they follow his commands mindlessly. Su-chun cannot be bothered with these minor adversaries, because his objective is the unhinged researcher observing them. If he fails to ascend there and handle Liu Heian, then the legions of altered rodents will persist indefinitely. For that reason, he must depart from them for a time, so that he can eliminate the origin. Duanya recollects. He previously informed her that she must possess worth to remain with him. If she fails to demonstrate that she can be independent in this place, then a possibility exists that he will forsake her, upon that she comprehends her assignment and reassures him that she will maintain command over them, despite that he informs her that if she requires him and cannot manage, then she ought to summon him audibly. With Su-chun departed, she instantly assumes command of the circumstances and advances to guide the assembly. Numerous rodents encircle them, and she has not previously managed such a multitude simultaneously. Yet in these circumstances, she has no alternative but to perform it psychically, managing a great quantity of rodents and halting them. The remainder of the assembly concentrates on dispatching the maximum number possible. Concurrently, Liu Heian persists in observing the slaughter from the uppermost level of his structure. He deems the individuals battling alongside Duanya to be defectors, yet it is of no consequence to him, as they will transform into sustenance for the rodent humanoids shortly. Abruptly, his aides announce that Su-chun has neutralized the protection staff within the structure, and he has breached the chamber of an individual called Miss Yun that seizes Liu Heian's focus instantly, and it appears that chamber holds great significance for him. He removes his laboratory garment and commands his aides to administer the apocalyptic genetic material to him. They caution him that the genetic material remains precarious, and it is excessively perilous to use. Yet the researcher is unconcerned at this moment. He must individually confront Su-chun and compel him to atone for all he has ventured to perform today. Our hero traverses Miss Yun's chamber and peers into multiple containers holding what appeared to be unsuccessful or yet evolving trials. Every one of them possesses macabre, shadowy complexions, and they appear utterly marred. Yet one of the enclosures attracts his attention. Within it there's a female enveloped solely in wrappings, suspended in the verdant fluid of the containers, dissimilar to the other trials. It appears she has not been altered or interfered with whatsoever. The female is Yun, the lady from the tavern that Su-chun visited prior to the cataclysm commencing. It appears that in some way she contrived to endure for this duration, likely owing to his counsel. Yet he never anticipated encountering her once more in such a location. He lacks the opportunity to ponder it, however, and at this moment he must concentrate on rescuing her. He prepares his hand and strikes the pane, fragmenting it with a single blow. Then he extracts Yun and holds her close to his torso. She begins to awaken and instantly identifies him. He advises her not to fret and vows to extract her from that place. Yet she's more preoccupied with the reality that she's famished. Their re-encounter is interrupted by a hoarse vocalization, yelling for him to release her. Next in a flash, a glacial dart shoots forth at him, pointed precisely at his very head. He skillfully intercepts it just in time, even as he kept holding Yun. Liu Heian emerges from the darkness and shouts once more, commanding him to take his very hands off Yun. In his view, she is the female he selected, and Su-chan's handling of her renders him exceptionally enraged. It seems he somehow procured these ice abilities. However, they are unequal to our lead character. He shatters the flimsy projectile within his grasp, forcing it to shatter into pieces. Next, he questions Liu Heian whether he picks out ladies, as though he is acquiring merchandise. He cannot simply resolve to claim a person without any basis, and subsequently choose to retain them lacking permission. The researcher informs him that they exist now in the apocalypse, and in this transformed reality common folk are merely insects, but an individual akin to him. who wields the very force of evolution, can indeed command the world. To his mind, for her to be his woman is truly her honor. This short discourse merely persuades Su-chan that he is indeed quite the madman, like the common tales indicate. Yun desperately holds onto our protagonist and implores him not to depart. She is fearful of the circumstances she has been thrust into, and Su-chan did appear to ensure her very safety. This renders Lu Haiyun still more furious, and he fiercely grits his teeth. While commanding Su-chan one more time, he must release her. Then he madly dashes at them, shouting that Yun is his woman, and indeed she belongs to him. Su-chan responds quite swiftly and punts a rack towards a researcher to impede his advance. But the fellow deflects it easily like mere flimsy material. But during that short instant, he took for his own defense. Yun springs upwards and presses her lips to Su-chan now. Still furious with him for keeping her in suspense before, and she's merely claiming what is due to her. However, that truly exhausted the last bit of energy she possessed, and she slumps onto his shoulder in a flash and immediately blacks out. That ultimately pushes Lu Haiyun to his very limit, and he stoops low in pure fury while clenching his very jaw. This represents the gravest treachery he has yet experienced, and the intense fury makes him completely lose command of his senses. He decides at that very instant that if she utterly refuses to be his, then she may as well perish down in hell alongside Su-chan. Then he initiates his profound transformation process, making his very garments rip into countless tatters, as his eyes radiate stark white and veins throb visibly across his entire form. Next, his very complexion begins to profoundly darken, and his very teeth elongate and hone until they truly become wicked fangs. Then his physique commences its growth while his hide contracts tightly around it, and his fingernails transform into dangerously sharp talons. By the very moment he has completed his grotesque mutation, he has morphed into a truly ferocious-looking part man, part rodent. Then he vows to Su-chan that he shall demonstrate the genuine might of a deity. However, Su-chan remains completely undaunted by this display and composedly continues to support Yun, while boldly challenging the researcher to approach and engage him now. He gently assists Yun to recline upon the ground and advises her to find some rest against the partition. She yet again murmurs that she is feeling quite famished. Thus he offers her a portion of his own chocolate to consume. Yun appears exceedingly feeble and truly delicate, since she has been held captive within the laboratory for quite a duration. And Su-chan appears deeply concerned for her current well-being. As the pair of them experience that brief, intimate exchange, his gaze sharpens as he abruptly detects a very dangerous new presence nearby. A truly hideous creature suddenly materializes right beside him now, apparently enraged that the pair are currently disregarding its very presence. The beast appears extremely threatening with its keen fangs and extended sharp talons, as it poises itself to violently tear them into many shreds. It informs them that they shall soon be facing their ultimate demise, because they are so audacious as to remain utterly preoccupied. However, Su-chan retains his remarkably calm and collected demeanor, and remains wholly unfazed by the vile creature's blatant menaces. The beast practically appears to be quite deathly unwell, and its entire form looks emaciated and utterly revolting. In a mere flash, he gestures his hand and completely obliterates the creature's upper torso. The transformed rodent's severed pieces scatter wildly across the entire room, with its dark ichor and vile viscera erupting profusely everywhere. It is truly a fitting demise for such a loathsome, vile creature, as its vital fluid showers everything all around. Su-chan appears rather unimpressed and inquires if that is the full extent the beast possesses. His very expression clearly indicates that he was anticipating a far more significant type of challenge. However, the vile beast evidently was woefully unprepared for Su-chan's truly immense power. Concurrently, Yun completely consumes the offered sweet chocolate, and she inquires if the individuals below are indeed his trusted allies, while she peers out through the window pane using just a quick sidelong glance. Su-chan simply affirms that there is loyal comrades indeed. She swiftly seizes a chair and declares that she fully intends to recompense him for all his remarkable deeds now. It is merely equitable, particularly given the significant fact that he also preserved her very life. Yun hurls the chair towards the window, thereby completely shattering the glass, then gets ready to descend rapidly to the ground level to rescue Su Chen's cherished companions. She gives Su Chen one final significant gaze and cautions him that Lu Huyin is not so simply dispatched and that he must exercise utmost caution. Following that, she leaps out from the window open, steadily expanding in overall dimensions. And by the moment she makes contact with the earth below, she is statuesque enough to dwarf everyone present in her vicinity. The impact startles Su Chen's loyal friends, and it requires a brief period for them to grasp what just transpired. Duanya and the associates pivot in astonishment to behold the colossal woman, who laments over the reality that she impacted squarely on her posterior. The rabbit maiden scarcely credits what her eyes are witnessing, while Tianyua merely perceives that it is a gigantic female who interrupted the gathering. Somehow, regardless of her notable increase in physical size, she does not forfeit any of the wrappings upon her form, with the demolished edifices and framework before their very eyes. They find it hard to believe they are observing a titanic woman, while they are yet attempting to understand what is truly occurring. A multitude of the rodent legion lies slain behind their position. Yin clenches her teeth and is still, endeavoring to rally from the sheer agony of the descent. She ultimately rises to her feet and commences striding across the very plains of the war zone. The other individuals are still inquiring how a gargantuan female abruptly materializes from absolutely nowhere. As Yun navigates about Tion, Yu pleads not to be inadvertently crushed, particularly because he can perceive between her legs from his current vantage point, and he even remarks that he can discern the shade. She contrives to squash one of the vermin beneath her feet, prompting it to shriek out in torment and writhe about beneath her massive leg, as the rodent desperately tries to break free from the gigantic woman's foot. Yun at last begins to comprehend just what precisely her newfound associates have been valiantly battling against. She elevates her foot to achieve a much closer inspection, while the remaining rodents stare up at her from down below. The rodents all appear terrified of the foreboding emanation that Yun now projects, before she fully registers that they are indeed rodents. They all commence pouring forth from within the structures and sprinting directly towards her position. All of them are extremely keen to retaliate for their dispatched brethren, and they rapidly traverse the now desolate field of conflict, seizing any individual they can apprehend as they execute their swift advance. Some unfortunate people attempt to flee, but only a scant few can successfully escape, while the remainder are ensnared in the vile creature's pathways before they get converted into mere rodent sustenance. As Yun comprehends that she is contending against colossal rodents, she starts to become quite alarmed. She weeps and begs for assistance, because she simply cannot endure these horrid monsters. Everyone else commences to quickly retreat from her, because she initiates forceful stomping upon the ground, which signifies that she might unintentionally eliminate both rodents and humans alike. In her sheer panic, the tremor waves from her powerful stomps make them all flee for their very lives. She continually vociferates at the creatures, demanding they get away from her person, while the other human beings endeavor to somehow pacify her before she inadvertently tramples them to their very death. Most of them relinquish calming her and instead strive to get far away. Suchin observes the unfolding pandemonium as he reflects in awe at Yun's ridiculously potent special ability. Unbeknownst to him, as he gazes intently out the window frame, the rodents within the chamber start to transmogrify and return to actual life. He rapidly pivots his head and perceives the creatures hurtling directly towards him, but he is confident that he can surely eliminate them. Suchin does not offer resistance as the rodents team and ascend all over his physique. He concedes that Lu Huyin genuinely is not that simple to vanquish. Then he permits himself to become completely enveloped by the teeming swarm, while consistently preserving a remarkably tranquil outward appearance. The rodents amalgamate collectively surrounding his very form, thereby shaping a novel physique that appears to be that of the rodent monarch. A few brief moments later, he is entirely consumed by all of them. However, not even one once does he endeavor to rescue himself from the very depths of the horde. Lu Hyun's menacing hand extends forth, like a truly foreboding entity that has been resurrected from the actual dead. The enormous rodent materializes with his complete physical body. Now then, transformed entirely into the rodent king that Su-chan has been diligently trying to locate. He cackles and proclaims that his very body is practically indestructible, deriding Su-chan's utterly useless endeavors at attempting to overcome it. Now that the primary irritant in his path has been effectively dealt with, is the opportune moment for him to commence conquering the entire world. The remaining combatants situated below are utterly astounded when the rodents abruptly cease their aggressive assault. They all just remain stationary like totally unthinking automatons, as if their very consciousnesses have all been integrated into a collective hive, and they're simply awaiting their subsequent directives. Duanya and her loyal associates ponder why the rodents have so suddenly halted. With the rodents all perfectly in unison, they direct their gaze upwards to the summit of the structure, where their supreme commander stands like a stereotypical cartoonish antagonist, scheming to ultimately dominate the entire world. There at the very pinnacle, Lu Huyin basks in his own achieved glory. He stands tall and smirks with his utterly grotesque-looking physical form, believing as if he has truly triumphed, and there is no recourse for his adversaries. His very eyes gleam brightly, and he wears an excessively self-assured expression on his face. The other valiant fighters identify him as the sovereign of the rodents. They begin to feel panic as they observe the truly malevolent creature. All the subservient rodents genuflect in perfect synchrony, vowing their unwavering fealty to their esteemed leader, and venerating the one who facilitates their very continued existence. The rabbit maiden and her brave companions are quite astonished that the rodents are even sufficiently sentient enough to execute such coordinated maneuvers. In the meantime, Yin Yin persists to caper about quite wildly, as she forcefully swats the rodents aside and commands them to vacate her immediate path. She is already incensed enough at the deeply unpleasant creatures, and certainly does not require their utterly unappealing monarch, exacerbating the current circumstances further for her now. She advances directly towards Lu Huyan, challenges him directly, and demands to know where our primary hero is. She is fully prepared to engage the rodent king on the very spot, if he neglects to promptly inform her where Su-chan is currently located. Furthermore, she still is not entirely finished indulging in his delectable chocolate. Lu Huyan remains totally unperturbed by the self-assured woman who stands defiantly before him, and he informs Yun Yun that her cherished man is now truly gone. He feels profoundly slighted that she addresses him in such a very contemptuous manner, and he is not about to tolerate it. He cautions her that she is actively inviting serious trouble, and the deeply disturbing smirk upon his visage clearly indicates that he is quite ready to deal with her decisively. Yin Yin failing to perceive soon enough, as the rodents swarm her form and begin fiercely tearing at her tender skin, is extremely vexed and berates them for diverting her from her main objective of confronting their king. It is not solely her who endures suffering at the very claws of these unyielding vile creatures. The rabbit maiden and the other unfortunate associates find it exceedingly difficult to contend with the rodents, because they have unexpectedly gone completely berserk now, and are assaulting them with extreme ferocity, while they valiantly attempt to maintain their ground and secure their current position. Yun Yun has been forcibly toppled by the aggressive rodents, who appear quite eager to savagely dismember her. She endeavors to shield her very face using her hands, thereby leaving the remainder of her body completely exposed. Lu Huyan sneers disdainfully at them and brags about precisely how he will utilize his rodent legion for his worldwide agenda. But he is abruptly cut short by Su Chen's familiar voice. Our heroic protagonist extends his very hand from the very core of the swarm and expresses regret for squandering valuable time to locate the vital crystal core. The deranged researcher cannot fathom what is currently transpiring before him. He wears an utterly perplexed expression upon his face and asserts that Su-chan should have been thoroughly annihilated by his power. However, he grossly misjudges just how formidable our young champion is. Su-chan violently tears open his very chest with his two powerful hands. As he skillfully makes his dramatic exit from that utter chaos, he bifurcates the rodent monarch into two separate halves and emerges with an intensely fierce gaze and a crimson sheen in his eyes. His entire physique is now adorned with crimson streaks all over. And Lu Huyan, despite being completely split, still cannot comprehend it. Su Chun gazes down upon it, pleased in the knowledge that he has located what he has been ardently seeking. Within his grasp, he now holds the Rodent King's precious crystal core, with the Rodent King's essential crystal core now absent. The transmogrified rodents commence behaving more ferociously and erratically. Makeshift barricades can hardly contain their onslaught because they are capable of wriggling through with their pliable bodies. Additional numbers of the creatures begin to materialize from confined apertures and recesses, searching intently for the subsequent target to utterly devour. They emerge suddenly from the openings in the partitions and in the very ground. As they make their terrifying presence known, they clutch tightly onto the skeletal remains of their pitiful, unfortunate victims. The fellows who are ensnared within the fierce battle are extremely agitated at the mere sight of these monsters. One of them vociferously complains that the rodents are effortlessly infiltrating through even the most minuscule of all available spaces. The man shrieks loudly with terror in his eyes as he flees for his very life. He urgently warns his companion to mind his footing near a deep trench. The young girl's hairless sibling halts in his very tracks instantaneously when he beholds a rodent emerging from the dark sewers. He clenches his jaw and remains completely motionless as the vile monster sniffs around for the next individual to viciously assault. Regrettably for the unfortunate bald man, the rodent seizes his very leg as he shifts and grips it quite tenaciously. He is utterly bewildered and has no inkling what to possibly do as he screams out while additional numbers of the rodents emerge and start to forcibly drag him down to the very depths of their putrid sewage. He struggles desperately and yells at the rodents to release their hold on him. But there is absolutely no salvation for him now. He tries his utmost to break free and frantically claws at the unforgiving ground, but the monstrous creatures maintain their firm, unyielding grip. The other concerned brother watches helplessly and calls out desperately to the man being dragged down below, while the small, terrified girl clings tightly onto his shoulders. Tears stream uncontrollably down their faces as they witness him being dragged into who can say where. There is absolutely nothing they can possibly do, and as their beloved brother is taken to his certain demise, he implores them not to fret about his well-being, attempting to pacify their minds as the monsters finally take him away. He instructs the younger brother to diligently care for the little girl, and his anguished voice progressively diminishes as the rodents at last pull him completely away. The rodents withdraw to their subterranean lairs to continue their gruesome repast, as the two remaining siblings keep calling for their departed brother. On the contrary, Tian Yu is utterly and completely drained. He does not appear as if he can still persist with holding the rodents at bay. There are numerous injuries visible across his face, and his mouth is hemorrhaging quite severely. His under-eye shadows are so pronounced, and it seems like he is about to utterly collapse. The faction commander realizes that the entire ordeal is too overwhelming for his endurance, and he looks as though he is on the very verge of losing consciousness. Su Chan must materialize swiftly and take some decisive action, or it is all certainly going to be truly finished. With the minuscule amount of strength he has remained, he persistently continues to attempt to fight back the relentless rodents. He viciously slashes the monsters as they rapidly approach his position, but he has already attained his absolute physical limit. The rodents cannot forsake an opportunity to assault vulnerable, weakened cores, so a greater number of them aggressively swarm him now. At this particular juncture, Tian Yu is practically envisioning salvation already. He is beyond utterly depleted. He can scarcely maintain his eyes open. His arms finally fail him, and it appears like it is at last the very end for him. After the final remnant of his vital energy departs, he resigns himself to his inevitable destiny. Yun Yun, as well, is being thoroughly overrun by the monsters. The vicious monsters ascend all over her person and savagely bite her very body, causing her to grimace and then cry out loudly in extreme pain. The surrounding structures all around her continually sustain significant damage as she leaps about uncontrollably in sheer agony. Duanya does not find it considerably simpler either. The rodent abominations race directly towards her now, and she remarks that it is utterly impossible to repel or mentally dominate all of their vast numbers. Tianua directs his gaze towards the heavens above, and he then perceives a dark, shadowy figure at the very apex of the building. The enigmatic figure then plummets from the rooftop and abruptly lands directly in front of all their positions. With a truly menacing aura as it makes its impact, it eradicates some of the disgusting rodents and sends them fleeing. It possesses a shadowy visage and a bright, malevolent-looking wide grin. The shadow's powerful emanation is immeasurably potent, and Tianyu is transfixed on the very spot. Out of sheer terror, he exclaims that it must be the dreaded rodent king, and believes it is the ultimate conclusion for him. Duanya nearly begins to weep uncontrollably, as she fears Su-chan might have failed to vanquish the powerful rodent king. It is almost inconceivable to accept that he somehow did not succeed in his mission, notwithstanding how exceptionally powerful he is truly. The monstrous figure then addresses them and reassures them not to be apprehensive. The previous culinary artist can discern that the voice belongs to Su-chan, and she is consequently able to compose herself for a short while. The somber, dark emanation surrounding him dissipates from his very face, and it then reveals that it truly is our brave protagonist. Despite their deepest anxieties, he successfully managed to defeat the rodent monarch and assimilate its immense power, even though the residual sentience within the crystal core desires to completely consume him. Owing to his exceptionally keen mental fortitude, he is skillfully managing to effectively suppress its influence. When faced with a truly challenging predicament, he is absolutely not going to succumb in a contest of sheer mental willpower. He displays a very wicked smirk upon his face, as the dark shadow gradually recedes away from his entire body. Tianyu is overjoyed to at last behold his dear brother once more. Su-chan expresses gratitude to the faction commander for all the arduous labor he has performed, and how he capably managed to restrain the formidable horde, until the rodent king was ultimately and decisively defeated, precisely as the dark shadow completely vanishes from his very body. The transmogrified rodents all fixate their intense gazes directly upon him. Now that a brand new menace has officially joined the chaotic fray, they appear extremely eager to begin their gruesome feast. They all charge towards him from behind, hoping fervently to catch him unawares and completely overwhelm his defenses. And Tianua urgently warns him to exercise extreme caution, as he clearly observes the monsters rapidly rushing towards his friend. Nonetheless, Su-chan remains entirely unperturbed by this, and slightly inclines his head to command the monsters to immediately get lost. With a truly fiendish and menacing glare in his piercing eyes, the rodents halt in their very tracks instantaneously, and the fury in Su-chan's stare compels them all to skitter off. They pivot and dash, evidently petrified of confronting our very own champion, and every one of them appears as if they had just witnessed an apparition. The barricades that were intended to restrain these transformed rodents ultimately serve as their exit passage, as they contort their forms to pass through the tiny apertures. The remainder flee via their subterranean passages, and the remaining ones utilize the air ducts. The remaining human individuals are utterly astounded by this sight. They do ponder what has prompted the rodents to abruptly take fright and then retreat. Now, with this conflict concluded, it appears as if they very narrowly survived the entire harrowing experience. Although Su-chan is not the true rodent monarch, the residual energy of the crystalline heart is sufficient to daunt the rodent humanoids into falling back. Had he not returned so very opportunely then, they would have persisted in emerging from every possible crevice. In assailing them, however, there is no occasion for revelry quite yet. Tianyu commences to hack quite fiercely. Just now, that his system is experiencing abstinence symptoms from the researcher's concoction, Su-chan hastens to properly support his dear brother, as the poor man appears poised to topple and lose all consciousness. It appears that the very substances the researcher has been administering to them are also a particular kind of toxin. It imparts truly prodigious power, precisely as they imagined. However, the greater energy they do expend, the more profound the toxic influence. Su-chan urgently inquires of Yun-yun what he might do to aid his dear companion. She informs him that within Lu Haiyan's own laboratory, there exists a cadaver that holds the very solution to their current predicament. If he can somehow reach it and then procure a specimen of its vital fluid, then they can employ it to concoct a special serum that ought to be able to counteract the harmful toxin. With a very defined objective now firmly set, Su Chun ventures again into the main laboratory to attempt to locate the specific entity that Yun Yun had depicted. He arrives at an entrance far within the structure where he located the rodent king and ponders if this is the very location that Yun Yun previously indicated. Immediately upon his arrival, he perceives that there exists a rather potent, suffocating emanation seeping from beyond the very portal. Something preternatural lurks beyond that very threshold, and he can truly sense it even from this exterior spot. With absolutely no alternative, he unseals the main entrance, permitting what truly feels like quite stagnant, frigid atmosphere within the chamber to then seep out. He perceives that upon entering the very chamber is akin to venturing into a dark void. As he proceeds inside, he appears to penetrate a delicate, strange membrane, obstructing the main laboratory's true access point. He pierces it, but is incredulous about the strange sensation it imparts to him. In his perception, it seems as if he has traversed a barrier of sheer psychic energy. He scrutinizes his very form to check for any noticeable alterations. However, there is truly not. He peers in front and grows quite bewildered about who he is now observing. From what Yin Yun had indeed informed him, there were anticipated to be only mere cadavers in this very laboratory. However, rather than a putrefying old cadaver, he beholds a female figure seated and engrossed at the main terminal before her. From the way she warmly welcomes him, it is seemingly as if she had anticipated his very arrival to encounter her. The woman pivots and then addresses him as her esteemed peer. Lu Su-chan is quite bewildered as to why she is now addressing him as Lu. She is surely incorrect in this after all. He bears no resemblance to that deranged individual. He pivots to observe his own reflection in the mirrored sheen of some nearby laboratory equipment. However, he perceives that he truly does resemble the very Lu Haiyun. He instantly comprehends this has to be a kind of deceptive mirage, and he truly must break free from it swiftly. At present, however, his only recourse is to humor this current deceptive charade. He acknowledges the quite senior female, addressing her then as Professor Xiao, and she kindly beckons him to approach and then be seated. Suchin surmises that he has ventured into Lu Haiyan's very recollections as well, since he appears to be re-experiencing his own former bygone events. Xiao then removes her outer jacket and he inquires of her what she is now doing. She explains that the laboratory is quite warm and she desires to feel much cooler. On the nearby surface rests a crustacean that is the current subject of research. Lu elaborates to her that a prevalent organism is often found within these crustaceans. She affirms this and remarks that it is a most peculiar organism that employs its carrier to safeguard its very own being, while dwelling together with it quite simultaneously. It is a symbiotic entity identified as a true saculina, and this is the subject the pair are attempting to study using this said crustacean, or at any rate, they were intended to be so engaged in that, until Professor Xiao then conceives a very different personal notion. As they examine more intently, Xiao inquires if he deems the organism truly captivating, as she leans upon his back and commences lightly caressing his firm torso. Lu is endeavoring earnestly to maintain his very calm and collected demeanor. She is not facilitating this for him in any way whatsoever, given just how suggestive her current attire truly is. She persists in gently caressing his very torso, increasing his distinct unease furthermore as well. The situation intensifies further when she deliberately inclines much closer towards him and remarks that she did not anticipate him to be so very erudite, and furthermore to boast such a fine, impressive build. As well now, Lu offers a very cunning new grin and appears as if he is quite prepared to capitalize on his very present predicament. He swivels his chair and then Xiao perches upon his very thighs, seemingly as if she is attempting to press him firmly down. He suggests to her she surely attired herself so very suggestively to attempt to thus sway his very thoughts, and he is not inclined to overlook such a prime prospect with a stunning female. She replies she would rather engage in some intimate chemistry with him, instead of just focusing on their ongoing research. And the atmosphere becomes particularly charged for the very eager pair. The very seat Lu now occupies is emitting quite audible creaks, as the very eager pair are now engaging in their illicit dalliance. As they persist in their amorous play within the very laboratory, Lu now presses the academic firmly against the large transparent pane. At that juncture, she gazes outdoors and perceives that the lunar orb is appearing a little bizarre. It is the day the cataclysm commences, and the moon then unleashes its blindingly torrid flare into the room, squarely upon the couple. And they both chance to not be wearing substantial attire. Abruptly, they are enveloped by a scorching hot inferno. She shrieks and implores for the drapes to be drawn swiftly. The intensity is too immense for them to endure, and they ponder when it shall all conclude. The Chamber of Delight is transformed into a survival den, and the pair of them endeavor to apportion the meager provisions remaining in the laboratory. After some duration, Xiao informs Lu that they are dwindling on sustenance, yet she is intending to claim the final morsels they possess. There is a tiny satchel of processed treats that would solely be adequate to sustain one individual. Lu becomes enraged as she seizes it and smacks her aside before she can grasp it. He glares down at her threateningly, as he declares to her that the provisions hold greater worth than her existence. The researcher appears like something has taken him over, and you could discern the ferocious fury in his gaze. The academic trembles in terror and apologizes for taking the nourishment, stating that she is exceedingly famished. She cannot credit her vision when he retrieves a keen blade and resolves that if he hastens, then he will be capable to procure the remainder of the victuals in her belly that has not yet assimilated. He intends to incise her open and recover whatever sustenance he can locate within her. With a resolute sweep of the dagger, her lifeblood is spattered widely in the chamber. Xiao's lifeless form rests on the floor, whilst Lu is gratified that he has secured some nourishment, notwithstanding the reality that it is all in her digestive tract. Subsequently, he also asserts that the rodents from previously have metamorphosed after consuming her tissues, although their deranged transformation is far from flawless. Then when he embarks with his trials, and whilst utilizing her vital fluid, he is proficient to concoct a mixture and ascertains that it can neutralize the toxin. But what astonishes him the utmost is that her physique is still animate and still transmuting. He regards her as the ideal research subject to manipulate and elects to utilize her to fashion something phenomenal. Examining more intently the information he acquires, he is dumbfounded by it and deems it to be genuinely astounding. In his estimation, it would not even be an overstatement to label it an apocalyptic gene, as Xiao's putrefying form dangles in shackles in the laboratory. He smirks as he informs her to anticipate further marvels from it, seeing as she simply will not perish. Then he activates a power saw whilst cackling dementedly and continues to dismember her some further. Xiao, who scarcely resembles a person anymore, inquires if he has located the crystalline core that he has been pursuing and urges him to ingest it, while he clasps a crystalline core in his palms and persists his maniacal chortling. She queries him why he is wavering so considerably, but Lu regains his faculties and tells her that he will not consume it, because it is merely a segment of decaying flesh. He pulverizes the crystalline core, which astounds her, and asks him how he discovered it. Gradually, Liu's visage recedes, and Su Chen's countenance is unveiled. He states that if he genuinely held a crystalline core in his grasp, she would have expired much earlier. She laments the circumstance that Su Chen had contrived to elude. She ultimately identified an appropriate mortal for her ambitions. Distant from triumph, yet it all was snatched away by our protagonist's incredible psychological resilience. Su Chen gradually extends toward her cranium and states that he is planning to crack open her cerebrum. However, she instructs him to pause. She commences wailing out in fury and hopelessness, informing him that she is merely a wretched lady who had been harmed. Then she advises him that should he desire her capability, then she is prepared to grant it to him provided he allows her release. Su Chen gazes at her with compassion for an instant and recalls to her that once a saculina penetrates a vessel, then it commandeers the vessel's awareness. With that understanding, there is no rationale for him to permit her into his psyche. Following that, he seizes her cranium and she attempts to plead one final instance. Yet Su-chan is not swayed. He crushes her cranium, prompting her vital fluid to gush all around. Her physique commences to dissipate gradually, and he ponders if it is attributable to the void of the crystalline core. With the crystalline core at last in his grasp, he is pleased that there is no predicament this instance. Moments thereafter, he recollects that his initial objective was to procure a specimen of her vital fluid, which shall reduce to cinders. He speculates what shall transpire to the remedy he is pursuing. Fortunately, he discerns that there must be specimens of the remedy in the laboratory, someplace. It is reputed that once the crustacean invader secures its vessel, it shall develop tendril-like extensions in the vessel, interlinking diverse sections of the vessel's physique and manipulating their conduct. The symbiotic exploitation ultimately culminates in the vessel becoming enthralled to the crustacean invader. Presently, with the campus entirely evacuated, scores of displaced persons are left roaming the thoroughfares, seeking a new sanctuary. Fortunately, the deluge waters have diminished, which signifies that avenues are unobstructed for them to traverse. However, it additionally implies that the cadavers that were initially beneath the liquid have commenced to transmute anew. As the contingent traverses through the desolate thoroughfares, they are instructed to cease gazing about and to continue ambulating, so as not to squander duration. Yun is discernibly anxious and fearful, and she inquires of Duanya, where Su-chan is leading all the aspiring physicians. Duanya informs her that the fugitive, aberrant, rodent humanoids are skulking near the Institute of Science and Technology, and it is not any more conducive for human existence. The remaining aspiring physicians are rare prodigies amidst the cataclysm. Thus, Su-chan intends to escort them to the sanctuary district in the subsequent municipality. Yun is distressed because they yet possess a considerable distance to ambulate, and she is already becoming exceedingly famished. She resolves that she must depart and locate Su-chan, and trusts that he shall provide her some sustenance. Yet Duanya restrains her and informs her that she is not permitted to depart. Yun speculates why Duanya is acting so unduly solicitous and impeding her from acquiring nourishment. However, for the erstwhile culinary artist, it is beyond that. Duanya then advises her that as she is accompanying them, she must be compliant and perform whatsoever she is instructed. Duanya recollects an instance when Su-chan once towered above her, as she rested defenseless upon the ground. At that juncture, she was pondering what had afflicted him, because he was behaving peculiarly. Su-chan possesses an ardent glint in his optics, as he seizes her and instructs her not to be fearful. He is merely somewhat feverish, and he requires to chill down through any method indispensable. She could not credit it when he abruptly osculated her, yet she did not withdraw from it likewise. Following that, her physique commenced to feel peculiar, and the pair of them began to dally amorously amidst a nocturne of torrential downpour. Returning to the current, Duanya contemplates how untamed Su-chan turned. Following that juncture they experienced, she commences to speculate if it is a repercussion of the crystalline cores that he assimilates. As the contingent persists advancing through the metropolis, Su-chan states that after the deluge subsides, microbes, pathogens, and even flora shall commence to experience significant transformations. Numerous relocation zones will likewise begin to crumble, owing to a deficiency of physicians. Physicians are genuinely uncommon at the juncture for them, and if they are capable to make excellent use of the physicians they possess, then they shall be competent to institute their own sanctuary region, aside from being capable to secure their own domain, even if various powers materialize in days ahead. He additionally reckons that they shall possess the means to oppose them. Moreover, the bounty at that instance was plentiful, because Yun uncovered a technique for crafting elixirs and restorative drafts. Su-chan surmises that after Tianyue and the companions are done recuperate, then they will be prepared to lend him a supportive hand when necessary. Owing to his spatial faculty, he was enabled to stow all the investigative apparatus and substances from the research edifice inside his interdimensional repository. He then ponders the vermin's crystal essence that he consumed. Not merely did it augment his frenzied aptitude, it likewise bolstered his bodily vigor. The crystal core also imparts him glacial energies, and albeit he can only manifest a modicum of ice presently, he is resolute to discover a method to amplify it in time, as if he isn't formidable enough. The crystal heart of the half-figure. Female anomaly also contributes more capacities to his repertoire. Her crystal essence grants him 2 extrasensory talents, yet he is chagrined that he did not obtain the skill to generate illusions. Tianwei discerns a peculiar clamor emanating from their surroundings, and the comrades become quite agitated. Suchun employs his initial psychic faculty, which is ethereal discernment. The capacity likely originated from the cadaver's craving for vital fluid. His optics transform to a piercing crimson hue, and he projects a profoundly menacing presence, which permits him to observe the thermal imprints from the lifeblood of animate beings. Approximately 30 meters encircling him. It is as if he has become a thermal sensing apparatus. He then perceives that the constituents of the gorging faction were contriving to ensnare them. He can distinguish the numerous altered individuals concealed in the structures and anticipating the opportune moment to assail. One of the affiliates of Su Chen's contingent beholds something alarming and instructs everyone else to gaze upward towards where he is, gesturing above them. They can observe a female who has been suspended on the traffic signal mast, and a damsel among them recognizes that the individual suspended is known as Rue, a previous cohabitant of hers. She implores the fellows to hasten and deliver Rue before it is excessively late. It is a vitality that requires salvation, and she cannot abide witnessing her comrade in such a shameful plot. One of the chaps endeavors to proceed and rescue the young woman, but Su-chan halts him and directs him to heed his own affairs. Su-chan then instructs his contingent to maintain movement and cease squandering moments. The young woman finds incredible how unfeeling he is. She speculates if Su-chan is even yet immortal, because it lacks coherence that he would simply observe someone perish when there remains an opportunity to deliver her. Other individuals commence to voice objections, and they charge Su-chan with not being a gentleman whatsoever. They resolve to remain behind and assist, since they cannot merely stand inertly and observe someone expire before their very gazes. The damsel commands them to lower Ruru swiftly, so that she can administer her medical aid. Some of the males advance to the traffic mast rapidly and commence slackening the cordage in order to liberate her, as they are unfastening the bindings. Projectiles shower down upon them and contrive to impale through most of the fellows. Slaying them instantaneously, the abrupt shift of circumstances induces the once self-assured young lady to quake in terror. All of them cannot fathom that they just forfeited 2 blameless spirits in an endeavor to salvage one individual. They ultimately comprehend it is a deception, but it is far too belated for them to elude. 2 additional chaps erupt from the casements above them, wielding hatchets. They swiftly encircle the young woman and the fellow she is with. The 2 males from a gorging faction are as towering as promontories, and they loom over the assembly of individuals who attempted to deliver their companion. One of the devourer ruffians seizes a damsel by her visage and lays her cheek to acquire a sample of her. Then he strokes his palm all across her physique and beckons his associate to approach and share some sport with her. Initially, the young woman is petrified witless as she gazes at the grotesque figure that grasped her cranium. She implores him to release her, but there is no avail. Her comrade endeavors to contend for her, and he insists that the devourer unhand her. Yet he fails to perceive the other adversary advancing towards him with a hatchet. The male is butchered in a flash, and his lifeblood gets sprayed universally as he expires. The ruffian instructs him to embrace his destiny as sustenance. The young woman, conversely, is not as fortunate to have a swift demise. The male shreds her garment asunder and proposes that they retain her to propagate, rather than consuming her forthwith. The outcries contrive to penetrate Su Chen's contingent as they persist their procession towards the sanctuary perimeter. She inquires of him if the matron who was left dangling was utilized as enticement, and he corroborates it. Yet even though they've procured what they desire from the other assembly, that does not imply that they are secure as yet. Truly, they are presently enveloped by devourers. The chaps begin to experience trepidation and survey around, aspiring to locate the assailants before they emerge. Suchin, nonetheless, is as composed as customary, since this is an ideal juncture for him to evaluate his newest capacity, Cadaver Dominion. He initiates it, prompting his optics to radiate a vivid amethyst, and instantaneously, numerous unliving corpses commence to parade out of a narrow passage, to assault the devourers concealed away in the edifices. This is the supreme moment to make the individuals about to ensnare them experience the sensation of being ensnared themselves. The gorging faction is immediately assailed by the maraud throng of altered corpses directed by Suchun. They possess no interval whatsoever to counter, but they are still competent to slice through most of them like parchment. These entities are not but diversions obstructing their passage, and the two ruffians contrive to rend and mutilate through them with facility, dispatching the remainder of them backward, and felling the larger assembly like skittles. But in their skirmish with the altered corpses, Su Chun and the companions manage to depart unobserved. The two ruffians cannot concede that, and they vault out of the edifice they were battling within, down to the thoroughfares to attempt and pursue after them. As promptly as they alight, they behold Su Chun serenely awaiting them with his palms in his pockets. They stumbled right into his snare, and now there is no prospect of them eluding any place. The two ruffians are elated that there is one additional individual awaiting demise, and they resolve to eliminate him initially. But Su Chun isn't perturbed. It is a misfortune that the devourers possess no crystal cores. Otherwise, he would have personally dispatched them, since they aren't deserving of his interval. Then he will permit the altered corpses to dally with them alternatively. As he utters that, numerous revenants surge out of their hiding spots and envelop them once more this occasion. The quantities are far too immense for them to just disregard like they did previously, and they are compelled to contend for their very existences. Simultaneously, in Hutchin, Su Chen's assembly of survivors ultimately arrives at the sanctuary perimeter. They've been journeying to this entire duration. A resonant voice queries them what they are performing and why they are intruding in their sanctuary perimeter. And Duanya, who's spearheading the contingent, retorts that they are voyagers from the Institution of Science and Engineering, soliciting asylum in the sanctuary perimeter. Abruptly, a male descends from the summit of an edifice and alights before them. The male possesses a menacing presence and does not appear pleased to behold them. Evidently, they do not welcome refuse in this vicinity, and anyone whom he doesn't acknowledge is refuse. So he instructs them all to depart. Dunya attempts to employ her mental suasion faculties on him and queries him, what grants him the prerogative to refuse them admission when this is a sanctuary perimeter. But her faculties do not seem to affect him. For an instant it appears like he's under her sway, but he is capable to extricate himself from it with a few gentle taps to his cranium. Duanya realizes far too belatedly that this male must be an ability wielder, just like themselves. The savage raises his hatchet and vaults into the atmosphere to eliminate them, but someone intervenes to shield them. Just before the colossal male can land a strike on Duanya, it's Xiao Feng, and just as customary, he's battling to safeguard individuals. He informs the more massive male, whom he addresses Captain Sun, that these individuals are merely soliciting asylum, and there is no necessity to assault them. Sun is unconcerned since these clearly aren't typical individuals. After everything, typical individuals wouldn't be competent to traverse through the gorge faction's domain so effortlessly. He conjectures that they must be informants, dispatched from the gorging faction to penetrate them. At this imputation, Suchin finally materializes from behind the assembly to encounter his former comrade. He informs the savage Captain Sun that if he doesn't desire them, then he will simply escort the scores of physicians he brought alongside him to an alternative haven that captures all the Guardians' notice. And they didn't comprehend that there were physicians in the assembly. It's exceedingly uncommon for a solitary physician to endure for such duration in the cataclysm, and they contrive to bring scores of them all simultaneously. Xiaofeng is thrilled to behold Su Chun once more, and comprehends that these must not be ordinary survivors. From the desolate expanse, with his former comrade present, these cannot be informants from the Devourers either. He resolves to pledge his existence that these individuals are his confederates, and he will personally oversee them, since Su Chun is in the assembly. If he asserts there are scores of physicians, then he cannot be fabricating with what Su Chun has accomplished in bygone times. Xiaofeng would accredit him, even if he declared he had multitudes of physicians with his own combatants. Declarations as endorsement Captain Sun has no alternative but to permit them entry. After everything, if they have physicians accompanying them, then they no longer need to inter invalids living anymore, and the ailing among them can receive appropriate ministration. Captain Sun ambles away, manifestly disheartened that he doesn't get to wield his colossal hatchet this day. But before he departs, he informs Xiaofeng that if these purported physicians cannot remedy the invalids, then he will have to assume accountability for the repercussions, since he's the individual that vouched for them. With the captain's sanction, the other combatants escort Su Chen's assembly into the sanctuary perimeter, while Xiaofeng lingers behind to offer apologies to his former comrade. He requests our central figure not to take umbrage, and tells him that Captain Sun is simply that manner. Su Chun isn't perturbed, however. After everything, he has managed his own equitable portion of vexing individuals throughout the entire cataclysm. Setting that matter aside, he arrived with a substantial assembly of physicians at the opportune juncture. The sanctuary perimeter has had some peculiar invalids who decidedly require a physician's assistance. The combatant escorts them to a depot deeper in the sanctuary perimeter, where they house the expiring and the infirm together. In the very rearmost part of the depot, he displays them the cadaver of one of the casualties, of the peculiar ailment afflicting the encampment. It's a matron who appears as if she has been long deceased. Her physique is enveloped by multitudes of minuscule ivory fungi that appear as if they were emerging directly from her form. They do not comprehend what is instigating these things to proliferate, but cleansing them off merely instigates them to regrow more rapidly. In each instance, it renders the individual feebler until they ultimately succumb. Su Chun instantly discerns that she has been contaminated by some variant of altered mycota. The flora are also transforming as well as the populace, which signifies that they can contaminate and manipulate individuals. He counsels that they alert the others to be vigilant of nascent plant sprouts and to guarantee that they do not get punctured by them. Duanya takes a more intimate examination of the flora, proliferating on the young matron's physique, and comprehends that they are utilizing her for sustenance. For the present, all she can undertake is secure a specimen of it and attempt to scrutinize it, so she can formulate a remedy or medicament for the contamination. Nevertheless, this is merely the inception of the swift alterations that will overrun the planet. If these newly altered flora aren't eradicated, they will swiftly proliferate and commence assaulting mortals. When that transpires, the Devourer lineage will exploit the juncture to assault the sanctuary perimeters, and numerous individuals will become chattel for them, owing to that the Devourer lineage will become more potent, and that decidedly isn't in Su Chen's paramount advantage, which signifies that he must exert his utmost to safeguard this secure one, so he can utilize it for his own necessities in time to come. For the present, though, it would be most judicious for him to inspect the circumstances and ensure that everything is fortified as he's contemplating his subsequent maneuver. A resonant clamor emanates from elsewhere in the sanctuary perimeter. It resonates like a motor car, and someone atop it is vociferating for individuals to clear the passage. It's the chieftain Sion, and he's maneuvering recklessly through the thoroughfares. On top of that, he's discharging a firearm in the sanctuary perimeter and assaulting blameless individuals for no justification. Despite all of that, Xiaofeng's detachment isn't undertaking anything to impede him. The combatant informs Su Chun that his detachment has already been dissolved. It's likely because they permitted the new arrivals into the metropolis, regardless of the cautions from Captain Sun. Furthermore, this is not the initial instance that the city Lord's offspring has incited turmoil in the metropolis. He opines that seniors and youngsters are inconsequential, and they are valueless to the secure haven. On account of that, he nonchalantly cruises about mowing them over and gunning them down. And due to his standing, there's naught they can accomplish about it. While he is piloting, he observes Yun, who is inspecting an afflicted individual resting inert on the thoroughfare. He brings his vehicle to a halt beside her and arrogantly inquires if she desires to enter his auto with him. If she accompanies him, then he can escort her to acquire some fine cuisine. Yun gradually arises and informs him that she's exceedingly famished, that she can no longer ambulate. So if he wishes to take her along, then he's going to need to tote her. The Lord Scion joyfully consents and beckons her over so he can transport her. While Xiao Feng prepares to challenge him, Su Chun nevertheless restrains him, comprehending precisely what Yun has devised for the Lord's progeny, provided that he can lift her. Then he can convey her any place he desires. The moment he concurs, Yun smirks artfully, then catapults off the earth into the gentleman's expectant embrace. But just ere she alights, she expands swiftly to her grandest stature and beams down at him as she descends. The Lord's offspring grasps the predicament just in the nick of time and contrives to evade getting flattened by a colossal woman. Her new dimensions shred her garment into remnants and renders her weighty enough to demolish the man's automobile. Regrettably for him, he isn't nimble enough to wholly abscond and winds up with a mangled limb. The clamor of the impact notifies everyone else in the sanctuary, and they proceed to the origin to ascertain what transpired. In the meantime, the Lord's Scion shrieks as the agony from his fractured leg assails him in totality. Yun gazes down upon him and mockingly tells him that even when he is afforded the prospect to validate himself, he still materializes as futile. Then she stomps on his already shattered leg with her immense foot, prompting him to bellow even more vociferously. The sound entices the combatants from deeper in the sector, and they hasten to investigate him and inquire what occurred. He instantly directs an accusatory digit at Yun, labeling her a behemoth, since she metamorphosed into a giantess and fractured his leg. Duanya intervenes and employs her psychic domination faculty to distort the recollections of the individuals near them, and they pivot on him instantaneously. They apprise the young dignitary that he in fact tumbled from his carriage and broke his leg himself, owing to Duanya's mental manipulation. They all betray him, and they are persuaded that they witnessed him fall with their own optics. The young dignitary deduces that they must all be complicit in this, in some manner, and they all perpetrated this to ensnare him. With no alternative recourse, he summons his progenitor, the sovereign governing the secure perimeter, to arrive and extricate him from this predicament. Captain Sun chortles ominously and surmises that this exchange will be amusing to observe. An automobile, encircled by scores of sentinels, approaches the locus of the disturbance, as the young sovereign still reposes on the terrain, incapable of moving Su Chen's contingent. And Xiao Feng perceive as the city sovereign emerges from his car and insists to ascertain what's transpired. The manner numerous individuals hasten to respond to him, plus the throng of protectors that materializes behind him, demonstrates that the city's sovereign possesses an aura of consequence about it. Xiao Feng champions his comrade and informs the city's sovereign about Su Chun and the reality that he conveyed multitudes of physicians along with him to seek asylum in the refuge. Then he commences to discourse about the young sovereign and how he initiated causing pandemonium around the vicinity. But the junior gentleman interjects and demands that his father exterminate them all for shattering his limb. The sovereign pays no heed to his son's tirades and smacks him across the countenance the instant he starts speaking. It appears he has previously cautioned the unruly youth concerning his conduct, and he is cognizant of the events that transpire while he isn't present. This is not the premier occasion that he has instructed his son to regard everyone that enters into the encampment with deference. His aspiration is to transform the sanctuary into a lighthouse of optimism in the cataclysm, and to make everyone that comes to them experience some solace on account of his magnificent ambition. Even his own progeny gets chastised when he errs. That must signify that the city sovereign is a virtuous man, and it is uncommon to discover such a magnanimous individual in the cataclysm. At minimum, that's what the multitude believes. As they commence to acclaim him and his benevolent actions, the city sovereign pivots to them and personally extends an invitation for them to reside with them and construct a new aspiration. Collectively here, They will furnish the finest sustenance and the most munificent provisions to guarantee that they all endure in the new infernal domain. Xiaofeng turns to apprise Su Chun that thanks to the city sovereign, his entourage can now remain without any complications. But his companion is already long departed, as are his two consorts. They vacated the metropolis as soon as the city sovereign manifested. To circumvent any difficulties, it is illogical to presume that he won't endeavor to exact some form of retribution, since Yin Yun incapacitated his scion. Because of that, the trio of them must slumber in the woodlands for the eve. Yin Yun apprehensively informs her new confidant that it is the premier occasion she has ever needed to repose outdoors. Assuredly, Duan, you must possess some manner of familiarity, since she has persisted in the cataclysm for such an extended period. The erstwhile culinary artist tells Yun Yun to cease contemplating superfluous matters. Furthermore, with Su Chen nearby, who can ascertain if they will even be capable of dozing at all, our central figure materializes behind them and cautions them to halt their tomfoolery. An individual is approaching and they must be prepared for an onslaught. Then he summons the persons concealing themselves behind a column to emerge and confront them. It appears they were attempting to creep up on the assembly without being perceived. But Su Chen already discerned they were present a long while prior. They exit their clandestine positions and inquire if Su Chen imagined he could abscond so effortlessly. After fracturing the young hierarch's limb, there are multitudes that encompass them, and they inform him that there is no avenue for them to flee. But unfortunately for them, Su Chen never intended to elude. He merely did not wish to embark on a killing spree in the metropolis and culminate by inadvertently harming constituents of his comrade's brigade. The men draw near him and guffaw at the notion that he is discussing a killing spree when he is patently about to perish. They resolve not to squander any additional moments fruitlessly conversing, so they can eliminate him. Su Chen casually obliterates one of the men advancing on him with a solitary strike, prompting the other men to realize precisely what he implied. By killing spree, they commence firing upon the group in a frenzy, aspiring to dispatch him swiftly. But Su Chen instantaneously brandishes his twin katanas and carves through all of them in under a moment. The final man extant implores for his existence and tells Su Chen that if he is preserved, then he will divulge the classified information about the city sovereign. Our protagonist halts, his blade just ere it severs the man's cranium, then directs him to proceed. The man apprises them that the city sovereign has intimate connections with the adjacent Devourer faction. Each week, they clandestinely conduct a transaction behind everyone's awareness. The city administrator relinquishes some of the displaced persons in return for provisions. Yin Yun thumps the man on the posterior of his head, following his disclosure. They have been surrendering young individuals in trade for sustenance. This whole duration, the man guides them to the city portal where the arrangement customarily transpires, and they observe several individuals in an enclosure, while a ruffian from the Devourer faction surveys them. He informs the sentry that escorted them that the victuals will be tossed to the portal by daybreak. Then he seizes the man by his gullet and elevates him off the ground. The sentry resists for an instant, but it is futile as the Devourer brute clamps down on his neck and wrenches his head from his torso in one pull. The sentries are merely displaced persons engaged provisionally, and the city sovereign never permits any observers to remain alive, since he has shared with them all he understands. Yet Su Chen holds an additional duty for him. They apprehend the individual and secure him above a vacant avenue in an effort to draw devourers toward the location. Their strategy succeeds, and his cries pull savages close by toward the deserted location. In their eyes, a human suspended solitary in a dim location is simply gratis sustenance. One of the savages inquires for what reason some person is suspended in an isolated place. However, his associate pays no heed and solely wishes to get his clutches on the unearned meal. They dash at the watchman and hit him in the gut, prompting him to expel blood and then lose consciousness. Yet the racket they generated from their hurried scramble to secure unearned provisions. Activates Su Chin's strategy as a resonant sound issues from high above them. It is Yin Yin who is the person suspending the individual above the backstreet. Throughout this period, she clutches one of the ruffians who battles for survival. Meanwhile, a second one detects the reflection of a sniper's sight from an open. Above them, they ultimately perceived this complete scenario was a deliberate trap laid for them above. Duanya precisely sights a precision rifle at the devourers in the backstreet. She recollects Su Chin's remarks concerning how the devourers have altered greatly, that their craniums are presumably overly dense for projectiles to perforate. Therefore, the singular approach she can neutralize them is via several strikes. At a specific point, she focuses on one of the devourers, next unleashes a trio of rounds, succeeding in impacting him squarely on his brow, in 3 sequential salvos. Simultaneously, the remaining devourer persists in battling against Yun Yun's colossal fist, as it is poised to obliterate him. He is unaware of Su Chun unhurriedly advancing from his rear. Up to the moment he detects a touch upon his chance is gone. Our main character lays a hand on the ruffian's skull, shattering it in a flash, and afterwards they continue to dispatch the complete assembly. With the Devourer clan's principal unit eliminated, Su Chun and the pair of young women commandeer all the sustenance designated for the town master for themselves. Afterwards, they make their way to a residence, yet in unexpectedly sound state, in spite of how relentless the end times had proven. Within he conjures a pallet from his collection, in addition to further provisions, to arrange a spread for him to savor with his 2 female associates. Duanya advises him that if he wishes to control an encampment, then he could merely discover an alternative spot and claim it for himself. There is no requirement for him to involve himself in the conflict concerning the town leader and the devourer kindred. Though that is accurate, establishing a stronghold demands substantial time and exertion, and he is unadept at undertakings of that kind. For the true governance of the settlement and its prosperity, he shall require a trustworthy person who possesses expertise dealing with undertakings of that kind, and that individual coincidentally happens to be present. He Chung during their discussion. Yun Yun Imirgis, clad in attire that offers little to the creative mind. She observes both Duanya and Su Chun resting on the berth, and questions their reason for choosing to commence in her absence. Su Chun reclines upon the pallet as the 2 lasses move about him, prepared to engage in playful activity owing to him. They have managed to exist like civilized beings since the dawn of the cataclysm. So this evening they intend to reciprocate the kindness and attend him dutifully, while the trio of them engage intimately in the dilapidated metropolis. The sentinels from a secure enclave ultimately discover the suspended remains of the fellow that Su Chun utilized as enticement the town master. Zhang erroneously construes that to signify that the accord with the devourers encountered problems, and he hastens to the devourer kindred to ascertain what transpired. He queries the devourer chieftain what occurred, but the transmuted man posed to him an identical query. In the wake of his pact, he forfeited 3 of his combatants, indicating that they were not the origin of the assault. Despite that fact, the devourer chieftain insists that they augment the quantity of individuals that they dispatch as recompense for their casualties. If he cannot accomplish that, then his agreement with the devourers will be nullified, and they shall assail his cherished settlement. The town master concedes to his stipulations, and Su Chun resolves to erupt into the gathering and make his arrival known. Our hero has observed all that he required to witness, and it appears to him the town master does not even flinch an eyelid. While bartering with other individuals' lives, the devourers encircle Su Chun. Once they deduce that he is the one who dispatched the 3 devourers assigned to retrieve the people, they have no inkling how he succeeded in slaying 3 of their own. But now that he has encroached upon their domain, there is no egress for him. Town Master Zhang placidly departs the vicinity before matters become turbulent. As far as he is apprehensive, Su Chun might as well be deceased. For venturing into the devourer kindred's home turf, he hurries back to the secure enclave to attempt and conclude affairs swiftly, before it devolves into a quagmire that he cannot manage. He returns to the secure enclave and proclaims to everyone that there is a quisling in their sanctuary. He directs the culpability at the newcomers that Su Chun escorted over, and impeaches them of feigning to be physicians, so they can permeate the sanctuary. He asserts that in actuality, they were surreptitiously abducting displaced persons to barter with the devourers for sustenance. Since Su Chan wrecked his stratagems, he must be merciless to ensure that nobody opposes him once more. The inhabitants in the settlement promptly aim their wrathful gazes towards Su Chen's contingent. They ready themselves to assault and slay them. But a commanding voice halts all activity before a tumult erupts. It is General Gao Yue, and trailing him are Bai Chong and her sibling. He arrives to champion Su Chan. From what he comprehends, our hero is a dependable man who has demonstrated himself to be proficient on numerous instances. Since Su Chan escorted them here personally, then they ought not be the issue. The town master persists with his imputations, stating that utterances alone cannot exonerate them. If he desires to demonstrate that they are not quislings, then he must substantiate it. A voice resonates from the pinnacle of a structure above the settlement. It is Su Chun, and he asserts that he could demonstrate his own blamelessness. He brought the devourer kindred chieftain with him and requested the severely battered mutant to elucidate the circumstances himself. The kindred chieftain admits that town master Jean is the individual who has been orchestrating the pacts with him this whole duration. The populace turns infuriatedly to the town master, now that they comprehend that the man they have been endorsing was the genuine abomination this entire period. Shang attempts one additional time to persuade them that Su Chan is collaborating with devourers to incriminate him. But General Gao accosts the man and strikes him in the countenance for his transgressions. Now that the veracity has been unveiled, Zhang ceases feigning about the predicament and cackles menacingly as he discloses that he truly is the one who has been bartering individuals with the devourer kindred. But now it is the cataclysm, and all the locations with provisions have already been usurped by the devourers. They are merely awaiting others to fall into their snares, provided he continues offering up some existences he deems insignificant. Then he is performing a commendable act and preserving people, as far as he perceives it. They should all be appreciative to him for keeping them animate. After all, even the Captain Gao, that is behaving so virtuously, also consumed the sustenance that he retrieved from the devourers, so nobody possesses any prerogative to condemn it. Well, that is what he opines. But Su Chen's fist begs to dissent, following a potent right cross to the visage. Su Chan informs the man that he is a poltroon in a realm where the mighty prey upon the vulnerable. Bartering lives for sustenance is not inherently a detrimental act, but it is a coward's recourse that renders him no different from the devourers. With the erstwhile lord rightfully incapacitated, Su Chan turns to General Gao and presents him a proposition. He proposes to construct a place that genuinely pertains to humankind and society in his preceding existence. He once journeyed across the desolations and ultimately arrived at a sanctuary that was on its trajectory to becoming a utopian enclave. In the cataclysm, there existed no fetters of status, and no one lamented from starvation. Everyone was amply nourished, and they all possessed tranquility of spirit. All this originated from its architect, Gao Yue, but for the present he is merely a subordinate under the prevailing town lord. In his former life, it was not until he unearthed the sinister aspect of the enclave that he resolved to depart and erect his own. All Su Chan accomplished was to precipitate events somewhat sooner. Nevertheless, the other combatants harbored their misgivings about the entire endeavor, although constructing an outpost from inception is exceedingly difficult, and if they wish to proceed their own fashion, then they cannot reside under another individual's aegis. They must found a new sanctuary by themselves, if they desire to endure independently. The town master scoffs at their intentions of erecting a new sanctuary beyond the secure perimeter of his metropolis. Creatures roam wildly and the undead are omnipresent. There is no assurance of fundamental sustenance and security. Departing his secure perimeter would be a certain method of consigning people to their demises. The maimed lord's offspring counsels his progenitor to permit them to depart if they desire to proceed. They will ultimately return groveling once they have endured sufficiently. The other survivors also commence to question if they can subsist outside of the town lord's secure perimeter. If they do not wish to perish, then they must hazard their prospects remaining with the poltroon. But at minimum, they shall get to exist. The town master exploits their apprehensions and informs the populace that if anyone credits their fantasies, they may depart. Yet if they perish from hunger in the barrens, then he will not be culpable for anything. But in that circumstance, if the sole predicament is sustenance, then Su-chan possesses the resolution to all of their difficulties. After all is said, he was capable of producing the devourer, kindred's chieftain so effortlessly, and he has previously established a reputation for himself as a potent skills wielder. For someone like him, furnishing sustenance should be uncomplicated. The Lord's offspring observes how all the survivors are beginning to align with Su-chan, and he irately queries the man if he presumes that he is some manner of redeemer, as far as he is apprehensive. Our hero is undertaking all of this merely to garner notice. There is no possibility he even comprehends how many provisions a sanctuary requires. Su-chan conjectures that even though his provisions are not plentiful, they are likely adequate to sustain approximately 2,000 individuals for a lunar cycle or thereabouts. Those figures sound dubiously akin to the quantity that the town master possesses in his storehouse. Just wherever could he have procured those provisions? Concurrently at that very storehouse, Dronzer and Yun cooperate to neutralize the sentinels who are overseeing the provisions. Yun employs her colossal stature to overpower them, while Dronzer furnishes marksman reinforcement. With the storehouse utterly depleted, he instructs General Gao to expedite and render a determination. He can either collaborate with Su-chan or remain with the perfidious town master. With the alternatives presented before him, the resolution on what to undertake is not arduous. For General Gua, in this prevailing settlement, individuals have had to contend with no suitable attire, while also being perpetually intimidated. Now he ascertains that they have all been regarded like chattel and vended to the devourers. Captain Gua determines that he cannot abide in a location such as this. For another instant, he resolves to amalgamate forces with Su-chan and found a new sanctuary. Then he informs the populace that anyone inclined to depart with him can advance forward, so they can erect a sanctuary where they can exist with self-respect. Baekong and her sibling rally their contingents together and align behind their commander. These were purportedly the town master's armed forces, but following his perfidy, they are now solely devoted to Captain Gao. He commands the scant combatants that remain allegiant to him to aim their armaments at Captain Gao and his personnel. The Lord's offspring menacingly aims a firearm at Su-chan and discharges rapidly. Had our hero never materialized with his companions and his stratagems, then his limb would never have been incapacitated, and Su-chan seizes the juncture to rush over and clutch the younger fellow by the gullet. He instructs town master Zhang to command his personnel to relinquish their armaments, failing that he will fracture the youth's neck. Not desiring to forfeit his sole progeny, Zhang rescinds the assault, and Su-chan instructs the captain to escort his people and the displaced persons away. Our hero will individually manage affairs from this point. Captain Gao concurs with the plan and informs him that they will all be anticipating him at Shangyun University with everyone departed. The town master requests for Su-chan to liberate his son so they can both take a recession and deliberate. That is merely a stratagem to have Su-chan positioned solitarily so that a marksman positioned on the rooftop of an opposing edifice can eliminate him. Our hero discerns through that and commands Duanya to neutralize the marksman. In an instant, the marksman's cranium bursts like a bladder. With the marksman deceased, Su-chan finally releases the town Lord's offspring. But precisely as the progenitor receives his son, he observes an explosive device in the younger fellow's maw. Immediately ere it detonates, Su-chan queries Lord Zhang how human meat tastes. Zhang scarcely has an instant to retort before the incendiary device explodes, slaying his offspring and leaving him unshirted and incensed. That corroborates Su-chan's conjectures from his former existence. The erstwhile town master Zhang Jinxiu is a devourer concealed amongst humankind. He is a tier 2 devourer, which signifies that he is excessive trouble for Su-chan to confront. At present, but next occasion, he will not be so fortunate. Several days elapse after General Gao departs with his new adherents. To establish a fresh encampment, a strike squad bursts into a depot, prepared to amass all the provisions that they heard would be within, except conversely, of the multitudes of devourers that they anticipated to be present. All they discover are cadavers strewn along the terrain, and it appears like all the devourers have already been dispatched. The combatants approach the provisions vehicle, and despite appearing like it has been navigated through the arid lands, its fuel reservoir is replete. It possesses more than sufficient propellant to transport all of them back to the new sanctuary. Suchin was not prevaricating when he informed them that there was a vehicle load of provisions in the edifice. Captain Sun is disheartened that there was not a significant confrontation, as he anticipated this assignment is overly simple for an individual such as he, and it is not but a complete squandering of duration. One of the combatants informs Sun that the general assigned the more crucial missions to Suchin, even though those vital undertakings previously pertained to him. That irritates the burly man off. But he is certain that Suchin is just a comely fellow with no proficiencies. There is no way he will be capable of vying with a seasoned combatant like him for commendation. Back at the new sanctuary, Yin Yin ponders why Captain Sun has not yet reappeared, despite the circumstance that all the devourers in the depot were dispatched by Suchin a considerable time previously. All they were required to do was reach the Emporium and pilot the vehicle back. Even an individual as mentally decayed as Captain Sun could manage that task. Yin Yin is not apprehensive about him whatsoever, and she is more preoccupied about the medical attention of the displaced persons that Suchin entrusted them with. As they are conversing, Duan Ye observes the vehicle returning to the sanctuary. She counsels Yun Yun to diminish in size. It will prove difficult to employ her psychic abilities to conceal her stature. Captain Sun reports back to General Gao, who is administering the sanctuary. The provisions have been procured and conveyed, and the sanctuary can now possess sustenance. The few survivors nearby perceive that Suchin's counsel about the vehicles was authentic, and they commenced to laud him. There were uncertainties on if he would genuinely be capable of resolving their sustenance predicament, but it appears like they did not have to question him whatsoever. The more they allude to Suchin, the more vexed Captain Sun becomes, and he persuades himself that all the comely fellow is achieving is indoctrinating individuals. Ultimately, he will err, and all the renown will revert to the one who merits it. Abruptly, one of the combatants hurries over and reports that there are indications of devourer tribe operations near an infirmary to the southward. It appears like it is a tribe of a few score, and they seem prepared to assail. Captain Sun grins slyly, comprehending that this is his juncture to demonstrate to people who the genuine guardian is concurrently. Suchin is still away on his assignment with Bei Chong and Xiao Feng. Their stratagem is to raid a military installation near their sanctuary. The ingress has long since been inundated, and it has transformed into a lethal snare teeming with altered cadavers. Even if they succeeded in getting it, there are only a trio of them, and they will not be capable of transporting all the provisions out with them. Suchin instructs them not to fret about that. For the present, all they are required to do is escort him to the ordnance depot. Bacon concurs and resolves to personally conduct him there. After all, she has frequented the installation previously. But firstly, to arrive there, they require a conveyance. Suchin employs his spatial power to materialize his automobile, and the two combatants nearly become agitated at how erratic his ability is. He instructs them to cease conversing and enter the automobile, so they can arrive there punctually. Then they traverse through the vacant thoroughfares towards the military installation. At the military installation, some of Young John Su's personnel endeavor to empty the vast reservoir of water enveloping the installation's ingress. Regardless the water volume they extract still, it appears never to be adequate. The unit commander instructs the others to advance and locate some valueless objects from their stockpile and cast them into the liquid as enticement for the aquatic fiends, because the municipal provisions have enigmatically vanished. Should they not return with something, then they're virtually condemned. The fellows seize some captives and hurl them into the depths. Teeming with aquatic fiends, the stratagem succeeds, and the fiends become enticed to the top, which signifies that an individual can submerge to inspect the location. The commander informs his personnel that whoever descends to force the portal shall be recompensed with a female by the municipal master. Upon their return, one of the fellows volunteers to undertake the duty. Prior to the cataclysm, he possessed no wealth and no partner. Thus, now that the cataclysm is fully underway, he must seize every opportunity he gets to progress in existence. His valor inspires the remainder to commence submerging also. Concurrently, Xiao Feng observes the individuals as they attempt to enter the armed forces station. It appears as though Zhang Jinshu has targeted the station's provisions and armaments additionally. Fortunately, Beikong is aware of an alternative route that can circumvent the municipal master's forces. However, they shall need to submerge beneath the surface. Suchin concurs with the notion, and the trio of them plunge into the fiend-ridden depths to endeavor and attain their objective. While they navigate through the murky liquid, Beichong detects numerous orbs observing them from further within the reservoir. It is the aquatic fiends, and the jolt of perceiving them makes her inhale sharply and expend her final remnant of breath. Suchin draws her near and soothes her nerves. Next, he osculates her, imparting some vital air into her lips. That succeeds in rescuing her from submersion. Yet the aquatic fiends seize the juncture to assail them. While they are vulnerable, Suchin employs his power to thwart them ere they might assault, and they entirely freeze right in their paths, nearly as if they were mesmerized. His orbs blaze crimson, and Beikong discerns that he is in some manner commanding every aquatic fiend, using a particular one of his talents. The power gradually fades, and a portion of the fiends begin attempting to assault them anew. Su Chan succeeds in restraining several of them, and instructs Beikong and Xiao Feng to flee. Whilst he confronts them, they hasten skyward and succeed in exiting the surging deluge into the armed forces compound with the sheer volume of talents Su Chin possesses. They commence to question if he is indeed human, as numerous forms begin ascending from the liquid, as our champion utterly eradicates them. They ponder just how many talents he wields that they are entirely unaware of. Upon eliminating every single fiend, Su Chun surfaces from the liquid totally unscathed. Subsequent to vanquishing all the aquatic fiends, one among them happened to yield a luminous core, which possesses a very scarce appearance frequency from such beasts. Acquiring an alabaster essence so swiftly is customarily a true marvel. Yet Su Chun appears less than fully pleased. While a luminous core does not bestow fresh powers, it can greatly fortify existing ones, rendering him considerably more potent than he currently is. While they converse, a pair of amber orbs observe them threateningly. From afar, the outline strongly resembles a feline creature, and it appears especially fixated upon the gleaming crystal. Su Chun is grasping at springs forth the instant he is sidetracked, and seizes the precious gem from his grasp ere he could even respond. What reason has a feline to be inside the armed forces compound to begin with? The compound likely kept felines to manage any rodent infestations they faced, and a single one surely endured the great cataclysm by remaining safely confined within the compound. This particular feline possesses deep ebony pelt and radiant striped markings across its entire form. Possessing brilliant golden gazes, this small cat is truly rather remarkable, given it skillfully succeeded in seizing the essence from Su Chen's very grasp, ere he might possibly even respond. Su Chen, clearly vexed, yet composedly attempts to present the tiny fellow some superfish morsels, with the clear expectation that it might exchange that for the luminous essence. Nonetheless, the feline springs aloft and deftly seizes the tempting morsels from his grasp, ere darting much further within the compound, clutching its dual hard-won trophies. It certainly appears that the mighty and formidable Su Chen found himself thoroughly outmaneuvered by a cunning feline on two separate occasions within a single brief minute. Any being that endures the cataclysm cannot be a common sort of creature, and there undoubtedly appears to be some unique quality concerning that feline. They continue proceeding deeper through the base, and in due course, they discover a large switch that fully restores electrical power within the compound. Fortunately, the primary energy infrastructure remains entirely functional. Regardless of the extended duration, it lay derelict prior to the massive deluge. Those who escaped departed with considerable haste, implying that it was quite impossible they possessed sufficient time to secure all their provisions. Along with them, they at last reach the extensive compound's armor, and sufficient armaments exist there to equip a sizable contingent of 500 individuals. Xiao Feng shrewdly calculates that if they can locate an armored vehicle, then it is quite possible they could indeed equip 1,000 individuals. Bai Kong earnestly cautions him to exercise extreme care as he dashes off in search of an armored vehicle. The repository is brimming with items they shall undoubtedly be required. However, the pressing dilemma now concerns how to transport everything back to their own headquarters. The city overlord's forces might well appear at any given instant, and retreating to their secure area for additional aid is simply not a feasible option. A powerful, booming clamor abruptly snaps them from their deep contemplation. Xiao Feng indeed located an armored vehicle, yet regrettably, some other presence also discovered him. It is a massive, transformed beast that closely resembles an enormous, monstrous canine. It currently pursues Xiao Feng, who is frantically piloting away inside his armored vehicle. The beast fires an energy beam directly from its muzzle, and it strikes the heavy tank dead center. The now terrified warrior urgently implores Su Chun to take some action, because should it completely detonate the entire arsenal, then their own demise is almost certainly assured along with it. Su Chun swiftly engages his dimensional power and stows the entire contents from the storage facility within his personal void. Within just a handful of fleeting moments, the vast storage area is completely empty as Xiao Feng carefully maneuvers up towards them. He urgently queries whether Su Chun could possibly contain the beast within his dimension. Yet regrettably, the dimension exclusively functions on non-living inanimate substances. Animate transformed life forms cannot possibly be contained therein. Thus, that they must now discover an entirely alternative method to properly deal with the creature. Bai Kong bravely resolves to take decisive action and skillfully draw the menacing beast away, allowing Su Chun and Xiao Feng to safely make their withdrawal. That strikes him as a rather incredibly foolish notion for Su Chun, and he swiftly seizes her in her place and quickly bears her towards the armored vehicle. Bai Kong immediately attempts to object, and strongly informs him that because the vital provisions reside within his dimension, then his own safe return to their main headquarters is absolutely paramount. While they are mid-conversation, the fearsome beast surges rapidly towards them and readies yet another powerful blast. Su Chun deftly succeeds in evading clear of the impending danger. However, the armored vehicle is considerably less fortunate and takes a direct, devastating hit. Su Chun sharply instructs her to cease all further dawdling and to immediately go ascertain Xiao Feng's current condition as he confronts the massive beast. She quickly dashes away, but firmly commands him not to perish on her watch. Now, finding himself entirely solitary, confronting the formidable creature, he carefully scrutinizes its entire form once again. He certainly cannot recall any specific accounts of such an altered creature within this vicinity from his prior lifetime. That holds little significance currently, however, for its valuable gleaming shard is destined to be his possession irrespective. It certainly appears as though our current temporal allowance is now fully reached. However, I shall diligently ensure you are all informed should fresh developments soon occur. I am extremely eager to witness what incredible new technique Su Chun is ultimately going to employ to completely vanquish this formidable new beast.